Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back with Shore's Wellness Solutions and Amy Stopczynski joining us and her husband, Dr. Dave Wendell, who maybe I could use today for his advice on getting my voice back. Welcome to the show. Would you mind introducing yourself today?
Thank you, Jill, and Happy New Year to you and all your listeners and viewers. I'm Dr. Dave Wendell, and with me, of course, my lovely wife, Amy Stopczynski, and we are here from Shore's Wellness Solutions in beautiful downtown Roseville, Michigan.
Not really downtown.
That's close.
We're kind of there.
There's no downtown.
How was the holidays? How was the new year?
It was good.
It was nice. My wife took me out dancing all night long. It was awesome.
Really? That is so sweet.
It was fun.
Yep.
Yes.
She even got me out of the dance floor.
Had to teach him a few moves, get rid of the white boy moves a little bit. So it was good.
I'm a product of the 70s and 80s. So if you remember Caddyshack.
Oh, yes. Oh,
dance. So she's trying to break that habit. So we're getting there.
Good. Well, happy to have you here. What did you have in mind for us today? And again, I apologize. My voice is so raspy. As always, I mean, you'll do most of the talking, so I'll help you moderate. Go ahead.
All right. So we're going to be talking about thermography today. And for those who don't know what thermography is with a T like therm, it is digital heat imaging of the body.
Yeah. So it's a radiation-free, state-of-the-art screening. It can detect abnormalities 8 to 10 years sooner than standardized tests, which is a great thing. And we're going to talk about some facts and statistics about those numbers as well. It's non-invasive. So it's great, especially for women checking their breasts, because you can see densities, especially a lot of times for mammograms, they say it's hard to detect if you have dense breasts. It's harder if you've had implants as well. And with thermography, you can get those areas checked without having to worry about radiation, compression, or anything like that. And you can see pinpoint areas of concern and then correct it before it becomes a big issue. So it's a really important thing that a lot of people don't understand or know that it even exists. So we want to share that a little bit more about what thermography is and how it works.
And just curious, you're right, because every year they say, okay, make sure you get your mammogram. Here's your script, the doctor says, but why are we doing that? Why are they not saying go?
So first, a quick disclaimer. We're not here to tell people not to get a mammogram. So that's not what we're here to do. We're here to present an alternative.
Why not both?
Not to testing. Right. So
and with mammograms as well, they don't even suggest it till later in life.
So the current statistics on that or guidelines is for in the United States, women over 40 every year. The rest of the world, a few years back, adopted every other year or every third year starting at age 50, because they felt between 40 and 50, they really weren't getting much results or information from that. And the issue with mammograms, starting at age 40, you probably don't know, so that's why. About 47,000 women each year die of breast cancer under the age of 40. So it is the number one killer of women under 40. And so you look at the current standards and where they came from, and we can dive a little bit into that. But that's not really a great standard to have for our quote unquote gold standard.
And typically when you get breast cancer under the age of 40, it's more aggressive. It's a lot worse and it's harder to treat at that point. But what's crazy about that is if they're not even suggesting, and I think they just moved it to 45 actually, just recently. I believe they changed it to starting even later before you're getting checked. And the downside to that is by the time you actually get checked, it's so aggressive that there's not much you can do about it. So why aren't we getting checked at a younger age? Why aren't we starting in our 30s, checking to see if there's anything going on? Because if there is, we can help you by changing your lifestyle. We can feed you the right nutrition and supplements that's going to actually super feed the body so it can heal and repair, so you don't have to worry about all the other things down the line. So it's really, really important to understand that there is testing out there that is non-invasive for you to check. And even doing a baseline at an early age, unless you feel something going on or a change in the breast or things like that, even checking every other year. And then once you hit 30, you really want to check it yearly, because that's the biggest time that, you know, you may have something going on, and you don't want to do it before it's too late. It's a preventative measure.
And I know on this topic, as we say some different stats and figures and give you some information, there's going to be some viewers and listeners that may be offended by it and say, oh, well, you know, that's not true. It is true. There won't be anything that we state that is not true, but it could be just a new concept where it may be hard for some listeners to grasp. And I like to be a bit controversial, so I don't mind delivering, you know, the information.
Well, it's not about being controversial, in my opinion. I think it's educating people that there are tests that you can do prior and not waiting until it's too late. There's a lot of things that we can do if we take care of our bodies. Our bodies are going to last a long time. So it's really important to educate people, you know, about other options or things that you can start doing sooner. Not that you can't do it at a later age too, because why would you want to have to radiate yourself and, you know, smush yourself and things like that when you don't have to? So there's things that you can do. That's a easier choice, I guess, in my opinion, another option to do, so you can check things and you can use it in conjunction. But I would check that first, because now you have a non-invasive way of testing to see what's going on.
So thermography has been around since 1956 and using it for study of the human body. It was cleared by the FDA back in 1982, along with mammograms. They were cleared at the same time. And then for 2 years, insurance is reimbursed for both. If we know now insurance is only reimbursed for mammograms, why not thermography? Well, there's a foundation out there, the Susan G. Komen Foundation, that lobbied all our politicians to not include thermography with insurance reimbursement. They wanted to hold the field. And it's right in their bylaws and guidelines that they did this to squelch other ways to diagnose breast cancer. Thermography should be done once a woman hits puberty, and then starting at age 20 every other year, and then at age 30 yearly, unless something is found. And as Amy said before, we find things 8 to 10 years sooner. The thermography is 97% accurate for finding things the size of a sesame seed or larger. A mammogram is 83% accurate for things the size of a dime or larger. And so things have had to have been grown for a while before it can be found on a mammogram. Mammogram, when you radiate, you're building up radiation in the fatty tissues, particularly if you're doing breast on a regular basis. You also risk metastasis, because if there's something there and you compress it, you can then cause metastasis. And if you want to understand that, just think of a sponge. If you take a sponge and squeeze it, the water is going to come out. And so those are some risk factors with that. And those have been published in some medical journals, particularly back in the mid-90s. The Lancet had it. I know the Lancet isn't as up to date as it used to be. I'll keep it simple. But back when they were really reputable, that was some really great research that was done. There's a lot of great books and articles out there on thermography and the efficacy of it. And so those are the things that you need to know and understand.
Right. And a few startling facts that you might not know or understand is a chance of women having breast cancer is 1 in 8. So it's very high. Breast cancer is a leading killer in women ages 35 to 54. So again, it's really important to start getting checked earlier, because that's your number one killer. There's over 1 million cases of undetected cases currently. 47,000 women die under the age of 50.
That's every year.
I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. And this is something that, if it's caught early, is preventable. You can change that. You can feed the body the things that it needs, take out the things that are feeding it, which is another thing we've kind of talked about a little bit before. But we want to reiterate, you know, sugar is a big feeder of cancer.
Cancer loves to eat sugar, and cancer cells eat 8 to 12 times faster than normal cells. So if you're eating sugar, whether it's in the form of white flour or in the form of sweeteners, those cancer cells are going to grow much quicker.
Right. Everybody has cancer cells in their body. Let's be real. It just depends on if you're going to feed those cancer cells, what it what it needs to actually grow into an issue, or if you're taking away the things that are feeding it so the body can heal and they go back into like a dormant state. So it's really important. And that's why we teach so strongly about the prevention, testing things earlier to make sure that you can check things and do something about it, and changing your lifestyle, super feeding the body the nutrients it needs so it can heal and repair, so you don't have to go through all the devastating things that come along with it.
So if we've caught your attention so far, you can reach us at shoreswellnesssolutions.com. Our number here is 586-445-8032. Oh, I almost forgot that. And
It
we
happens.
and an email, we are changing lives at shoreswellnesssolutions.com for email. And we'd be more than happy to answer questions from anybody out there who wants to know more information. But we still have more to give.
Yes.
Right. Go for it. And just remind us how we can reach you again.
Sure. Our email is changinglives@shoreswellnesssolutions.com. And our direct line is 586-445-8032. I got it that time.
And our website is shoreswellnesssolutions.com as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, great. Let's continue with this information. I'm shocked. It's funny. I've heard of thermography. We talked about it a little bit before, but I don't understand why they would fight against doing two methods that could help someone.
It's about money.
Yeah, that's a shame. It really is.
Exactly. There's no money if you don't have cancer and you're not going through all those treatments and things like that. There's no money in it. So if you're healthy, right, and you don't need to go see the doctor, you don't need to go in for anything, and your body's working the way it's supposed to, there's no money in it. So unfortunately, it's very sad, but we want to teach you that there are alternatives as well. And what's great about thermography is it isn't just for breasts. We do full body thermographies as well. So it's going to check more than just that. We can check the thyroid to see if the thyroid is functioning or if you're having issues with that. You look like you had something to say.
I got lots to say.
I know.
I'll be patient.
Go ahead.
We can find out years ahead of time if a person is susceptible to a stroke by looking at the carotid arteries. And you don't see them from here because remember, with thermography, we're looking at physiology. We're looking at changes in heat in the body. We're not looking at anatomy. An X-ray, an MRI, a CAT scan, that all looks at anatomy. That looks for fractures, tumors, things like that. We're looking for changes in heat. And you say, well, why is that important? Well, before any issue of the body becomes a major problem, you'll get a change in heat. And that change of heat is more blood flow to an area.
Inflammation, we talked about that in previous weeks. Inflammation, how inflammation plays a role in the body working or not working. And so we want to reduce that inflammation. And that's something that's going to show up on a thermogram. And
if a tumor is starting to grow in its infancy, it'll produce a hormone called VEGF, vascular endothelial growth factor. And that tumor will put it out into the surrounding area. And when that hits the blood vessel will start to grow towards the tumor. And as it hits another blood vessel, more blood will grow towards that tumor. And that's what causes the increase of heat in a localized area, the increase of blood flow. And that's called angioneogenesis, the growth of new blood vessels. And so by doing that, the tumor is looking to feed itself because once that blood vessel hits the tumor, it will triple its size in that first year. You want me to keep going? I'll keep going. So when we talk about, well, how does...
I like to talk about all the things that it looks for.
So when we look at a head and neck and we talk about the carotid arteries, we're looking for the heat differential up here, supraclavicular, supraorbital arteries here. If one side is colder than the other, that tells me that if this is the cold side, this carotid is occluded or blocked. And so when it gets to a certain point, that's when we know when to send out. So we know that when we have findings, like with women as well with breast cancer, we know that it comes a certain point, we may have to send them out to other practitioners for other services for the best treatment, best protection of them. So it's not just us. We have had women come to us and say, no, it's in your hands and God's. We don't want to go medical route. We don't want to be butchered and go on to chemo and radiation because we don't like the side effects of any of those. We've had women that have come in that have been damaged from the compression of mammography Yeah, I said that right. Think about that for a minute. And so it's really important to know and understand that. And we have watched women with stage 2, with stage 3 breast cancer reverse themselves back to being totally clear, clean bill of health. It's not a quick thing, but it's something that can be done usually within 12 to 18 months is my experience. Go ahead. You want me to keep going?
Well,
Okay.
no, I just didn't know where you were going to next.
No, I'll let you go. Other inflammatory things we'll find. We can look at posture analysis and see how posture is off based on the inflammation that's found. We can see if people are developing neuropathies, which is great for diabetics, type 1, type 2, if it's advanced, whether it's in the upper extremity, the arms and hands, or the lower extremity, the legs and feet. And we can see these things based on the heat differential. And the neat thing about thermography, you can never look at something and say, ooh, what's that? You have to look at something, let's say it's on the right side, and then you have to look at the left side and see if it exists there also.
Right, because everybody's body, for one, is different. And what's great about thermography is you can see those changes. So let's say we do find something. We put you on a protocol, we're checking everything out, we're seeing what's happening. We can recheck you by taking those pictures again and see, is it changing? Is it getting better? Is it going away? Is it getting worse? And you don't have to worry about the radiation and all of that to keep checking everything. You can physically see it and you can be like, hey, we're on the right track. Or, hey, maybe we need to do something different because things aren't changing as quickly as we want, or that kind of thing. So it's a great tool to check your progress as well and physically see what's happening, so you can know that you're on the right track, or do we need to change something? And you don't have to keep waiting, and you can do it as frequently as needed without having to worry about any issues and anything like that. It'll check for abdominal inflammation, which, to be real, we have a lot of people with gut issues going on. So it's nice to see exactly where it's happening in the gut, in the digestive tract, so you can make sure you're feeding it the right supplements and tools to help with those things as well.
And the inflammation over the abdominal area, the stomach area, that people call it, will determine, which organs we want to target to make sure that we're bringing back up to normal function, getting them working.
You can even check for melanomas and things if you have something on the skin to check to see if there's an issue. A lot of times we'll do a full body thermo and you see an area of the skin that looks abnormal, and you can say, hey, we need to send you out to a dermatologist. You need to get that checked. That doesn't look like it should be looking. There's an area that, just doesn't look right. So we need to take care of those things.
Keep going. You're on a roll.
I'm not sure.
Well, can I just ask, expense-wise, how much does it cost approximately, anywhere from what to what? I mean, clearly it's worth the investment, but just curious about what costs are for thermography, if you don't mind sharing.
Oh, not at all.
So in our office, if you get a full body thermography, it's $4.99. If you're new to our office, we also include our full new patient exam as well. And so how we help our patients out, if they're going forward with a full exam, is we want to make sure that if we do a full exam, that part of your testing you can submit to your insurance company for reimbursement if your insurance company covers that testing. So we do try to help our patients out as much as we can. But we think it's important to not only get the thermogram, we think it's important to do the other testing like we do in our office, because we want to check for everything. We want to see everything that's going on in the body. We like to check the heart, which we use our heart sound recorder reading to check the 4 valves of the heart as well, because it's very important how the heart's functioning. We do our nutritional exam using nutrition response testing, so we can see if there's any food sensitivities, chemical stressors, all of that. So you're getting everything for that $4.99. We also give a discount if you prepay for your appointment. You can get everything for $4.49. And that also includes your report of findings, where we're going to sit down and go over the results of your thermogram. We're going to go over all the testing that we did, how you're absorbing nutrients and minerals, and what our recommendations are moving forward, which is great. Now, if you're not ready to do the full body, but you want to just do breast only, we do that for $2.99 with a prepayment of $2.49 if you want to hold your spot. Gives you a little bit of a discount. And that will include a breast thermography where we check just the breast only, but also our full nutritional exam as well. So it's very affordable to do and check yearly. We spend more than that just getting our Starbucks coffee every day. If you add that up, you're going to spend way more than either of those things. And that's probably harming your health because most people put sugars and all the extra fun frills into it. But it's a very, very affordable test that's going to tell you so much about your health and help you just be preventative in what's going on, especially for the new year. Let's check ourselves, see where we're at. We have a whole year now to get our bodies in shape, make sure we're healthy, make sure we're feeling well. So it's really important, and it's a really affordable test to get your body checked.
All right. Thank you. What else did you want to share about thermography, both of you?
Good. Oh, you popped something up, so I thought you were on the way to go.
Well, I did mention earlier it's 97% accurate. There aren't any false positives in there, because when you're looking at inflammation, increased blood flow, it's either there or it's not. When you look at a mammogram, 20% of women who get mammograms have false negatives, meaning they're told that everything's fine, but it's not. They have something there. And that's 1 out of 5 women getting a mammogram. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just telling you what the statistics are, what the facts are with these different tests.
So there are over 20,000 cases of cancer each year in women under the age of 40. That's crazy, crazy, crazy. And it's really, really important to know that, why are we waiting until...
And there's no screening for that group.
Exactly. There's no screening anywhere except for thermography. And so why wouldn't you start getting checked? I mean, I look at all these young kids who are out getting their lashes done and facials every day. And they're spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars every month, which is great. But wouldn't you want to know if there was something going on internally that you could change and correct early, so you don't have to deal with all of the extra stress that comes along with just getting checked to make sure that your body is working the way it's supposed to? I think it's just so important. And most women don't even know that it's out there. And that's the part that is, kind of nerve-wracking. And I think it's important to get the information out so people can have an alternative of something to do so they can change their life for the better.
And I don't put a shout out for Amy. We are both certified thermography technicians. I introduced her to this test back in 2016, I think. And she's like, I have to do that in our office. And she is phenomenal with her performance, handling of the test, the technical aspect of it. And it's just really amazing. And there's just countless women that we have helped, particularly her, just the last couple of years in doing this. And it's just incredible the changes we can make in people's lives, before there's a major issue.
And what's also awesome is seeing the changes. If we are finding issues in the body and putting them on a protocol and rechecking them and seeing how much things can change. People don't realize, put the right nutrients in your body. We can eat all the fruits and vegetables on the planet, but most of them, for one, are depleted of the nutrients that it used to be, just the way that it's commercially grown. And we can do all of those things, but we can't get enough of the right nutrients in. And people don't realize how beneficial supplementation is, using
supplementation.
Exactly. And there's a difference between the two. We only use whole foods here in our office. So when it says kale and Brussels sprouts, that's what they do. They take it out of the ground, pulverize it into a capsule. And those are the things we're going to use to help your body heal and repair. And they're so highly concentrated that most people can't eat 7 pounds of kale and Brussels sprouts a day, but you can take some capsules to feed your body that nutrition so it can heal and do what it needs to do and repair. And that's what's super awesome. And that people, if they just understood that alone, adding the right nutrients in to their body. And we design a protocol specific to you and your body and what your body needs based on our testing, which is great because now you don't have to guess. You don't have to go to the store. Everyone's going to the store and they're like, the new year, I need to be healthy. I need to start taking my supplements. I need to be doing the right things. But do you really know what you should be taking? Do you know how much you should be taking? Or do you want a design clinical program that's going to tell you exactly what your body needs, how much you should be taking, so you know you're taking the right things?
And something to look at on supplements. I know you're probably not going to be able to see this. I'll get it close to the camera. If you look at the nutrition information on there, where it lists different vitamins, you'll notice afterwards there are no parentheses with words in them. So when you go to the store and you see supplements and you pick it up off the shelf and you see where it says, oh, look at that, thiamine. And then in parentheses, there's a couple words in there. Or vitamin C, and in parentheses, it'll say ascorbic acid. That's a clue right there that what you're buying is synthetic. When you buy different minerals and herbs and they're not telling you where their source is, that's telling you it's synthetic. And it won't be handled in the body and it won't function in the body the way that it's supposed to.
Yeah, when you put a synthetic supplement in the body, the liver then has to work twice as hard to process it. And your liver is your filter. It pulls all the toxins out, helps you to stay well and not be sick and all of those things. So if that gets backed up, then you're going to have more issues. You're going to be more sick. You're going to have a lot of things that aren't working as well as they could. So that's why it's super important to always use those whole food supplements. Foods, the body knows what that is. It can break it down. You don't want to back up your liver and cause more issues, which is what we tend to do when we're running out to the store. I mean, the advertisements are everywhere. So it's like, oh, I need to go get this. And we just pick it up off the shelf, not realizing that we could be actually harming our body more rather than helping it. And so it's super important to know the difference between the two. If you want to have the right things in your body so it can actually do its job and work the way it's supposed to.
So once again, if you would like to reach us, you can reach us by phone at 586-445-8032. Our email is changinglives@shoreswellnesssolutions.com. And our website is shoreswellnesssolutions.com.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Well, hopefully that was a little bit helpful today. And we want you to know that early detection really does save lives. We're here to help you. Please contact us. Let us know if you have any questions about it. Schedule your thermogram this year. It's very important. It's a great year to start your journey to health. And I'm Amy.
I'm Dr. Dave, and we want to be your inspiration
for healthy living. Thanks,
Beautiful.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you being here, and important stuff we're going to talk about today. I personally feel that this is the baseline, the GPS for your whole life when it comes to relationships. And essentially what that is things that were done to you, for you, call it those traumas that you experienced early, very early in life, really chart the course for the way you handle relationships in your adult life. And we're going to dig deep into that today. We've skimmed it in the past, but let's go a layer deeper because it's so important. And he helps people with that all the time, navigate through that. He's an amazing life coach, and he's Andrew Dale, and he's back on the program. Andrew, welcome. How you doing?
I'm great, thank you, Steve. How are you going?
Doing great, doing fantastic. And it really is something that we've centered on in the past before, in that those things that happened in our lives, many times we had no control of, or when we were a kid, call it 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, whatever years old, those things that we heard really do chart the course for the future of how we deal with our relationships, right?
Yes, absolutely. And it goes all the way through through our lives as well. It's one person I like to talk about is actually my mum. And a couple of reasons for that is, number one, she passed a couple of years ago now, but she was 89 when she passed. And her issues that she grew up with, the Great Depression, things like that, are very similar to what's going on now, but it just shows you that nothing changes. If you're thinking this is a year 2000 thing or a year 1970, we're talking 1930s, 1940s. The rules were the same. Like if you had a whole lot of turmoil going on around you, that was going to color the rest of your life. And one of the stories I like to tell about Mum is when she was in the Great Depression. Australia had the Great Depression as well. That went all around the world. A lot of people don't know that. But she lived in country Australia, and people had to keep moving. They had nowhere to live, and they would come past her house each day, the families, and their family would feed another family, and then they would go off and find somewhere to sleep. And Mum learnt from that to have enough for yourself was greedy. You had to share everything you had. And it wasn't until, she was about 84 when we dealt with that, sitting in a beautiful place in Austria looking at the mountains. And I went through it, and I actually said to her, if in Australia now or in America, same thing, if anyone wants to have a car, a nice house, can they do that? Can they get a job? Is it reasonable that everyone can look after themselves if they want to, if that's their goal in life? I said, yeah. And I basically said to her, is it okay for you to keep some money now? Because we were never short of money, but there was never any savings. And Mum lived like that for years and years and years. And then after that, she'd had a very successful tennis career. And then at 87, she won the World Tennis Super Seniors in Florida. She won the doubles and the mixed doubles at 87 for the over 80. Yeah. And they played super tennis. That was amazing, watching these people in the courts. But, she'd won a lot of medals. She'd gone to Wimbledon when she was in her 20s. And, but one of the keys for her to really creating friendships around her, creating a social network, was breaking the back of that one belief, or those beliefs she'd had for nearly 80 years, for 75 years, 80 years, she'd held on to the belief that she had to share everything in her life. And, this is what I'm saying. People, younger people now have had a lot of trauma in the last 10 years. They're going to have to make sure that they're very much aware of, and the adults seeing their grandkids, be aware that the kids have been traumatized. They go to school and they don't know if there's going to be they're doing active shooter drills. You know, that's going to stay with them unless we understand that, and we're going to have to understand our grandkids, and that's one of the traumas the grandkids are going to go through. So for ourselves, all of these, so that's a negative trauma. One of the positive traumas that we can end up with is say we're when we're kids. Someone was talking to me this about the other day. Their father was a doctor, and they'd stop at every major accident, but they'd say to the child, "Stay in the car or stay in the house. Stay away from the action. We don't need your help here. Stay away from the action." And part of that translates into, you know, you don't have to step up. Someone else will do it for you. You know? So while the father's being very generous and very safe for the child, they're actually causing a barrier that says you don't need to look after, you don't need to step into the action. You know, you stand back and sit on the sidelines. We will take care of everything. And, you know, in life, it's very rare that you can go through life with someone else taking care of everything for you. And it just, it means that it's much more difficult to take responsibility when times get tough. You know, that's how that one translates. But there are all these type of things where different people, bullying's a big one. One of the ones with mum, you know, I talk about mum a bit. She's got some YouTube videos, which is great. I can go back and listen to my mum give motivational speaking about her tennis. And while she plays tennis with her dog. But one of her things was she was bullied at school by one of the local wealthy kids. So that it was basically a family that was being aggressive towards her. And we talked about this, and she was a prefect at school, which is a position that's voted on by the kids. And, you know, once we got talking about it, then the other stories came up, and one of the stories was one of her friends at one of the reunions was talking to one of the teachers, and he'd said, "Yeah, I always thought Margaret would do really well in life, you know, and that doesn't surprise me that she's doing what she's doing." And when Mum thought about this and we went through it, you know, she thought she was the outcast at school, whereas she got voted in. So the majority of kids liked her, and it was causing her problems because that would cause part of the bullying. But the reality was more people liked her than didn't because she'd won the vote. The teachers, you know, thought she was going to do amazing things with her life, but she'd forgotten these things. All she remembered was this family that was bullying her, instead of going back and getting it in perspective. We're not trying to cover things up. We're trying to get things in perspective, right? And the reality is, I like to talk about moments in time, which means that, you know, you might have been bullied for 5 years by the same kid. That's one moment in time. But what other moments took place during those 5 years? Were you playing sport? Were you doing well at education? Did you have a great family life? Did you have good friends? And when we go back and we actually layer up all the good things that were going for you at that point, all of a sudden the bullying means it's just nothing. You know, even though you remember it, energetically, it's now nothing. Energetically, number one, you realize that allowing the person who was bullying you to have any input on your energy is just you giving your power away to someone that doesn't honor you. And so, you know, you feel a little bit silly about it, and you should, from the point of view of you don't want to go back there. You never want to give someone the power over you if they haven't got the best of you at heart.
Now, bunch of thoughts here, Andrew. First of all, I think you said your mom passed a few years ago.
Yeah, just 2
Yeah.
years ago now.
Yeah, so did mine. She was the same exact age. So our moms
Oh,
pretty
really?
much, they pretty much went through the same thing when we talk about, the Great Depression. And, for some people, that could be a challenge with abundance, where if your parents said continually, we don't have enough money, money doesn't grow on trees, we got to save, got to save. And then you have this thing about money where you're almost afraid or feel guilty to make more money. So that could be a trauma there that goes back to that. My mom was very overprotective, single mom, very overprotective. I found myself doing that to my kids until I realized
Exactly.
it. And like, it's a kind of a cliche. It's like, we turn into our parents. Well, I turned into my parents, and it came from a good place, but there was, when my kids were much younger, I look back and I was like, you were really overprotective on them. But then it got to a point where I was just like, I stopped it, corrected it. And it's like, why am I following you around, worried that you're going to fall and hit your head? If you do, it's okay. You'll mend and you'll be back. You'll be okay. And the bullying thing, I was bullied as a kid, and it definitely made an impact on my life later in life until I confronted it and dealt with it. And like you said, and you said it perfectly, we don't just make those things go away. We just acknowledge them and put them into perspective, what they really were. But when you're a kid and you get bullied, it's a big deal. It makes a huge mark on you.
Yeah, and it's not. As I said, we look for the other things that were going on at the same time, because just trying to put something aside creates the vacuum. You've got to have something else to go into that vacuum to fill the void. It's sort of like, if you think of space, if a planet disappeared, it's not going to disappear. Something's going to go there. A vacuum will suck something in there. Well, the choice for us is, first of all, you decide what's going to replace that. And so you replace it with great memories or positive thoughts about yourself. Why was the bullying happening? Oh, the person was jealous. Oh, that means that I was actually better than them. Yeah, see?
Yeah.
And
this is interesting. I have to tell you, Andrew, I confronted all of that through hypnosis and, before we met. But I've never heard it said to look at the positive things that were going on around that time as well. And when I look at that time, the bullying wasn't good. Then I'm talking, 8, right around there, and period of years. But what was the good stuff going on? I had great satisfaction in drawing. I wanted to be a cartoonist back then, and also was interested in broadcasting as well. So all those things kind of overshadowed the bullying, took my attention away from them. But it's an interesting thought when you talk about going back to the trauma, but looking at all these things that surrounded it, and maybe a lot of those were a lot of good things. I always hear the word trauma. Go back to that one moment, but there's other things to frame it, to put it all into perspective.
Yeah, you got to be careful going back and dwelling on a moment. People can get really hurt doing that, and it's going to hurt a little bit to change. You're going to have to acknowledge that moment in time, but you don't have to. People talk about reliving it, and you shouldn't have to do that.
No.
And we've got to be. You've brought up a great point where you've got to acknowledge things, but you have to be grateful for what that person did for you. And for you, you may never have been drawing if it wasn't for the bullying. So if you have a look at that, my dad was abusive for years, and I would never have taken up sailing if it wasn't for my dad. I would have been playing football, playing cricket. He was the worst sideline dad in the world because he'd yell at me instead of the other team. But the sailing, I could sail all day and I couldn't hear him. So it sparked a lifelong obsession for me with sailing. I sailed on Sydney Harbour. I sailed the Sydney Hobart yacht race. I own my own little yacht there in South River. I sailed against world champions. I never would have done any of that, or possibly, if it wasn't for the fact that my my dad was so noisy on the sideline that I had to find a solution. And yeah, so I was extremely lucky. I was also pretty crazy, which helped.
Yeah.
So my idea of taking up a sport is find something you can't do and do it anyway.
Well, not a lot of people do that, so I applaud you on that. I don't know if I would be that person to do that, as well.
Yeah.
But you're right about if you focus on just the trauma, it can potentially not be a great thing. It's better to look at all the other stuff. When I was hypnotized, looking at those moments,
Sure.
I confronted myself as a child, and it was good. Like basically, you are there for him. You'll always be there for him. The adult
Absolutely.
in me was always there after that hypnotherapy session for that child to help move forward. But you're right. There's a lot of pluses.
Yeah, there's no right and wrong way to do things either. It's what works for you, and that's finding someone to work with that that can crack the code for you. So some people are great at it. Other people, it just depends on you. And but yeah, being grateful for things. Gratitude's an amazing thing. I think we've talked about gratitude before.
Yep.
But being thankful for who you are, being, nurturing that young child within you. They need a hug sometimes, and and no one's parents were perfect. And the one thing, one of the big things that I figured out was, they do the best job they can. Everyone does the best job they've been trained to do by generations. So your parents were trained by their parents, were trained by their parents. So what you're learning now could possibly be, 150 years old. Something that, you're learning, and that might be integrity, or that might be taking your time, or it might be something really ridiculous. So that no one knows the reason for, but we do it anyway, and but if you understand that you're being taught by generations, and it's up to you to decide which teachings you keep and which teachings you let go. And the reason for all of this is it's all your relationships in your life. It's your relationship with your parents, your kids, yourself, and your partners. And, if you're finding that you're on several partners and they all end the same way with the same outcome, then, going through and looking at what's happened in the past is essential. What you learned off your parents. The funniest memory from people is quite often the 2-year-old at the breakfast table or at the lunch table, whenever they had a meal with the family. And you get tremendous insights from that first memory, and it's always like, people, if you're talking to a 50-year-old, it's 48 years old. So it's a whole other lifetime before, but they can still remember clearly quite often what happened, what was going on around them. And especially, the parents are new parents. So money is quite often tight. Not always. Sometimes there's arguments. Sometimes the parents are working all the time. If you want to know why you're a workaholic, did your parents work all the time when you were 2? And if both parents had 2 jobs, you're probably
Seriously.
working. Yeah.
Have you heard this? And I'm totally on your page there, Andrew, about it. We should just take that time to kind of focus back and even write down, what were my parents like? All those things. And then on a simplistic level, look and see the parallels, how you may be that way. Have you heard this, that if you think back to your first memory as a kid, usually that very first memory is usually a negative memory? I've often heard that, and I believe it's because our fight or flight system, we're programmed to fight. That's the thing that we remember, a negative memory. Have you heard that? When you think back, do you come up with your first memory as potentially being negative?
Because of the way, like I don't have many memories of my childhood, apart from sailing and football and things like that. I think I blacked it out, but we're not going there. But it depends how you're going back there. If you're trying to remember, if you're going back there from a place of love, from a place of inquisitive, and you're just thinking what actually happened, let it come to me, then it's amazing. You get a real feel for what was happening at the breakfast tables, and you because you're not looking for something specifically. If you're searching for answers, if you're saying, look, I'm traumatized, I got to go and find where my trauma was, you'll find it.
Yeah.
But so you have to be careful what you wish for. You got to be kind to yourself. Doesn't matter whether you got on with your parents or you didn't get on with your parents. There were probably times where you actually got on quite well, and if you go back there gently and you say, all right, well, I wonder what that was like. Talk to your mum, talk to someone who knows or whatever. But go back there gently. Go back there to find out what actually happened, because quite often what was a negative memory for us was actually a positive event. We just looked at it differently at the time, and
I don't have that. And I don't know. It wasn't like there was something, these were, call them accidents, but the very first memory I believe I had was around 2, and I was in an apartment and I was waving bye-bye and I fell standing on a radiator and cut my head open. And I remember my mom freaking out and running downstairs to the tenant downstairs in this complex. And, my son is bleeding. He was a dentist, and overhearing him say, what do you want me to do? I'm a dentist. I can't help you. And my mother freaking out. And there was another time right around the same age where I got a really, really, really bad sunburn. And my mom being angry at my dad. They got divorced right around that time. But I don't have positive memories. I mean, I guess the one positive memory was sitting on a little car and moving it through that apartment because I liked it and it was fun. But I've often heard that. So I wonder if other people have heard that memories can be negative. Your first ones for a reason.
Yeah, and the funny part about that is you're looking at those as a negative memory. Here's a crazy story. Okay, so I'll keep it a little bit short for you. I was sitting in the desert in Western Australia, like a couple hundred miles from anywhere, on a road crew where I used to drive, support the road crew in a 4-wheel drive. I was in my 20s. It was a great job. We were literally out the desert supporting oil rigs in the desert. And out of the 6 guys that were there, as children, they put a garden fork straight through their foot. Believe it or not. And the 6th guy was crazy, so that was just as well. But I can still remember my mother looking up and going, no, as I put my garden fork, one of the big 4-prong garden forks?
A pitchfork. Right? Yes, the pitchfork. Yeah, right.
Right through my foot. And so to me, that's not a negative memory. That's just boys being boys.
Agreed. I totally agree. And with me, I call it a negative memory. It was an accident, but I remember it. It's like, why don't we remember the more positive things? Don't know. Maybe there's a reason for that.
But I think your mum, reacted from a point of her perspective, whereas my mum would have always gone, okay, off to the hospital, and we just would have got it fixed.
Well,
very country folk, and
exactly. And that goes back to what I said before. My mom, she was wonderful, but she was overprotective, so she probably overreacted, and then that's why I remember it. Has it impacted me? And those things, I don't know. I have to look at those. But it's funny how we talk about how those things chart the course for relationships. Because I know somebody whose mom was had a lot of anxiety. This person, she had a lot of anxiety as well, passed on from maybe the mother, and says that she always attracts people in relationships, partners that have a lot of anxiety. So there's a potential there, unless you confront that situation, that's what you're going to bring to you. Sometimes I guess people are just gravitating because they feel comfortable because you have anxiety, you're anxious, and they do.
I heard a great little video. It was probably 1 minute video of Charlie Munger the other day, and someone was interviewing him, and he said, well, one of the great things in life is you find a partner that supports you, has their stuff together. You don't find someone to fix. And I'm going, what a great idea. I wonder why he's a billionaire. But it's such great advice. If you're constantly looking for someone to fix, that means that you're not ready to accept someone that is complete, which means you're probably not. It means you've probably got some work to do.
1,000,000,000%, and you probably don't even know you're doing it.
Yeah. Oh, look, absolutely. But I was amazed that, he's a billionaire. You'd think he'd think different. No, he thinks exactly sensibly. It was the best advice I'd ever heard for anyone. And, you might not be there at the moment. So sometimes it's not the right time for you to jump into a relationship. Sometimes, we all have seasons, and maybe this season for you is the winter where you hibernate for a bit and go into spring where you bring yourself together and basically reborn. And that can be like, it can take a moment, it can take 6 months, it can take years, but it's important that you take the time to find out who you are, and it really doesn't take that long if you had the right help. But
exactly,
but find out who you are, find out the positive things about you, find out where you really want to be, and what you will and won't accept in a relationship from yourself as well. Put that down on the list. And if you find that you're badgering your partner until they're pulling their hair out all the time, maybe you need to work on that. And
you can't do it alone. So that's where you come in to help people help us analyze, where these things took place. The one thing I've learned from you today, Andrew, the way you work, you come from a picture of positivity. But it's realistic positivity, because anytime I hear anybody talk about those traumas, it's usually centered on a negative thing. You went through this and now you have to fix that because you're going to continue going through it in your relationships and in your life. You have a different spin on it, where look at what you learned, the positive. Yeah, it messed you up. There's no doubt about that. You got to confront it. You got to deal with it. But look at those positive things that came about from that and learn from those as well. For you, if somebody wants to dig deeper into that kind of stuff, that's your wheelhouse. Your website is andrewjdale.com, right?
Yep, that's right. And if you go on there, you can have a look. I've got a few clients on there that you can find out, just listen to their videos. They're only short, and book in a free clarity session. I'd much prefer you get to know me a little bit and you unpack where you are to make sure that I'm the right person for you. So we do that for free. So just go on and you can book in there, and I'd love to speak to the audience. That would be great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And you gave the word clarity session. That's what we need. We just need some clarity. Don't even call it a consultation, even though it is. Just get some clarity on your life. andrewjdale.com. Andrew, always great having you on with us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Much appreciated. I love these conversations. We
Same
have
here.
great back and forth. It's
Absolutely. And even the parallels with our moms, that was kind of weird too. You don't know until you talk some more. But yeah, be well. We'll talk soon again. Okay.
All righty.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everybody. If you have a business, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a solo entrepreneur, trying to move your life forward, trying to increase your business, trying to hit those goals, we're going to try and answer some questions for you today. Some of those questions around the why and the who. What am I talking about? He's going to explain a little bit better than I do. And he is with reachyourultimatepotential.com. Eden, amazing life coach and business coach, is back with us. Ben, welcome. How you doing?
Well, thank you, Steve. I'm great. Thanks for having me back.
Yeah, it's good to have you back here. We learn a lot, and especially trying to move business forward. We have goals for 2023, the whys and the who. What are we talking about there?
So, and this lines up again well, because we're at the beginning of 2023. So businesses can be going super well, or it can be like, oh my goodness, is this going to work out? And should I change my mind? Right? But it's your why that creates a strong and long living business if your why is strong enough. Okay. So we all have to ask ourselves, why are we in business? Is it to make the $1 million? Is it a money oriented goal? Is it a purpose driven goal? Or is it to run away from my past? What is your why? And if your why is strong enough, like I said, it will make it through any of those obstacles because that motivation is there.
So when we talk about the why, I would imagine if you're in it for money, why are we in business? Because we're gonna make a lot of money. Probably not going to carry you through the tough times. You have to have that passion. I believe, and I've often heard it, that if you have the passion and you have the desire, you want to help people and you're honest, the money's just going to follow. It's going to be there. You're going to attract it.
Exactly. That's so true. And I want to tell a story about a personal thing that wasn't business related. Can I share that?
Absolutely.
Because this is huge as to the why and the who that we're going to get into in a second. So a few years ago, I was in a performance, because I sing, okay? So it was a performance where they had soloists, a choir, some narrators, a full orchestra. I mean, it was a big 90-minute ordeal. And I was in the show, and I absolutely loved it, right? The message was so powerful. The music was amazing. I made good connections. And it had a huge impact on my life because it was such a powerful production. So the next year, as I was just talking about, man, I love this. I'd love to do it any opportunity. I was looking for more, opportunities for it to come up. I was talking to a church leader, and he's like, hey, I love that production. And I said, yeah, I love it too. And he's like, well, why don't we do it here? I was like, well, that's a great idea. And I knew that it was a ton of work. Okay. We're talking full choir, narrators, soloists. Like I said, it's full orchestra too. And this is a non-paid kind of thing. All right, we're looking for volunteers.
Yep.
So he says, why don't we put it on? I say, and he says, well, can you handle it? I mean, do you want to take this on? And I loved it so much. And because it had had such a strong impact on me that I said, yes. Now, I was moving at the time, just different cities. So I was still in the area, but I was moving. Okay. But I still felt so strongly about it that I wanted to do it. And then we're talking, I wanted at least a 50-person choir. Okay. I was probably in a choir of 150, but I wanted at least 50. I needed the full orchestra. I needed the narrators. So I did everything that I knew I could and I knew I should do. And it was starting to work okay. I had maybe 25 people at rehearsals. And so there were moments where I was really thinking, is this going to work? You know? And putting all this work into it. It's an everyday passion of mine. I love it. I think about it. I dream about it. I can't stop thinking about it. And I had my full-time job at the time. But because my why was so strong, it had affected me so much. I know the benefit it'll have on others. That carried me through all the time. And my faith, okay, because this was a religious kind of thing or a spiritual kind of thing, I often felt this will work out. I had that sense of certainty.
Yep.
This will work out. And so even when it looked like it was definitely not working out, I had that certainty, that why, that I will continue to move forward and push forward. So then I would, have stronger prayers. I would reach out to more people. I would try again, right? I would overcome failure because I said, this is going to work. So I am going to put in the work to make it work. Does that make sense? And
more than enough, it makes sense. I got to tell you, I get it. I totally get it.
So to finish this story, we did this in 2 months, okay, from start to finish. We prepared all of this in 2 months, and we did 3 shows, and we had 3,000 people show up for these 3 shows, which is amazing for what we did. And so because my why was strong enough, it took us through, it helped me do whatever was necessary to make this happen. That is the power of a why.
Don't you feel, Ben, when it's inside you, no matter what it is, if you feel it, this is going to work. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be good. I know no matter what, it's going to happen. It'll be successful. Could be anything. Doesn't it usually turn out that way?
It does.
Yeah. And you shouldn't ignore it. And I guess that gets back to your intuition and that gut feeling. But even when you come up to those obstacles, when you have a powerful why and you have that in you where you're saying to yourself or yourself is saying to you, this is good. There's no way this can fail. I look at it as like, instead of coming up to a mountain, it's a speed bump. Yep. Just go around it. Yep. Go around it. Up. Yep. Moving forward. And to your point, music is powerful. Just digression here. At church on Sunday, and I'm walking out and I see the pastor and I looked in his eyes and I said, your band is your secret weapon. And he goes, I know. Because so when it's good and it draws people and there's just an energy there. So I totally get what you're talking about. This is a smaller combo, but they're good. And you feel the passion coming out of them and they're so talented. Yours on a much grander scale, but you had a good why. You knew the why was the way it should feel.
And I love that you bring up the band and the power, right? Because my crew was, we called ourselves young single adults. Okay, so we were between 18 and 30 years old in that area of college and going through life. And we weren't necessarily, the choir that we had wasn't necessarily professional.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, my mom, for example, who has heard this production in, the one I was in, which was a higher level, and she's heard the actual original, so on and so forth. And she said this one was more powerful because of why we were singing it, right? We felt the power, we had the passion, we shared that message, and that brought more power, right?
Yep.
Somebody can be doing the same business or following the same road, but you can tell if somebody's passionate about it or not. Say you're doing a book club, right? I don't know why that comes to my mind, but you can be reading this book and saying, that's cool, let's turn to page 40, it's fine. What did we learn today? That's awesome. Or you can be like, have you heard about this book? This is amazing. The things that you learn, it's changed my life. And if we apply these things, let's have this discussion. And then people are attracted to that energy and that passion, and they get a whole lot more out of that business And that business becomes more successful because their why is strong and their passion is there.
Passion hand in hand with the why. If you don't have the passion, you're not going to have the why. That's my belief. I think you might agree with that. If you have to feel it, you have to, and that's how you know you got a winner, no matter what you're doing. There can be salespeople that can seem passionate, but maybe don't believe so much in what they're selling, or they're just trying to get somebody to buy something. And eventually it starts falling away. Sales don't last long. Somebody doesn't re-sign, but when it's there, those are the people who are successful. So let's go back to the whys, and we'll get to the who in a moment. How do you find, is it your purpose? How do you find your why?
That's a big question, right? And Simon Sinek talks about it, has a great book on finding your why. And we can go through that in a coaching session. It's hard to explain right now, but let me give you an example. If you give yourself the time, and I mentioned this in the previous episode where I call it the power statement. If you give yourself the time to dream and say, what do I want my life to look like in this personal development area, in my financial area, in my physical area, my emotional, my relationship, right? If I dream and I say, if there were no barriers, what would I want it to look like? Can you write down all those goals? And they could be buy a private island. I don't care what it is. You're not going to judge it. You're going to say, that would be so cool. And you have this list, and then you say, okay, what am I going to accomplish this year? What's most important for me to accomplish this year? And you limit it down to 3. And let's say in the business category, right? What do you want your business to look like this year? And you limit it down to 3 specifics. I want to meet this many people. I want to make this much money. I want to do this, whatever. And then you put your reasons behind it. Why do you want to make that much money? Why do you want to impact that many people? Why do you want to put on such a large conference? And if you can have a compelling enough reason, which is your why, right? Then the what will take care of itself. Sometimes we get so hung up on the, wow, that's so cool. The private island would be awesome, but I don't even know where to start. Therefore, I will never start because we're so afraid of the unknown. But if we can have a compelling reason that says, I want to impact this many people, why? Then we'll find a way to make it happen.
It's almost like you reverse engineer it. You found the goal, you have the reason. If it's a strong enough, compelling, passionate reason why you're in business or whatever it might be, the other stuff just kind of follows along. It's almost like, the dog, you have the dog, the tail's in back of it. And it's just, how you're going to do it. All the pieces fall into place when you have something strong. How about the who? We talk about the why, now the who.
And it's a perfect segue, right? Because you have your why, you have the compelling reason, you haven't worried about the how. So you first start with the who, and you say, wow, if I'm starting my business, or if I'm in this stage of my business and I want to grow it to this point, and I want to meet this many people, make this much money, have this much impact, who has done something like that already? You find somebody who's had that pattern of success. And sure, you could just stay where you are and learn it yourself and take a long time, spend a lot of money, go through a lot of failures. Or you can speed up that time a ton and say, well, who's done it before? Wow, they do it. They have the life that I want. Why don't I reach out to them and see how they can help me? And again, that'll rocket you towards where you want to go.
I've done it. I totally agree. And people want to help other people. Even if it's a competitor, we can all work together. And even if you don't initially reach out to somebody, study them, study their website, study what they do, maybe their social media, maybe they have videos. And it's not like you're copying them. I always call it, you're emulating. It's like you're going to school. You're taking a piece of what they do and making that yours, and maybe you're blowing it up and making it even larger because it fits you in that way. Or you could look at somebody else that you admire, and it might inspire another idea that you didn't even think of. That's not even their idea. Just their power, their energy inspired you to come up with something that you didn't even think of at that time, right?
Exactly. And what I love to say is there's no one right way to do business. But if you find somebody who's been successful at it, then they have found something that works. And if you can learn what that is,
capital of the world,
you're that
this
much
is
further
the
ahead.
Podcast Business
If,
News
for whatever
Network.
reason, you choose to follow somebody that doesn't work out so
joining
well.
us. Excited
You
to
can
have
choose
her
to call
here.
it a
She's the
failure, or
life
you can choose to
coach
call it an
based out of
education.
West Babylon, New York.
It's
and
like I
she's
said,
here
you're going to
telling
school.
us and
You're going to
reminding
school
us that the best
just by
healthy life
studying
with
people.
Annalie,
And
yeah, that's a program
start
you
at the
want
top.
to be on
Some of
because
the,
it
the top
empowers
players in your arena,
individuals,
your
or of course, it
profession,
could
your
be family
occupation.
members,
See how
friends,
they
or
do
a
what they
group to
do.
kickstart your
Or
weight loss journey by
it might even be a
focusing
great
on your
idea,
daily intake
or I truly
and
believe,
so
because I've
much
done
more.
this.
Annalie,
Listen
welcome
to
to
them.
the show today. How are
Listen
you?
to, let's say they give a
Very well,
motivational
thank you.
speech,
Nice
whatever it
to
might
be
be.
here. Thank
Listen
you,
to it a
Jill,
few
for having
times.
me
Pick
on.
up a
Well,
couple
nice
of
to have
things.
you. Let me
It
start off
might
by
inspire
asking you
you
for your
to move in
contact
a different
information. Where can we
direction.
find you?
When you
can
work
find
with
me on
somebody, Ben,
Facebook,
these are
LinkedIn,
questions that you answer for
Instagram,
them, or you
by
help them
my
answer
name,
these questions.
Annalie Joseph.
Well,
I
absolutely,
also
right? Because
have
I could give them
accounts with bringing
examples of
healthy back
who's,
to
and I
you.
can, but that comes
Beautiful.
after I
We're
understand
excited
their
to have
why.
you
And I
here.
can't
It
give
could
them
be
their
family
why,
members, friends,
right?
or a
It's
group.
already
It could be
inside of
family
them, and I
members,
help
friends, or a
bring it
group to
out, and I help
kickstart your
clarify
weight
their
loss
why. I
journey
help
by
strengthen
focusing
their
on
why.
your daily
So then
intake
somebody
and
who's
so
maybe
much more.
trying to do
Annalie,
business
welcome
and
to the
they've
show.
tried to
From the
copy
business
somebody, or
capital
they've
of the world,
made
this
some
is the
attempts here or
Podcast
there.
Business News
And if we can
Network.
get to the depth of their why, then again,
Annalie
that's like
Joseph
putting
here
fuel in the
joining
tank and
us.
like, wow, I
Excited
can
to
do
have her
anything.
here.
Now I'm
She's the
ready
life
to reach
coach
out to
based
that
out of
who.
West
And then I
Babylon,
can give
New
them
York,
options. You know,
and
if I'm
she's
their
here
coach, then I'm one of their
telling
who's
us and reminding us
who's
that
done a
the
lot of the
best
things
healthy
that
life with
they're looking to
Annalie.
do.
Yeah, that's a program
Otherwise,
you
I'm
want
like,
to be
okay, well,
on
you need
because it
this
empowers
tax
you,
person, you need this lawyer, you need
individuals, or of
this
course it could be
network,
family members,
right? You
friends,
need
or
this book. There are a lot of ways, like you said, to get an education because what do they say? Leaders are readers, right? The more you learn, the more you grow. And that is a way. If you can keep your mind growing, then your business will have to keep up, right? But if we don't, and we say, well, I'm just going to do it myself, you know, I'm going to isolate because I don't want to fail, and I'm just going to try it until it works. Okay.
There's the mountain.
Exactly.
Get on that. How about setting goals? What's reasonable? Like we talk about the who, and we identify that you should look at somebody or some that you admire, and maybe you find that they're leaders in your field. Is it reasonable to think, okay, you know, tomorrow I'm going to listen to, you know, John Doe, whoever it might be, in a seminar that he's giving? You know, I'm going to watch that. I'm going to go to his website. How do you set those goals and then stay on track with them?
Let me see if I understood. So how do you set a goal that we talked about, like for the year with a strong why, and then how do we keep on track? Is that what you're saying?
Stay on track with the who, you know, in terms of what we're talking, we're centering on the who at this time, but to make sure that you stay on track in watching others and making sure you make that connection and you reach out to people. I think a lot of us will start with a great idea, you know, I'm going to do that. And then it kind of all falls apart. What are your suggestions for that to stay on track?
Yeah. So my personal example, I've tried a number of things, right? I've tried to jump into a bunch of networking groups and get to know a bunch of who's, and hopefully somebody becomes the who that I need. So that works a little bit. I've also tried having multiple coaches or mentors. That's not a bad thing, but it depends on how you do it. Because there was a time where I had 3 coaches at a time. Now, I'm very much for having, say, a physical coach and a business coach and a life coach or something like that, because they're different areas of your life that are really helping you grow. But what I made the mistake of doing is pretty much having 3 different business coaches. And so I felt kind of, okay, I need to prioritize here, but here's another idea that I need to try. And I don't think they match up. So I was in a state of confusion.
It almost sounds like you were in the roaring rapids. You're in the water, and now you know over to this coach. This coach has an idea, but that, you know, that one has one over there, and you just like in the spin cycle going around and around. You said networking can be powerful. Suggestions on that?
This is great because I'm actually
business
teaching
capital
a
of
class
the
on this.
world. This is
Networking,
the Podcast Business
you
News
know,
Network.
I know the stigma on networking is like, oh gosh, so annoying.
Welcome back to the show. I'm
full of
excited to learn
anxiety.
that
It's never going
today,
to work.
May
Whatever.
3rd, is Global
We have to change it from
Travel
what am I going to get
Day.
to what am I going to
so
give.
welcome everyone.
Because
We're
if you
here
can
with
be
our next
seen as
guest,
the person
Anita
who's there and wow is
Jackson. I'm
giving,
excited to
I
have her
understand
here as a
what you
business
do,
owner and
and
travel
you've given me so
advisor.
much, and
A
how
Blessed
can
to
I
Soar
help you?
Travel, and the
either
website
I
is
know
Blessed
what you
to
do
Soar.
so
So
well
that's
that yes, I understand why I need you, or
BLESSED, the number
because
2,
I then go
then
back to my own circle and I
SOAR.com.
meet somebody
Welcome to the show.
who
How
happens to
are
need
you?
this service, then of course I'm going to refer them, right? The power of networking.
Wow,
And if
and
I
you
go to
picked
these
the right
networking
day.
meetings,
Tell me
I'm
what
like,
May
"Man, I'm here
3rd
for
is
an hour, and I better go and
specifically.
get my leads. And
Oh, it
somebody
is
better
a
buy my
wonderful day
stuff.
for
Then
travel advisors
you're seen as the ravaging
for
wolf
our
as opposed to the
industry
giving
as
person
well
that everybody
as
wants to
for
be
our
around."
partners.
Yeah, very, very
We
true.
receive
And even
lots of
though
accolades from our
you may
partners
think they're not
because
picking up on it,
you
I'm a
contribute
big
so
proponent
much.
of energy. You're sending that energy out. Like you're a wolf. You're waiting for a meal, you're waiting for a lead. It's got to be where you're helping. Like you could be a super connector. Those are some of the great networkers. Once you establish the relationship with
Thank
somebody
you so much.
or
I'm
people,
really happy
and
to
you
be here
feel
with you.
Wow, and you
comfortable
picked the right
referring
day.
them, you can connect, and then they will. There are some networking groups that have quotas of making connections and things. I'm not a big fan of
From the
that
business
because then
capital of
it
the
just kind of
world,
waters
this
it
is
down.
the Podcast Business News Network.
But I will say it also goes back to
Welcome back to the show. I'm excited
in business
to learn
coaching,
that today,
one
May 3rd, is
fundamental:
Global
be
Travel
known for what you do.
Advisor Day.
Be the expert
Yeah,
of
so
what you do.
welcome, everyone.
I'm at a networking
We're here
event.
with
You
our
need a
next
life,
guest, and
life
David
coach?
Jackson.
Oh,
And excited
Ben's the
to
guy.
have
He's
him
right over
as a
here.
business
That's
owner,
your guy
travel
right over
advisor,
there. You're
Blessed
known
to
for
Soar
it.
Travel,
And that's, I think,
the
very
website
essential.
is
When
Blessed to Soar. So that's
somebody has a need,
BLESSED,
everybody points to that person.
the number 2,
Exactly.
then
And an example that comes up, there's a guy in my
SOAR.com. Welcome to
area.
the show.
He
How
is,
are you?
like, he's funny.
Thank you
He's
so much.
outgoing.
I'm really
People just
happy
love
to
him.
be
Everybody
here.
knows him.
Wow, and you
he
picked
gave
the
a
right day.
presentation
Tell
the
me
other
what
day, and
May
he's
3rd
like,
is
"Here's my degree.
specifically."
It was in art."
Oh, it is
And
a
now
wonderful
I'm an
day for
MC,
travel
a
advisors
speaker, a comedian.
for
I've been on
our
TV shows, so on and so
industry
forth.
as
And I've been
well
very
as
successful
for
at
our
it.
partners.
But if you looked at my
So we
resume or my
receive
degree,
lots of
you would say I'm not
accolades
qualified for
from
that.
our partners because
But his success
he
came
contributes so
from
much to
networking
the industry.
because he followed the
So
golden rule
I
that
am
people work with
fortunately at
people that they know, like, and
global
trust.
conference
And he made it
for
to that trust level.
us
And so when people needed an MC
tourists,
or a speaker or an actor, they said,
travel
well,
advisors.
here's the guy.
So
Because I know him,
ASTO
like him, and
is
trust him.
the trade
Interesting,
organization
because
for travel advisors
I wasn't
is
sure what he
hosting
did.
their event,
So I'm at that
and
networking
I'm
event. You know, we
suffering
have 20
here in
people there. We're having breakfast or whatever it is. So his expertise, his thing is he's an MC, he's a speaker, he's a comedian. So if we need somebody to fulfill that, he would be the go-to guy for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe what you're getting for is what does he really do? Like, what's the one thing he does? It's probably MC, right?
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. And there's a need for that. I mean, let's say you're the head of a nonprofit and you have a big event coming up. You need somebody to host the event. If you don't have a good MC, it just kind of falls apart. It's not, could be okay. But if you have somebody great, it just elevates it. You know, many times I've never seen somebody like that at a networking event. How interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
But you know, there, you know, to your point too, Ben, you know, you come from here, you wind up here. Sometimes you never know you know the two paths. And like you said, if you looked at his resume, you would never know that he does that other thing.
Exactly.
Wow.
And if he went and just said, okay, this is me and this is what I need, and people are like, why? But if he did it the way he did it, and he's like, oh, how can I get to know you? Who can I connect with? What are you doing? Oh, you're having an event? That's cool. I happened to speak at an event last week. Oh, you did? Well, great. Can you speak at mine? And that's how it works.
So I'm gonna with time we have left, if it's okay, we went down the networking road, and I believe more and more people are getting back to networking. You know, we took a break during COVID, and it kind of slowly trickled on back. I actually sometimes have a FOMO. I have a FOMO of networking. I have a fear of missing out. I have friends that went the other night to an event, and I was like, oh, how did I miss that? I wish I would have known. I would have gone. And sure enough, I see the pictures and I'm like, look at all the people I know. I haven't seen them in so long. Should have went. It was just like a last minute thing and couldn't make it. How do you harness the power of networking in terms of what you present? Maybe if you're a speaker, or if you're just kind of working the room, any suggestions for that to be memorable and be somebody that somebody's going to trust as well?
Yeah, two things is one, have your 30-second elevator pitch down, right?
Sure.
And this is funny, okay? Because I was in a networking group where we taught that and said, okay, you have 30 seconds to share your spiel. And we had to time them because most people went over 30 seconds. Even people who practiced it, right? I mean, we're so used to just telling more and more and more, but we really just have to get it down, right? I help high-achieving father entrepreneurs have a successful business and family life. Simple. So if they want a business coach to help high-achieving fathers, great, I'm the guy, right? They can understand that if they want to know more, then they'll ask, and then we can have the conversation. But a short 30-second spiel And then again, get to know everybody else. And if people, wow, yeah, I met Ben and we talked, I told him all about my story and he seemed like a great guy, then now I know Ben. He seems like a great. I want to get to know him now. So now let me ask about his business. And because he's so caring and listens so well, then I like him and I trust him. So now we understand each other and then we'll refer each other.
You said a key word, listen. Yeah. A lot of us don't. You're ready to give your next point during that event where you're not listening to what that person is saying. And they're giving you clues as to what they do and maybe as to what they might need at the same time.
Yeah, it's a great point.
Yeah. There's one guy, he's an insurance guy. And I'm trying to think of what he would say. And he was very genuine about it, but he would compare it to a doctor. You go to a doctor takes care of you. I'm your insurance doctor because the insurance companies are ripping you off. And I'm going to show you how. And he had some great stuff to say. Every time he had even in a 30-second speech or even in a presentation, he would always start the same way where he kind of hook you in, but in a way that was very impactful and very relatable. It's all about thinking. I mean, I know that's something that you work with people in even crafting their 30-second speech.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so much to learn. And you're available. What's your website, Ben?
reachyourultimatepotential.com.
Oh, wait a minute. We have not 30 seconds, 10 seconds left. Ben, what do you do?
I help high-achieving father entrepreneurs have a successful business and family life.
The "and" is my favorite part, where you said the family life, because who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want to achieve success, but also have the nice balance? And I know that's all the two things that you're very passionate about at the same time. Always great talking with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, really, really is very refreshing. Free consultation. Do you do that as well?
Absolutely. Happy to help people get started. So please reach out and we can do that for you.
And I'm here to help you in every way, but I'm not shoveling the snow there in Utah for you. I'm not going to do. Yeah, amen to that. All right, always great talking, Ben, and look forward next time we get a chance to get together.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. If you're someone who feels that you're just out of sorts, things just don't seem the way you think they should be, maybe you've given up your power. And we're going to talk about that today. That can happen in many different ways. You may have done it and you don't even know that you did it. And she is somebody who is very powerful. And I truly mean that when I do say that. She wrote the book, The Power of Self-Belief. And she is somebody that's designed a mental training class or course. She's an author. She's a speaker. She does spiritual education. And Karen Pascal is back with us. Hey, Karen, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I feel like I just what we're talking about. I reclaimed my power. So that's why I'm super happy that we're digging into this today.
Yeah, I am too, because I feel like I was on the sidelines for a really long time. And I know we've talked about this a lot, but I played very small in my life. And that was mostly just because, of what maybe others had said to me, and I believed it. And I didn't want it rejected, let's say, or negative feedback, or I just had fear of what would happen if I was fully exposed. And it was often about what other people said, but also what other people had done to me in the past. I had got my power taken away, but really what I'm here to say is that it's our responsibility. That's the number one thing. If someone has abused us or took advantage, especially if we were children, right? We were out of control. We didn't have control of that, but now we do have control. And even if something happened to us, we have to say, it's my choice. It's my responsibility to reclaim my power, because right now we might be still giving it away to what happened to us so long ago.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're giving it to someone. You could be giving it to a situation. And as we started with, you might not even know that you're doing it. How do you feel that? How do you identify that you've given your power up?
Well, it really comes out in it can come out in every aspect, right? It can come out in relationships. It could come out in career. It's like when we sort of stay small, or we say no to expansion in any way or opportunity, or we just even don't want to be showing up or visible. These are kind of signs where it's like, what happened to you? And so I think there's a lot of different feelings, but I hear so many times people talk about, not feeling valuable, not feeling worthy. And so we're talking about self-belief, lack of self-love, feelings of lack, like I'm not enough. Or I hear this all the time from a lot of my clients. Their story is not important. Like what they have to say is not important. So that lets me know right away, at some point, you were probably told to shut up or silenced in some way, or don't speak, right? And so whatever might have happened, it's like we kind of carry that with us. And then when we go try to express, we're like, oh, it really doesn't matter. Oh, it's not so important. So I'm not gonna, say what I really think I should say or how I really feel. So we suppress then. What happens? We suppress our own limitless power. And then we don't feel like we have. It goes back to last time we talked about the energy, right? Then our energy gets shut down. And, so those are just some kind of feelings, or if you're resonating right now and thinking, oh, I've thought that before, probably because you don't realize that the power has been taken advantage of at some point and you never took it back. And so you're still giving it away to the people, places, and things that have hurt you, or whatever it was that happened to you, situation, environment, upbringing. And so we have to really open ourselves up to think, wait, am I still giving my power away? And can I take radical responsibility to reclaim it? Because it's still in there. It's just you have chosen to block it with your own thinking.
You may feel unfulfilled too. Like, just there's more for me out there. I have a great job, great family, everything's good. I don't feel like I'm doing what I should be doing. I have more to offer, but why don't I feel like I'm doing that? And why can't I do that? Because you probably gave your power to something. You should feel great about, like you said, telling your story, talking to people, feeling good about yourself. It could, like you said, Karen, it could go right back to your childhood where somebody told you to be quiet, or you internalized something and you hadn't healed from that. When you identify what's up and why you're, lacking the power you think you should have, where do you go from there?
So this leads to the next part. It's like, okay, what do I do once I realize, oh my God, I have been living like this ever since this happened. And, you know, we do a lot of things to kind of fill ourselves up and make us feel okay, which first we can say, oh, wow, maybe I'm overeating, which, by the way, that's what I did for years. Or maybe I'm whatever it is, I'm taking this drug or that, or I'm finding this addiction or behavior because I'm trying to feel better about myself, right? And so if we identify, oh, why am I trying to feel better? What has happened to me, you know, and how can I feel good without doing those things and open up to me being a beautiful human being? Well, one of the things that's so important, I think we've talked about this before, but there's a forgiveness that needs to happen. And it's not just I want to explain this because I don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, but there's two forms, right? It's forgiving the person, and I will explain this. And it's also forgiving our own self, because for so long, we're going to come into this knowing it might hit us really hard. Like, oh my God, I've stayed stuck because of this one thing or many things that have happened to me. And I haven't been living my life fully. I don't feel fulfilled. And then it's like we feel this sort of shame and we're like mad at ourselves. So that's not going to help. So this moment is beautiful. It's an opportunity. It means you're ready and you've got, you know, the next best 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 plus, whatever, how many years, you know. So we have to do this forward thinking and think, okay, the past is, I can learn from it. I can reclaim my power. I can take responsibility and I can live more fully every day from that. But the forgiveness, when we don't forgive, what happens is that shame or that hatred or upset we have toward another being, or the resentment that we feel, or the anger, right? It's of course we feel those feelings, but when you're feeling those feelings all the time, they will destroy you and your happiness and your fulfillment and your power and everything with it. So when I say forgive another person, it doesn't mean you call them up and say, let's hang out. No, it doesn't even mean that you ever speak to them again. It means that that person, first of all, anyone who has truly, purposefully, intentionally hurt you. Now, sometimes people do that and they don't even do it intentionally, right? They might not even know.
Yep.
But when they intentionally, if it's intentional, that person is miserable and suffering. So I always have compassion, because I'm thinking, my God, for you to have to do that to a child or to me or to someone you saw, you know, you could take advantage and have power over, right? For you to do that, you must really be a miserable human being. Okay. So God bless. That's what I think. Like I bless and praise you, you know, so, but that person, I don't know their story and why they did it, but we can't take it personally. We were a victim, you know, and they found us because we had a weakness of some sort, whether it was an age thing or whatever. And, you know, they said, that's my target. So that person though, they've done it before or they're doing it again. That person that's what they do, is what I'm saying. It's not just only you. It's like, hey, this is what this person does. So they're being themselves. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying you're forgiving them for being who they are. Like, okay, a zebra's a zebra, a lion's a lion, a bear is a bear, a snake is a snake. So if someone's acting like a snake, that's just who they are. They're going to be a snake to everybody. So it's forgiving someone's nature. So that's how you release and reclaim your power. You just let go of the person who's acting like themselves. That's them. And I can reclaim my power and move on, right? And then you forgive yourself, because sometimes we're like, how did I let myself? Because even as adults, right, we can be taken advantage of. We can give our power away easily. We say to ourselves, how did I let that person do that to me, right? And so then we go on that whole rant of beating ourselves up and self-sabotaging. So that's not going to do any good either. So we have to, okay, this happened. I gave my power away, or I let someone take it. And now I realize that I did. And now, instead of, though, this is what happens, right? We're like, well, I'm going to stay small. I'm going to hide out. I'm not going to talk to anyone now. I'm not going to ever trust anyone. No, that doesn't reclaim your power either. What we have to do, we forgive another for being themselves. We forgive ourselves of the shame and blame. Look, we didn't know, now we do. And so we learn from it. We learn from it and we stay open. because when we stay open, we can move through it. And also we learn that we don't really have to trust others. It's about trusting ourselves. And the more you love, believe, and trust yourself, nobody can mess with you. They can try, but they won't. They can't, because you've got your power and you're like, nope, I'm going to just be me, right? And they can't touch you, meaning they can't bother you.
Powerful stuff. So many things here to say. Thank you. And it was comforting for you to say, if somebody's done you wrong, you need to realize that they're hurting. They've got the issue. Not to say if you're in a relationship, it does take two. You may be reacting to that person, and maybe you have to forgive yourself for some things, but you may have been doing it. You may have been reacting to what that person was doing because of what you said, Karen, stuff that they're carrying inside, stuff that they haven't healed from. And they may be miserable and not even know it. And they're just doing what they do, and that's them. But you can't condone what they did, but you have to let it go, and you have to release it, and you have to move past it, because you're allowing them to hurt you. You're allowing their power to take your power, overpower you, and they don't care. It's already done for them. They've already moved on.
Yeah.
Right?
They're going and doing it to someone else at this point, and you're still allowing them to have power over you. So you're actually giving them, by not being able to let go and forgive, more power.
Exactly. And why would you want to do that? And then what you said before, and so many people say the same exact thing when they've been done wrong. I can't trust anybody anymore. I just can't. Well, first of all, you're manifesting that. So you're putting it into the universe. I can't trust anybody. No, I trust that I can trust people. But how do you do that? Just what you said, in that you trust in yourself. Next time, your radar is, your gut, your intuition is now amped up. You've turned it up. You've turned up the power of that. And now you can spot it a little easier and trust that, it's not going to happen again. I learned that time. That's definitely not happening again.
Well, so oftentimes we're looking, and I find this so much in my own self in the past, and now working with beautiful human beings who want to work on themselves. They tell me they're looking for validation from other people. So that's a huge red flag. When you're looking for validation from others and you're not self-validating, you can so easily give your power away, because it's like you're just banking on waiting for someone to pat you on the back or to tell you you're doing a good job, or I don't know. And it's like, then you're just giving your power away to anyone and everyone. And what happens is you turn into a people pleaser. You turn into codependency. It turns into perfectionism, and you're running around trying to be perfect, trying to, please everyone, make everyone happy to get the validation. And you're literally running around just giving your power away. And that's why there's so much stress in that way of living. You're going to get exhausted. You're going to get sick. I watch people do this, and then they're ending up in bed. And I was like this too. I just was debilitated. And so when you start, and this is why I wrote the book, it's because I watched my husband, have this power of self-belief. And he, my gosh, grew up with nothing. And I mean, he could have easily given his power away. He got manipulated. I watched people take things from him, especially when he started to make some money in a business, and people screw him over, and all this stuff happened. And I just watched, and he just wasn't going to let anyone, he never gave up. He's like, nope, I'm just going to keep going, and I'm going to stay true to what I believe in and my mission. And he just did. And it was amazing to watch. So when you're around someone who really believes in themselves, I think that's, at least for me, I took my power back from all the people, places, and things that I had given it away to, or that I had been taken advantage of. And I spent a lot of years in therapy kind of honestly complaining about it, rather than using tools and figuring out, how do I take responsibility to claim and reclaim this power that I have. And it just took being with someone and watching them And then watching them deal with a tragedy, a crisis, a terminal diagnosis is so young, and how they handled it and what they chose to do after. And it's like, hey, he did that. I'm gonna take every day, and I'm just gonna live, powerfully. But I want to say that the thing is, when you start to do this, the most amazing part is what happens is you inspire another person to take their power back. That's the best part of it. You can't help somebody, your children. A lot of us who might be listening are parents, right? And if you're giving your power away, you're not showing and leading by example to your children how to live in your power, how to take responsibility for taking it back, how to live fully, right? How to live in thriver mode and not survivor mode. And I think this is important to talk about, because we have a chance to lead, whether it's in our family, around our friends, in our community, in the world at large, in our careers, whatever it may be. When we're living this powerfully, and it's positive power that I'm talking about, right? Not the negative power that you try to overpower someone. This is a different kind of power. This is here where you're sharing, where you're becoming that inspirational lighthouse, where you're empowering, where you're inspiring, where you're encouraging. And then whoever wants to be around that, they're inspired, they're encouraged. They're like, I want my power back, right? So it's not even only about you and your expression and the way that you're living, but you're going to be able to inspire someone else who's living with no power, and you can turn them on. So I think that's a way of thinking about it that might help people get out of their own way and say, oh my God, I could actually help someone else by doing this.
You used the word running before, and in describing how you're just running from one thing to the other, people pleaser. I'm doing this for you. I'm doing that for you. Do you think a lot of people are just running from themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to face what's really going on. So this is the best. I love that you brought this up, because I do a lot of talking about resistance, right? And leaning into it. So when you feel resistance, it's like all we want to do, if there's any discomfort, is relieve ourselves, right? So we're just running around trying to get relief. And we're very smart, right? We know and plus the world, it's kind of playing against us. It's saying, oh, do this, buy that. It's, tempting us, because they know that's the money and power, right? Oh, all of our senses, smell, nose, our eyes, ears, mouth, skin. How do we make this person feel better? Because we know everyone wants to feel better. And so that's what we're doing. We're trying to get satiated. We're trying to feel complete. And we don't realize we have to do the self-work. We have, like, the goal of every religion. I always hate to say the word religion. I'm so scared to say it, but it really
same here.
Every religion. And when I'm talking about religion, I'm not really talking about organized religion. I'm talking about the essence of what religion was even created for. It's the same reason what yoga was created for. It was under the assumption that there's a sense of separation within us. So how do you create this union? How do you come back to this power, this love that's within you, right? So if you use religion and yoga in the right way, it's reuniting with your true, beautiful self. So I say anything that you're doing that's reuniting you to you and your best, highest self, religion, yoga, it's all the same, whatever. It's that practice. So of merging and rejoining. So really, instead of external pursuits, those will only bring temporary satisfaction. Everyone knows this. Whether it's money, fame, name, power, whatever, you feel good in the moment, and then it's over. You have a glass of wine, you have a good meal, and it's done. So if you want the kind of happiness that is enduring, which is the whole reason why I started doing what I'm doing, like how do I teach people, how to get the happiness that's actually, that lasts, and that comes from the inner work. It comes from the self-work. It comes from self-evolution, self-development, whatever you want to call it, growth and transformation. And I love the people who say, I don't want to transform. I hear so many people telling me this. I'm good. Really? Are you? Why did you come to me in the first place? So, people are afraid because some way, shape, or form along the line, the power was, they gave it away. And so it is kind of scary and frightening. What does it look like to live in this transformative expression, right? To go through this metamorphosis. It's not easy, it's sticky, it's unknown because you're becoming a better version. But here's what I want to say to everybody today is that if you're struggling, that's amazing, because struggling means you're growing and becoming a better human. It's like you're in the cocoon and you're coming out with the wings. You're not going to stay in the cocoon, because that's where you get stuck and you devolve. You want to get out of the cocoon. I know it feels safe, but in the cocoon, you can suffer if you don't leave the cocoon. So suffering is different than struggling. And people get so used to suffering that they don't ever choose to struggle and grow. I'll just stay in my suffering. So that's what I want to say is, like, struggling is healthy. It means you're growing. So I tend to use the word growth a lot instead of challenge or change. I say change because challenge sounds bad. I don't want to be challenged. I think of challenge as an opportunity. So whenever anything's challenging, I just say opportunity. Ooh, growth is coming. I'm about to transform.
A lot of people look at the word challenge like, oh, this work. I got a challenge ahead of me. I use the word challenge instead of the word problem. Now we have some challenges here. I don't like the word problem. I just think it's just a kind of a negative word.
Yeah.
You know what? It comes down to whatever works for you. Because as you're talking about taking back your power, I love music. So maybe I mentioned this a long time ago, but one song does it for me. I was at the gym today and I was just like, I'm going to play it again. And I Won't Back Down by Tom Petty.
Yeah.
And I put it on repeat. And I was just like, I'm still at the gym working out. And it's like, it's 2 minutes and 58 seconds, back on again. And it's like mental training, because I'm not going to back down. I'm not.
Absolutely.
And I don't mean that in a nasty way. Like I'm taking numbers here. No, it's like, I believe in something. I'm not going to back down. You're not, basically what you're saying. You're not going to take my power.
Right. No, nothing is going to stop me from doing what I believe is right.
Right.
And so for me in my life, because I only got one, there's no other lives hanging in the closet. I can go pick one out to. It's like, this is the only one I know of right now. I don't know what happens after this. So Same. I got one chance. And yeah, it's just so interesting because this morning, and relating to what you said, I do all of my daily disciplines for my mind and my body in the morning, because I know as the day goes on, it's less likely for me to do. But I also do it. I just shared with my whole mental training crew today. I do it to prove it to myself that I can. So this morning, I now committed to running a couple miles every other day during the week. And I don't really love running. It's not my favorite thing to do.
It's a challenge.
It's a challenge for me. And when I face that and I do it and I conquer it, I prove it to myself that any other thing that comes my way, I can do it. I have the power to do even the things I don't really want to do, but I know they're going to make me grow. And I know it's going to prove, hey, I can do this. So, but I feel good after. And then I've been doing this. I put on a song that I just dance my butt off to every day after I go on my run. It's like a 3 to 5 minute song. And I don't know if anyone sees me walking by in the window, they must think I'm crazy because I look like I'm just having a party. I literally have a dance party by myself because I can celebrate. This is really, if you want your power back, you have to be in celebration mode for no reason at all other than you woke up today and you're worth it. So when you act that way, and it's sober, I'm sober. This is in the morning at 6:30 or 7 a.m. I don't have to go do something or put something in me to make me feel that way. I can just decide life is amazing. I'm awake. I've got another shot and I'm dancing, and it brings all the energy up. Like you said, with the Tom Petty song, same thing. It's yes. So whatever it is that turns you on in a healthy way and it makes you feel empowered to be alive and to show up today fully 100% and never give up, do those things every day because they will amplify. If you are consistent, if you do it once in a while, it won't work. It's like consistency. It has to become a habit.
Exactly. it's got to become a ritual. And what are habits? Habits are, you have to have something positive on the other side of a habit. Why do we have that? Why do people smoke? There's a reason, because they get something out of it. Why do people, alcohol? What do you get? There's something out of it. You need to find what you're getting out of it. So whether it's a song, whatever it is, and we're out of time, but I'm just going to share the forgiveness thing is probably one of the most important things that you can do to take back your power. I did it. I actually did hypnotherapy for forgiveness.
Yes, that's a really amazing tool, and I've heard a lot of people use that tool to help them
from the
let
business
go
capital
of
of the
things that have
world,
happened in
this
the
is the
past.
Podcast
Because
Business
whatever
News
tool,
Network.
hypnotherapy, if you want to work with me,
Welcome back to the
mentorship,
show.
anything,
Jordan Bowler
the
joining us here
things
today.
that the
Excited to
books
have
that
you
you
from
read,
Ramon, California,
yoga, whatever
better
the
known
practice
as
is,
Mind
like you said,
Mechanic. Yes,
it's
mind-mechanic.com
worth
is the
working
website.
on, because if you are able to move through that, whatever you gave your power, or whoever took advantage, you will free yourself to truly reach your full potential in this lifetime.
And I'll say here in closing that usually it's not one thing that's going to work. You can say, hypnotherapy is great, but there's after effects that you need to, I don't mean negative. I mean, it'll take care of some of it, but you need to have the mental training, the mindset to move it forward as well. It all works together. Great talk today, babe. You are on fire.
Thank you. It
And
was
all
so much
good.
fun.
Yeah, but you know what? Everything is so important that you said, and so relevant to what all of us are dealing with. Your website is Karen Pascal, so that's CarenPaskel.com with a C.
Yes.
Karen Pascal, and you're there to walk that journey, help people overcome things. You've overcome a lot, and I love your energy. You're again amazing energy. It's fantastic.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy we got to talk. We worked this out. It was great to see you.
Yeah, you too. And looking forward to talk again. Take back your power, everybody. All right,
Absolutely.
We'll catch up next time.
Take care.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're looking for answers, she has them, and it's in the stars. It's also in the cards. And she's an amazing energy person. She's also somebody that can really interpret tarot cards, teach it as well, and so much more. And she's Divine Angel Oracle, and she's back on the program with us. Do I call you Angel? Do I?
You can call me whatever you want. I also go by Carrie, Divine Angel Oracle. My business is called Starry Sky Connections.
Yes. I was wondering about Carrie because some people are sensitive about that, not using
you can call me Carrie. It's probably easier.
Gotcha. Their given name. So good to have you back. It's been a while. How's everything going?
Good. It's going really good now. We're actually on vacation. That's why I don't have my angel wings back here.
Okay.
My chair with the angel wings.
I remember that from last time we got a chance to get together. Got a lot to talk about today. And I just realized that you also teach tarot. Before we even go there, do you say tarot or tarot?
Gosh, I go back and forth too, because I don't even know the right way to say it, to be honest, because people say tarot, same thing. It's like, I don't even know the right way to pronounce it either. Maybe I should look it up.
I hear tarot. I don't know, but we know
tarot.
Hello, tarot.
Right.
We know what we're talking about, and it's cards that you pull that, if you're able to interpret them like you are, it gives answers to questions, situations. You teach it as well.
Right. And I'll be honest with you, I've only been doing tarot for like 5 years, but I figured the best way to teach and to learn is to teach it.
Gotcha. But you know what? 5 years is pretty good too.
Right. Yeah. And it's funny. I decided to start doing tarot because I was watching pick a cards on YouTube, and I thought, I bet I can do this. And sure enough, I picked it up really quickly.
What is the key to interpreting the cards?
I believe, this is my belief, of course, it's the symbolism on the card itself and your connection with spirit, God, universe.
Do you feel that you're intuitive?
Yes. And we talked about this last time, that everybody is intuitive. You just have to connect with it. Yeah.
Well, the reason I bring that up is the intuitiveness, if you're tuned into it, I'm sure helps you interpret the cards or literally read somebody when you're doing it.
Right. And I'm intuitive even when I meet a person.
You feel something?
Their energy.
Yeah. What does that feel like? I've always wondered.
For me, it's I can read their body language first off.
To have him from San Ramon, California,
and then I can almost feel like it's almost like an energy, like a warmth, coolness
is the website,
kind of thing.
thegoodirS.org. We are
That's kind of how I describe it. It's almost like a coolness or it's a negative positive charge. I'm doing great.
Thank
thing.
you so much for having me.
So
really
when you see somebody, let's say a stranger, and you pick up on their energy, is it that gut feeling that you're getting? Do we call it that at the same time, where you've got that lighter feeling? Oh, it's good energy. You go, or heavier feeling. This person not the greatest energy right now.
Right, I can pick up on it in a heartbeat. Even when I'm driving, I can tell, like that car beside me, is that good energy or bad energy?
Mental health healing and the release of suffering.
I've always thought that myself, and
applies
not that again. We feel like everybody's intuitive, but you have to be in tune to it.
To someone's issue.
I've done that. Like I've tried to pick up on somebody's energy, or even somebody cuts you off right away. You're like,
kind of like,
but then it's like,
okay. Oh gosh, and road rage is such a thing.
Right? Yeah, and I wanted to change
but
something
I try to understand that maybe they did it for a reason.
I wouldn't change it on the app level.
They got a text
emergency,
right?
Or just a language.
They're working a lot, didn't focus on what they were doing.
Language-based
out of town.
System.
And then there's that. So you got to maybe cut them a little bit of slack. But for you, are there situations, times in your life where you ignored your gut feeling, not just in reading somebody's energy, but just in general? Just said, I'm going to go against it. Do you remember those times?
And again, you have a private practice.
I don't remember them specifically, except with a friend per se, and we stayed best friends, things like that. And then it was like, why did I go that route?
So you mentioned mimetic therapies,
limited to rapid. So I try to listen to my gut now more than I have ever in the past. But sometimes you want to give people the benefit of the doubt.
Sure. Yeah. Or you overthink it.
Right.
I often hear this, and I try to, I guess it's trial and error. When you think of those times where you went the other way, it's like, why did I do that? What did it feel like at that time? I can tell you, I can go back decades, and I can tell you where I ignored my gut, and it was screaming at me. And I think I'm more intuitive now than I was even back then, but I can tell you those moments. Yeah. Well, yeah. Then you learn to interpret what you got there, but that feeling. But many people tell me that if you're trying to make a decision or you're asking your gut for the answer, the first one you get, that's the one. Go with it.
Definitely. Like taking a test. Okay. Go with your first answer always. Don't go back in a race and go back. Just go with your first answer.
And usually it's the answer that just seems so obvious and one that it just can't even be the logical choice. How could it be? How could that be that easy? Come on. But we make life so much difficult.
I know.
And then it's the wrong answer.
And a lot of times they say, think with your mind, but I think it's think with your heart.
I agree with you. Yeah. It has to come from within, but it's also learning to see the signs, feel the signs. But this gets in the way.
I know. we overthink, like you said, overthink so many things.
Yeah. So when you're working with somebody pulling cards, I know you do it virtually, right?
A lot. Yeah. Mostly virtually. I do a couple, one-on-ones, but I'm in Big Bear and it's a very remote town.
Where's that located? Is that Montana?
No, it's actually California, and it's about like 2 hours from LA, but it's up a mountain.
Gotcha.
And we're in a ski resort.
Ah, okay. It's like
we just had snow the other day.
Oh my gosh. It's almost if snow and California don't go together sometimes.
That's what most people think.
Wow.
And we're South California. We're Southern California too.
Wow. It's like you're the big sage on the hill with the answers, maybe it's through the cards. I don't know.
Right.
You have your own deck, right? You designed your own deck?
I do. I have it right here. This one's actually an oracle. And notice it looks like me, the wings with the crown.
Sure. Yeah. I know we skimmed over that last time, a long time ago when we got together. And you have a friend with you too, if I'm
Yes, her
correctly?
name is Kate Ledez. And hers is a tarot deck. Kate Ledez Tarot. And it was all a dream was the title of it. And hers is very whimsical, and like mine's whimsical too, but mine's an oracle, hers is a tarot.
Hers is a what?
Tarot deck.
Hers is a okay, so your oracle, she's okay. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Your preference obviously is oracle. But
yeah, I love tarot too. It's just different.
I hear that tarot cards are sometimes, and maybe not yours or hers, but deeper than oracle.
Yeah, they're deeper. Depending on, it's like tarot has come from something like Rider-Waite is the one they're based off, and hers is not a Rider-Waite type deck. Hers is more her own design, and you'd have to take the course to understand what I mean by Rider-Waite. It'd be a long time for me to describe to you what I mean by Rider-Waite. It's just a design. And, there's 4 types of, what would you call it? Like wands, cups, pentacles, and swords. And so there's like the way that I'm like withdrawing a blank here. The way to describe tarot, there's like minor arcana, major arcana. There's a certain design to tarot. And oracle, there's not that.
Okay, so what you're saying, there's a certain structure, but oracle there isn't. Wow.
Yeah, tarot actually has a set of standards that you follow, whereas oracle doesn't.
Have you found over the years that you interpret better? You get it? I guess get it easier?
Yeah, fine, because it took me a long time. Yeah, I still have to look in the book. Like sometimes I'll be like, Page of Wands, what does that mean again? And let me look through the book, and then I'll be like, oh, Page of Wands. Oh, that means creativity, or taking action on this, or like that kind of thing. And even to this day, I'm still like, Page of Wands. Let's look it up.
It's a lot to remember. It's like I could never be a doctor because I can't remember all the names of medications.
That's like me. I'm a nurse practitioner by trade, a family nurse practitioner. Wow. And learning all that was like, oh my gosh, from child to death, the whole range of people's lives. But I got good at it because I practiced.
Where do you, isn't it weird that I mentioned medical? I had no idea that you,
yeah.
Weird.
And that's why I think I don't want to brag or anything. That's why I think I'm a good tarot reader and a spiritual coach, because I have both sides of the realm. Or the coin. I have Western and Eastern medicine.
Are you an empath?
Yes.
I got that.
Very much.
Yeah. Which I think people in the medical field, many of them are.
I
And
could walk in a room and diagnose a person almost before I even saw their chart.
yeah, you just pick up on it. And on the flip side of that, I have a friend who is a nurse, and she needs to she works 2 days on, needs to take a third day off, just because she absorbs so much from patients that I just can't deal. Like it physically messes
Wears
with
her out.
Yeah, and I just text her over the weekend, "Hey, what are you up to?" "I'm sick." It just like wears her down.
It does. Like when I go to an event per se, like over the weekend, because I also do this. I sell clothes. I'm a fashion designer for Cabby.
Wow.
And I went to a convention. I was exhausted when I got home because there was like thousands of people there. So, I grab all that attention or energy or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I got to meditate, relax, take it easy for a couple of days because I just absorbed all that energy,
You need to cleanse, purge, whatever.
Exactly. But I was going to tell you what Page of Wands means.
What does it mean?
Ambition, curiosity, newly forming ideas and discovery, the inclination to aim high, the willingness to do anything and sometimes anyone at least once, unbridled enthusiasm. And I also believe creativity because that came to me.
When you pull cards, what do you think it is that puts the card in your hands for somebody? Is it
I think it's
spirit?
a tool. It's a tool that's coming between you and connection with spirit and God.
Okay.
And it's just a tool to guide you to the message that you need to hear that day for whatever question you asked, or if it's just a general message.
So I am dealing with something.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't know if you could pull a card and see what you get. And in my mind, I have the answer. I don't know if it's the right answer, but I need to make a decision literally pretty much today. And,
These don't tell you yes or no. They can, but I usually don't do yes or no, but it might guide you in the right direction.
Oh, absolutely. And if you say it and it connects, I'll connect it.
Okay.
a connection to this
Let's see.
Situation.
I'll pull 3 cards and see if that helps, but you probably need a bigger reading than 3 cards. I want to see if you need to flip out.
Listen, I could pull 3 cards on you, but you're a basket case. You got issues. I'm going to pull 500
I'm in a deeper reading.
Yeah, exactly.
But look how nice her cards are. They're like blue on the side. They're gilded with blue.
Oh, they're super cool.
And that's the back of them.
And this is your friend's
my
cards?
friend Kate Ledez, and she's on Instagram. Kate and then Ladez, Kate Ledez. And she's selling them on her Instagram page.
Wow. Are they made out of traditional card material? Because it almost looks
cardstock, like $4.50, and it's very thick, like very
That's
good
what
material.
I'm saying. And especially that blue color, like totally pops out.
And they're very designer, meaning they're not your typical Rider Waite deck. I mean, she put some time into them, and they're very, very good.
Bougie.
I used them this morning and did a reading on my husband, and they were spot on.
Wow. Okay.
I just pulled one on you.
What do you got for me?
I'm doing it right now. Ooh. Wow. Wait, I didn't want to come out. Okay. We got, let's see, 9 of Pentacles. So something about money. Possibly. 9 of Pentacles. That's like, let me show you the card. So it's got money here and also some boxes. Something about your pocketbook, possibly. Possibly abundance here. But it has to do with justice. I don't know if it's something to do with someone doing you wrong or something about that. Also, we've got the 7 of Swords. So it could be, this is just coming out. It might not be with your decision right now, but someone doing you wrong. Stealing from you, taking something from you, spying on you, that kind of thing.
Interesting. So I will tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't I don't believe that was the answer. to what I was
The
asking.
question. Mhm.
However, dealt with a situation today. That was that.
Yeah.
Not even kidding.
Yeah, I
I'm
believe you
not
because
kidding.
that God comes to me about something that you need to hear, but it might not be necessarily what you wanted to hear, but it's something in your life that you needed to hear.
I'm trying to interpret that. What you're saying is true, not surprising me. It dealt with it.
Mhm.
Part of it, in a way, dealt with it literally today at 10 a.m.
Mhm.
But I'm wondering where I go from there, or if this is just
Just telling you that what I'm doing is correct.
an acknowledgement.
Yeah. Well, you got the Page of Pentacles. So there's a feather in ink. So it's something to do with writing a check. Or I also see infinity. Like it's something that's going to bother you for a while. I
Terrific.
don't know why you laughed. Sorry.
Yeah, well, interesting. Every card there has, and it ties into this one thing. Wasn't what I was not wasn't what I was asking, but it ties into a situation, and the pinnacle card pulled that seals the deal is justice.
Yeah, justice. Justice will be served because karma too is standing out to me. Because look, karma.
Was that the same card?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And these are Kate's cards.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
She designed them herself.
Carrie, I'm going to tell you, I'm not just saying this because you're pulling the cards, but that was today in many, many, many regards. Not even kidding.
Yeah.
You know, if it was a week from now and you pull those cards, it'd be like, oh, yeah, loosely. No, today, hours ago in that realm. Wasn't what I was asking, but again, sometimes
that's the thing. That's why I tell my clients that sometimes you might ask a question, but God will steer us in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
And something, for some reason, he might say to me, this is what you needed to hear. It might not be exactly what you wanted to hear, but it's what you needed to hear.
Yeah. And I needed to hear that. I don't have the direction of it, although the karma, if karma is served as it should be, okay, cool.
It will be. That's what God's saying. Justice will be served.
And I believe that actually. And
then I also got don't go with whatever decision you're wanting to do. It says don't. In the mouth it says don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to think about that, how that applies. I mean, if that applies to
it's the 7 of Wands, and I'll read it to you.
7 of Wands.
See what it says, and it's in your mouth.
Let
me read it to you. 7 of Wands. See what it says. Confrontation, competition, and challenge. The stand your ground card, the need to maintain boundaries, look, but don't touch. Asserting yourself in situations where you may otherwise have been taken advantage of. Not being beat for the bullshit. And then F around and find out. So whatever the situation is, you need to really find out the truth of the matter before you make a decision.
I got to apply that to the answer I was looking for, or the answer to the situation, or the other situation.
I think it has to do with your question that you were asking. Because when I pulled the card, that's why I was asking. I was saying, he needs to find out what he asked.
Yeah. And it says don't. Which, quite honestly, if I'm interpreting that correctly, this situation, my gut says don't. It says don't.
That's what the card said too.
Well, there you go. And I'm not making this up. I say you can only spot a phony. There's nothing. This is the real deal. It's my gut is saying don't do this particular thing. And I'm trying, I don't want to disappoint others if I say don't, but something is telling me, no.
Yeah, go with your gut. Always go with your gut.
And I don't want, I don't want to because it will disappoint, but something is just, not right
And
now.
also, Kate is a reader herself, and she's very, very talented.
Mm-hmm.
And then she made this deck. And the fact that, I'm a reader too, and I'm using her deck, and the fact that it said don't, and you're saying your gut saying don't, that's awesome.
Really. And her deck is called It Was All a Dream.
Yeah, it's all a dream, and this is what it looks like. KLD Tarot.
Yeah. It's what does it say underneath? It Was All a Dream. That's the reason I'm asking you
First
that.
edition, fall winter 2022.
Gotcha. There's a
And
song.
mine's numbered. I'm number 5 of 500. So she's got 500 decks in her first edition.
Oh, that's super cool that she does that.
My number is 5.
Huh.
That's my number.
Wow. There's a song. It's a rap song, Notorious B.I.G.
I like rap.
And it's called Juicy, and that's part of it. It was all a dream, and that's what I hear every time I see I see that. That's what goes in my head. I think
she's juicy for sure. She's amazing. She's definitely a different character, personality, and I just love her. This is her book. Do you know the guidebook?
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then she writes on the book back 5 of 500
really cool.
in her initials or her signature.
So I'm going to pivot for just a sec because we have like a minute or two. But, I know that you teach tarot, but you have something called automatic writing sessions. And
yes,
I think I know what this is. Not 100% sure. Explain.
Okay. Automatic writing is where I have the person close their eyes, take a pen or pencil, and they have a piece of paper or a journal. And whatever, they close their eyes, whatever comes to mind, it doesn't matter what it is, they write it down. They just jot it down really quick. And they do that for about 5 or 10 minutes after they've had to meditate for a few minutes. And then they just write down. And then whatever comes out, it could be anything funny, cuss words, whatever they think just comes out. And then afterwards, I interpret it for them.
Wow.
Because it's almost like a novel. And then we try to put the pieces together. And then it could be a lifetime, something they needed to hear, or it's really, really fun and interesting.
What a super cool idea. Could when that person is writing things down with their eyes closed, does it all have to be words? Can they write?
No, it can be it can be just jargon.
Picture, just like they're just going
doodles,
at it.
Whatever.
Yeah. I'll tell you, some of the most successful psychics, and they are worldwide, that I've worked with, helped along the way, all of that. The number one thing they do is they have a pen. And they're just, as they're doing readings, they're writing things down, just that, not anything. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me, but it makes sense to them. And that's how they get, I guess, spirit goes from here into their hand. And
that's how I do mediumship, is I get symbols, signs.
Yeah. And maybe you have to write it down. Maybe it has to, manifest itself on a piece of paper,
right.
For you to interpret what the heck was coming, from spirit.
Right.
Oh, your website, what is that?
StarrySkyConnections.com. And it's 2 R's, Starry Sky Connections with an S.
And you're available for oracle card readings, tarot card readings, teaching as well. And what about if somebody wants mediumship readings? Is that something you also do?
It kind of comes along with the reading. I'm not true medium, like doing a medium reading yet, because it's still new to me, but it will come through in the reading.
Gotcha.
If it needs to.
I look at it as a deeper form of being intuitive. Maybe it's all there, and it's like you said, and I firmly believe it. We all got it. Some of us can tune into it. But you got to tune out the other stuff.
Yeah. And I also do like things like charm casting and pendulum work.
I just got exposed to pendulum work recently, and this is all cool. Carrie, Divine Angel Oracle, great having you with us again. So much to do, so much to learn. Yeah. Look forward next time we get together. Enjoy the rest of your vacation, by the way.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Palm Springs, California.
That's awesome. And thank you for the reading today. Now I got my answer. Now I got my answer. All right. Be well, have fun, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is a challenging time. It really is, with everything going on. A lot of people are dealing with anxiety, depression as we get out of COVID, and just life sometimes isn't the easiest. And for that, sometimes you need some help moving life along, whether it's professionally or personally. And she's somebody that can help you with it. And we're going to look a little deeper as to how a life coach can help you. And not only is she a Christian life coach, but she's a certified mental health coach. So a lot of it having some challenges with our mental health as well. So we're going to look at that and kind of break it all down for you. And she's with Insight Life Coaching, and she is Cheryl Hines, and she's back on the program. Welcome. How you doing, Cheryl?
Hi, Steve. I'm great. Thanks for having me.
It's so good to have you back here.
I always enjoy Tuesdays at 1:00. It's great. I enjoy it. So
yeah, learned a lot so far and more. And it's like, I'll talk to friends and I'll say, yeah, what I was talking about? Cheryl told me this. And I go back to it. Just some of the things we've learned. I know you deal with addiction as one of the things that you help people with, and we learned a lot recently. So today we're thinking about getting right to the coaching aspect of it. Again, you are a mental health coach and also a life coach. How would somebody make the determination to go to see you when it comes to a mental health coach? What are some of the things that you help people with, or people with certain challenges?
Oftentimes, as a mental health coach, I would be working with people that have anxiety or worry or even shame, could fall under the mental health arena. My experience, so as a certified, to be certified, I had to take classes. All my classes I took through Light University, which is associated through the American Association of Christian Counseling. So I have, I can't remember how many hours I have under the umbrella of a mental health coach. Okay. So my classes in regards to that were identifying and understanding what the mental health arena looks like, for lack of a better word, what the mental health, what we struggle with, how we struggle with it, why we struggle with it. Let's talk about, for example, this catastrophic earthquake that has taken over 20,000 lives overseas. That's not really affecting you and I, Steve, but yet it's affecting 20,000 families, or the potential of 20,000 people. That is a mental health crisis. Okay. So understanding that these people, or just here, let's bring it closer to home. Michigan, in Lansing, Michigan, last night, there was a shooting and there was a couple deaths. That has impacted Michigan University. That has impacted those students, and it has impacted the faculty and the surrounding people and the families that are involved in this. Okay, that could potentially become a mental health crisis. Okay, so I, as a mental health coach, would come along somebody and would help them unpack those feelings of fear, those feelings of why did this happen? Am I going to be safe? The anxiety that comes with those feelings, the depression that comes with those feelings, the worry that comes with those feelings. So I, as a mental health coach, come alongside them and I help them navigate through some of these places of their lives. Now, I don't diagnose. I can't diagnose. I wouldn't want to diagnose. But I'm taught how to recognize signs of PTSD. So one of the courses I took yesterday was because I'm continuing my education and I'm taking a biblical counseling class currently. And one of those courses was about trauma and how do you respond, and understanding that when somebody goes through trauma, like the shooting at the college yesterday, the university, understanding how do I come alongside them and recognizing that people have PTS, okay, post-traumatic stress. Within 30 days, normally that PTS subsides, or for some people it continues to go into PTSD. But I don't diagnose the post-traumatic stress disorder. I could help them understand that post-traumatic stress and help them understand why they're having it, and then follow along with them in helping them reevaluate, helping them understand, helping them navigate through the trauma that they have experienced. So many people with addictions have not necessarily PTSD, but they have the anxieties. They have the worry. You know, there's such a thing as called fight or flight.
Mm-hmm.
And so we either are going to stand up and fight, or we're going to flight. We're going to run. Helping understand, as a mental health coach, helping people understand, why are you running? What are you running from? Why are you running away? Instead of staying in that spot and helping them understand that they're safe, helping them understand that it's okay, that they don't have to run anymore, that the people that are around them are safe. So that's where I come along. Now, before I can do that, Steve, I have this quote. I don't know where I got this quote, but it's called, it's building a bridge of trust that can bear the weight of truth. So I come alongside somebody as a coach, and I'm building a bridge of trust. So visualize with me a bridge. We all drive over bridges many times, and we don't think about whether this bridge is going to hold us or not, whether we're walking across a bridge or whether we're driving across a bridge.
Some people do. Some people do, though. You could be walking in the city and go over one of those ventilation grates. And some people, I'm not walking on that, you know, that could cave in. So I guess kind of the same thing.
Yeah. So building that bridge of trust that can bear the weight of truth. So I come alongside of them and I'm building a bridge of trust. So it doesn't happen overnight, you know. Even in Celebrate Recovery, we tell people, come back 4 times. Don't just assume after the very first meeting that this isn't for you. And it's the same way for me as a mental health coach. Let's do this for a month. That's why many coaches have somebody sign a 3-month contract, because it's in that 3 months that they're building that bridge of trust where they can then bring it so that they can bring out truth. Now, as a coach, I'm not a counselor. So as a coach, I ask a lot of questions. I'm really good at asking questions. One of the things I love to do with people anymore now is, in honestly, like 14 years ago, I was terrified of people that were tattooed all over the place. Now I walk up to somebody and ask, can you tell me what your story is with your tattoos? That's like huge opening, building that bridge of trust so that I can help them unpack. And that's what I do. I ask questions. I ask, so tell me about your day. So tell me about what happened. I just coached somebody this morning, and one of the things that came out was and I think a lot of us are in this way, when we have certain expectations and we have certain, our day is set to be go a certain way, and then all of a sudden it's turned upside down. And how do we handle that? How do we handle that stress? So I was talking to her about this and asking her questions. Well, she came up with her own solutions and how to best handle that the next time that happens. But it wasn't because I gave her the ideas. It's because I asked her questions, and I helped her figure out how to unpack, so she comes to her own conclusion. So that's a little bit different where I come alongside in the realm of mental health coaching.
How about this? Because it's so prevalent now, but depression. How do you help somebody navigate through that? Is that something that you can work with them on?
Yes. Now, again, I can't diagnose whether they have depression. Okay. But my understanding is so many times even anxiety and depression are stemmed from something that has happened in the past. Okay. You remember those roots that we've talked about so many different times? Mm-hmm. That depression can come from rejection, abandonment, worry, feelings of failure, not meeting up to somebody else's expectations. And eventually that can lead to where there's depression. So I, as a coach, would come alongside and help unpack that. I would also help them understand that depression's not wrong. It's just what it is. Okay. Sometimes we get into such a bad place that we don't know how to move forward. So I, as a coach, would say, okay, so for today, what's one thing you would like to accomplish? I'd like to get my bed made today. Okay. So how can you do that? When's the best time for you to make your bed? And is it right when you get up? Is it after lunch? When's the best time for you to make that bed? Helping them understand. I mean, this might sound so trivial, but helping them understand that making that bed is that next right thing to do. And if that's what's going to help them feel a little bit better, helping them realize that, okay, if you don't do anything else today, making your bed is going to help you feel better. And then tomorrow, well, oh, that felt so good. So tomorrow, I think I'll get up and I'll make my bed right away. And tomorrow, I might see if I can get my dishes done. So helping them unpack all of it, unpack why they're depressed. Again, I'm not a counselor, but I can ask questions. And it's in those questions. And so oftentimes when they give me an answer, it's like, oh, okay, so you're depressed because this has happened. Let's talk about that. What about that situation has caused you to be here? Unpacking that story to get to the root cause of what that story was. And then there's freedom. That depression is no longer keeping them captive. It's those chains are broken off and they can walk in a different way.
I just had that visual too of chains. Like they came off because they realize what's been holding those chains on, be it a past trauma, past situation. But yeah, I know people that deal and have dealt with depression. And I know like you said, it sounds trivial, but that littlest thing of just taking a shower. That was the daily accomplishment. That's what it was. I friends that hate when I say this, but it is what it is. You can't change it. You have to work through it, and it is what it is. You took a shower today, great. You met your goal, and that is what it is. So maybe tomorrow, maybe 2 goals, whatever that is.
Right.
On the mental health side, how does that? And I know we've talked about it before, but I'm just before we get into Christian life coaching. The difference between a therapist and a mental health coach. A lot of people will go to a therapist for depression. I guess we'll center on that for a moment. And when it comes to a coach to help them with that, how does that differ? How is that the same?
So a therapist can diagnose them. A therapist can give them ideas and suggestions. I, as a coach, once I have established that trust factor with them, then I can say, okay, what do you think about trying this? What do you think about doing this piece of homework? Whereas a counselor can look at somebody and say, well, you need to do this, this, and this, and so this is going to help you. So I, as a coach, I just come alongside of them and I'm walking a journey with them. Okay. The schooling that I took for coaching was through Professional Christian Coaching Institute. And Christopher McCloskey was actually a clinical psychologist. I mean, he was a counselor. And he decided he wanted to become a coach because he found out that coaching was a lot more successful than counseling. And one of the big differences from me as a coach to a counselor is I have education, I have knowledge, but I don't have the degree, which is why I can't come alongside and say, well, I'm diagnosing you with this and you have to go take these. You go to I'm writing you a script and you go get this med at the doctor's office or at the pharmacy. So it's understanding, it's asking those questions and intuitive listening, really intuitive listening to what they're saying, how they're saying it. And then in that intuitive listening, saying, oh, what I've heard you say is that pink elephant in the middle of the room has caused you depression. What about that pink elephant is causing you depression? And then them saying, well, it bothers me. Okay, what about that pink elephant is bothering you? Well, it stinks. Okay, so the elephant stinks. Is there something you can do about the elephant that stinks? Sure. Okay, what would that be? And then, I could remove it. Okay, how would you go about removing that elephant from your room? So it's in those questions. I'm not really leading them, but it's in those questions, in that intuitive listening, that I can help them understand why they are where they're at and help them unpack a little bit more. And the more experience that you have as a coach, the better you get at it. I think it's like that with anything, but
it almost sounds as if you help them question it. They're doing all the work. You're just guiding them.
Right.
In terms of even those questions, you're presenting it in a different way so they can question it. It's not like you're saying, oh, wait a minute, you should do this and you should do that. And don't you see this? And don't you see that? It's more of you phrase it or position it in a certain way to make them think about it and think about the answer and the alternative to what they're dealing with. And I got to believe many times if somebody's dealing with depression, they already know they have it. They've probably been diagnosed. Maybe they're not happy with the therapist or the psychiatrist. And And God bless you all if you can find a psychiatrist that's available more than, a couple of times out of the week or a month.
Right.
It's in these parts very, very challenging right now. So let's look at Christian life coaching. So that's a totally different thing here, maybe somewhat related, but when you work with somebody on that capacity, you're holding them accountable for a lot of things in terms of their goals and where they want to reach, but you put a Christian spin on it?
I do. Again, now, if I would have somebody that isn't a Christian and that doesn't have the same faith that I do, then my spin would be a little bit different. Sure. But currently, all of the clients that I have, like I have an Amish lady, okay, that I'm coaching. So one of the things that I know about the Amish community is that their faith is really strong in God. So I can approach with her. My approach with her is this. I have a packet that I've put together that talks about in the scripture that talks about who God says we are. Okay. And it's all scripturally based. So I have this packet that I put together and I present it to her. And part of her homework assignment is there's a 28-day that she has to write down scripture. It's all written out for her, but she writes out the scriptures on little index cards, and it talks about who God says she is. And it's in that realm that we start coaching. Okay. It's in that realm. So her struggles are real. Her struggles are, they're her own struggles. They're very unique to her and they're real. But I always bring it back to, let's look at what God says about this. Now, I believe that God is omnipotent. I believe that God is powerful. I believe that God is a God of healing. But I also believe that we are human beings. And in that human being, we then struggle with those feelings of mental health. Okay. So I, for her specifically, I listen to her struggle with some of those feelings, some of that doubt, some of that worry, some of that anxiety, some of that depression. So I, as a Christian life coach, then can approach it in a different way than I would just as a mental health coach. I would approach it with her in the realms of saying, well, let's look at what God says about who you are. And so I build her foundation is built then on the identity that she has in Christ. And then from that point, we can unpack some of these other pieces of her life that are broken. And we can figure out how to invite God into that space. We can figure out how to think differently. We can figure out how to look at a glass half empty or half full instead of half empty. We've talked about that before too. So they're two different things, but yet they blend together depending on who I'm coaching and how I'm coaching and what I'm coaching them around. For this Amish lady, it's very specific to her and her story and her family story. And so I coach specifically around that family dynamic, that concern that she's brought to the table. And I help her understand, okay, your husband might look at it differently. He's a man. He might not understand why you're feeling this way. He might not understand why you're thinking this way. So how can you respond to him in a way that is kind, but yet you're standing up for yourself. You're standing up for who God has, how God has made you. I told her last week, I said, you're the queen of your castle. Your husband's the king. You're the queen of your castle. What do you know about royalty? God says we're fearfully and wonderfully made. God says I'm a daughter of the king. If I'm a daughter of the king, and if she's a daughter of the king, that means I'm royalty. Am I going to hold my head down low, or am I going to hold my head up high? So I approach it in that way then, which like I said, it's the same way, but it's different.
Even if you factored out the Christian part of it, That's the truth. You are the queen of your castle, and
right.
A man could be the king of his castle, and it's your job to reign, in terms of what you do and your values and your morals and all of that. It's cool connecting it to Christianity, but what you're saying is very empowering, very empowering.
Yeah. So that's my approach as a Christian life coach. Again, if somebody doesn't have the same faith as I do, then I couldn't, unless they gave me permission to talk to them about my faith and why I believe what I believe, then I wouldn't approach it with the packet of, of the I ams, if God says I am. I would approach it in a different manner. But really it's the same thing, but they're very distinct, because the mental health portion of it is possibly working with somebody that has had trauma, is possibly working with somebody that has had that PTSD or that depression, as we had talked about earlier. As a Christian life coach, they might have some of those same things, but we're not going to necessarily focus as much on the mental health piece as we are the whole piece.
Gotcha. Okay. And the whole piece could be whatever their goals are. Let's say moving their life forward, getting a new job, excelling in their career, improving in that area. So yeah, that does come clear. Where if you could be dealing with the same thing. You could have had a, PTS. You have a trauma from the past. And depending on how you want to frame it in terms of a coach, I guess it's up to the individual if they want to go, deeper into what got them there in terms of the trauma or not. I see a lot of similarities in the two.
Yeah. Yeah. They're very similar to each other, but yet they're too distinct. Yeah. Because not every life coach is a certified mental health coach.
Exactly. Yeah. And not everybody wants to dig deep into past trauma. They may have, God willing, they've recognized it, and it definitely holds them back, but maybe they don't want to go there as much. Maybe they've already done that with a therapist, and they want to take a more forward approach instead of going back and talking about it.
Right. Yeah. And so as a life coach, that, because my niche is so much the addictions part of it, but even in that addictions part of it, as a life coach, they might have had 10 years sobriety. Okay. But they still struggle with some of that mindset. They still struggle with possibly, well, how can I move forward out of this place I'm at? And so helping them set those goals, helping them set those achievements, helping them look at the possibilities of a different career move. So, it's so vast, but again, it comes back to building a bridge of trust so that they can bear the weight of truth. It's all interwoven inside of each other. And yeah, some people might have dealt with all of that stuff. They just might need a coach that comes alongside of them and say to me, Cheryl, I don't like my job right now. Okay. Well, how would you like to move forward from this? Would you like to learn how to like your job? What do you want to talk about? Or, well, I'd really like to know how to move forward into making a different career choice.
Sure.
Okay. What are your dreams? What are your aspirations? What are you good at? What is your niche? What is it that you're passionate about? Oh, well, I'm passionate about doing Word document. Okay. So, and I've excelled at that, and I've taken all these classes. Okay. So what are, and then helping ask questions and helping them look at the possibilities of a new career and how that would look. And, I just heard a quote on Sunday that said, and you'll find this interesting, that the age of 60 to 70 is when people are the most productive.
60 to 70?
Yeah. And then 70 to 80. And then 50 to 60. I fall right into that 50, 60 mark. I found that very interesting. So if a 60-year-old comes to me and says, my life is over, and I don't know what to do, nobody's going to hire me, I'm so close to retirement. Let's pause. let's process through this. What's truth? What's a lie? And let's look to see what's available. Let's look to see where your niche is, and then move forward from there. So
absolutely. And you know what? Everybody has these perceptions like, well, reach a certain age, there's nothing left for me here. No, but that's where you come in to show them. It's almost like watching a TV show in a different camera angle. Wait, have you looked at it over here? What about from up here? What about from this side over here? There's a lot going on. Yeah, that perception that my best years are ahead, and I know it.
Right.
I'm not being cocky, but even if you believe in astrology, I've heard that too. That the best is yet to come. And I guess as a Christian life coach, I know that you believe that through God, that your best life is ahead. Yeah. Give your website. Somebody wants to reach back to you and ask some questions, or even decide whether it's a mental health coach or a life coach is best for them.
So it's insightlifecoaching.coachsolutions.cc. insightlifecoaching.coachsolutions.cc.
Yeah, I love your insight, and glad we went down this road today. And I love that quote. And when we talk about that bridge holding the weight of your truth, it's all of us. I would imagine it's living your truth. You have to face up to it, whatever it is. Sometimes a little heavy. Sometimes you need a strong bridge for that, but that's the only way you can cross the bridge from that point. Cheryl, great talking with you today. Good topic.
Likewise, Steve. Thank you.
By the way, happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah. We'll talk soon. Thanks a lot.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
She's amazing. She helps people all over the country, all over the world, in terms of psychic readings and intuitiveness, and then also mentors, and helps us learn how to use our intuition to get the answers we want, whether it's coming from the other side, spirit, or just within. Danielle Anatra is back on the program. Hey, Danielle, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. I always have so many questions, and once we get going, it's like we run out of time.
I know, it goes so fast.
And one of the questions I always wanted to ask you is, when somebody comes to you, what are some of the common things that people ask for in a reading? The information they're trying to figure out, or, they want it to come from the other side. What do you always hear?
Yeah, well, the main things that people come to me, aside from connecting to their loved ones, is, as far as the psychic part goes, people come to me about relationships. When am I going to meet somebody, or how can I make the relationship now that I have better? Things like that. And also people will come to me for business or career advice as well. Where am I going with work? What should I do? I don't know what I want to do with my life. What's my purpose? things like that is connected to like business and career. So those are like, those are like the main things.
Yeah. And do you often hear this after you deliver some information in a reading? You hear somebody say, I knew that, yeah. It's so funny because I think back to a pinnacle moment when by the way, I'm holding a piece of selenite. I don't know why. Just a crystal.
You're protecting your energy.
And not from you. You have the best energy anywhere. I just picked it up. A pinnacle part of my life was delivered by a psychic. And they said to me, but you knew that. And I'm like, I didn't know. I had no idea. Well, and I'm like, you knew that. And when I search deep, I'd have to say they were right. It's all within us. Sometimes we need the validation. Sometimes, we look to a psychic medium to tell us what we wanted to hear, or maybe we didn't want to hear, but we needed to hear.
Yep.
Right.
And sometimes like, you give a friend advice and you're like, oh, wow, that was really great advice. I should follow my own advice, because the answers are all here. Like we have everything that we need. We were born with, all the intuition, the psychic ability, everything is within us. We just have to learn to listen to that, that little voice. And that's why, people have to realize like, you have all the answers. If people come to me for a mediumship reading to connect to their loved ones, I get that. That's wonderful. I love connecting mediumistically. I love connecting psychically too. But if someone comes to me more for guidance or like a psychic reading, I make sure they leave knowing that they have all the answers that they need. Because it's so important that, your intuition is going to be stronger than any psychic, any medium, any other person that you go to for advice. It all comes down to you, and you just have to do, what you really feel in your heart. It's about listening, listening to self.
You're amazing, but I am going to say this. If it came to me connecting with my mom, and don't take this in a bad way.
No, not at all.
I wouldn't go.
My dog's barking. I'm so sorry.
I wish I had my dog here today. And you know what? I'm going to bring him tomorrow. I wouldn't go to you. And you know why?
Could you say that again? I'm so sorry. My dog doesn't know I'm on the radio.
Bring your dog over here. I want to see what kind of dog you have.
A Cavapoo.
All right. You know what? That's what makes it real. I don't hear him.
You don't hear him?
No.
Oh, well, now everyone knows he's here then.
Nobody would have known. Is he really there? Is he really there, or is it a spirit?
He's definitely here.
Okay, so reset on that. Where I was going with it was that hey, listen, you want to share something? I'm always listening. However, I wouldn't go to you to ask about my mom.
No.
Why? And here's why. Because I just ask, and I get it from her. I get signs, signals.
Right.
I feel like I'm like direct connected, unless it's, I get a busy signal and I'm not getting something for a while. But
well, you know what? Sometimes people have, they're grieving so much that they believe that they're hearing things and they're getting signs, but they're not trusting them. Or they're like, oh, it's just me putting those words there, or it's just me thinking that it's her,
or wanting to believe
they have to be right, or wanting to believe, so they have to be reassured. When someone comes in for a reading, sometimes I always tell people, like, don't tell me anything, like yes, no, I don't know, like those are your answers. I don't want to make people like nervous to like say something, but it's my job to give you the information. It's more authentic when I'm giving you the information. Like if someone comes in and they're like, oh, I really want to connect to my mom. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to work. Now I know that your mom has passed, and I'm going to have to work extra hard to prove to you that she is in fact talking to me. I'm not just going to be like, oh, I have your mother here. Like it's not going to, it's not going to work like, it's not going to work like that. So I like kind of starting a reading with a clean slate and not knowing anything about you, not knowing who passed, what's going on in your life. I just like to start from scratch. And you can't be afraid to deliver the information you're giving either, as long as your boundaries are set up correctly. Like my boundaries that I have with spirit are, don't give me anything bad unless it could be prevented from happening. There's no sense in worrying someone if you can't do anything about it.
Right.
I don't want to know when people are going to die. Like if there's something that is for your higher purpose, like, and it's something that's going to benefit you in knowing, then that's fine. Spirits showed me death 3 times, but it was always from my own personal thing, never for somebody in a reading. And also, and I just tell them, like, just tell me things that are for their highest good, things that are going to make them leave feeling better, and it's not up to us to always know. Somebody came in, to see me once, and I had a relationship with her because she's come every year for probably like 5 or 6 years now. And I know that her mother passed away, like prior to her coming in, because I was friendly with her. And I didn't know how she passed or anything like that, but she came in, and I'm connecting with this woman whose mother just passed from breast cancer. And her mother told me that the girl that was with me, her daughter, had a lump in her breast. So
Wait,
I'm
who
like,
told you that? I want to make sure I
the
have it right.
mother, the mother in spirit told
Okay,
me
got
that
it.
her daughter that was sitting with me had a lump in her right breast.
Okay.
And now I'm like, I hesitated for a second because I'm like, what if she doesn't know about this? Like, that was a pivotal moment for me to learn to really fully trust. So I said, you know what? I have my right boundaries set up. I know that spirit's got my back.
Sure.
So I said, would you understand having or currently having a lump in your right breast right now? Your mom's bringing me right here. And she said to me, she goes, yes. She goes, she knew about it. So she said, yes, I know about it. She goes, I just had a biopsy on it, and I came here to ask her if I was going to be okay. So the whole purpose of her reading was to connect with her mother and make sure it was benign, and just for her mom to acknowledge that she was with her when she went to go take the test and everything like that. So if I didn't say that to her, and at the end, when I say, do you have any questions for me that I maybe didn't address? That was the hugest thing of her reading. And if she said it to me, it might not have been sounded as authentic to her, like my answer.
Right.
So it's so important. If you know that you're working in love and you're coming from your heart and you're doing the right thing when you're working, you can trust everything that you're getting, that it's for that person's highest good. Some people have things like, I know people who went to psychics when they were much younger, before children or whatever. And this one psychic told a friend of mine that she was going to have 3 kids and one of them was going to die from an overdose in their mid-20s. And it actually happened. But it's like she spent years so worried and trying to prevent that from happening, but it just, it didn't. So like that was always in the back of her head, and she didn't live her life correctly, just having that fear in the back of her head
Well,
all the
okay, so
time.
how about this? Is this reasonable in your mind, Danielle, if you're told something and you live that? Let's say whatever it is, yeah, you're gonna have trouble with money. You got some challenges coming up. I'm getting let's say your aunt is coming
You're
through.
implanting that in someone's
Thank
head,
you. Thank you. And you're
that
living your life.
person is
Yeah.
manifesting. That's why
That's
the
what I'm
way
going.
we grow up, the way we live, the way we
Yeah.
grow up is like, we're getting downloaded with all this crap,
100%.
and we could either choose to live it and own it, that being our truth, or we change it, and it's so hard sometimes to walk away from or drop these things that like we live with. That's what we're all doing it at work. Like everyone's screwed up somehow when we were younger, like because we're implanting all these things. Otherwise we wouldn't be doing all this work as adults.
Yeah. But it's challenging for you because you have to be the filter when you get something, and it's almost on the fly. You got to think about, well, you know what, should I share that with them?
Yeah. I always share what I get because my boundaries are set up properly, and I feel like I do this work very authentically, and I just trust that everything I'm going to say is for their highest good, but there's some people who don't work in ethical boundaries. They want them to come back and, oh, if you come back next week, give me $500 and light a red candle. Your life is going to be perfect. That's not how it works. I've come encounter with some pretty not so nice psychics before. And you know what? It's not that the person is bad. I just have different boundaries, and I have different ways that I do things. So some people are born into this and they do it the way their family did and they don't think they're doing anything wrong. And they may not be. I'm not here to judge them. It's just not the way that I, would work. And I just feel, everyone just has to work within their moral compass.
So we're going to talk about things that you offer to mentor people and help them kind of key in on their own intuition and ability. Before we get there, though, what if you're in a situation where you can't make a decision, or you're feeling it could be that, or it could be that? You're kind of on the fence. Sometimes it's clear.
As a psychic?
No, just us in general.
Just you in general.
Yeah. Okay. How do we? I often feel that that feeling. You have to learn to trust that feeling. Before you do that, you have to learn to recognize that feeling, and then remember those times where I got that feeling and damn, that was right. Or, I got that feeling and I screwed it up and went the other way. Can't do that again.
Yeah.
But what if you got both? Like, I think it could be good this way. Maybe it could be good that way. And you're conflicted. How do you decide?
Well, you know what? You have to realize too, when you're coming from your intuition, sometimes it makes no logical sense because our brains try to make logical sense of our decisions and what we're doing when we're too involved in the situation. If it's happening to us and it's a big decision,
sure,
we're too much in our heads and we're thinking of all logical reasons. You have to be able to sit down with yourself, clear your mind, put everything out of your head, ask the right questions, and just feel what comes to you, and then go with that gut feeling. If you can't, separate yourself, I always tell people, do something that gives you, like, puts you in that meditative state. Even if it's not meditating, like I like to run on the treadmill, or go for a walk outside. That always clears my mind. Listening to music always clears my mind. And if you're just doing things that put you into this meditative state, all of a sudden something's just going to pop into your mind and you can be like, yes. And sometimes, for me, once in a while, I'll feel like, oh, I don't know what road to go down. Like I'm at a crossroads and I'm like, what should I do? And part of me is like, I feel like I should go this way. Like going to the right is the right way for me. And this is what I should do. But there's like something pulling me to the left. Right. So I go to the left. But then, and even though the left wasn't the right way to go, I went that way for a reason because there's either a person, place, or thing that I had to meet to enhance the better outcome I'm going to have on the other side. So sometimes we get guided to the wrong thing or what seems like the wrong thing, but it's really something that it's a lesson that you need to learn to make whatever you're going to do better. Or it's, sometimes we're pulled into two different directions. You can either go right for where you need to be, or you could either learn a lesson or meet someone that's going to enhance your experience in whatever you're trying to decide. And that's the way I go into looking at every situation. Like if I do something and it turns out not to be such a great thing, I'm like, all right, this is teaching me a lesson right now. What lesson am I supposed to be learning? And did I learn it so that I can move forward, or am I going to have to do it again?
Well, I just got a visual. I don't know, maybe it was, download from the universe, but when you pick the other way, sometimes you're taking a roundabout way, but it's for the better in the end.
Right.
You may not feel that way at that time. And you said something before, when you clear your mind, music, meditate, whatever it is, and bing, you get something.
It just comes.
It may not be the aha moment, but it may be you get something and it seems so easy. And then the logic kicks in, you're like, that can't be it. It's so easy.
If it's from spirit, you're going to have, whether it's good or bad, you're going to have no emotion around it. You're just going to say, oh, this is what it is. This is what I got to do. Let's do it. And there's not going to be any thought process. You're just going to take action and do it. And there's no sense of like, we got to hurry. Like there's no emotion connected to it. It's just balance. And it's just like, okay, let's do it. Like that's the difference with, with spirit. When you start overthinking things, that's when all the fear comes in. That's when, the urgency comes in with certain things and you feel like you have to make a decision right now. I was listening to this person, I can't remember who it was, but I was listening to this person and they said, I spent my whole life worrying about everything. They were filled with anxiety like most of us, and he's like, every single day I wrote down what I was anxious about, and I put it in a jar. And I gave myself 1 day a week to worry. So let's say,
That's cool.
so let's say it was Wednesday, they decided to worry.
It's
right?
Worry
So
Wednesday, everybody.
I know, exactly. I know, there we go. So on Wednesday, they go into the jar and they pull out each thing, and 90% of them were already resolved by the time it came around. So I always feel like these are my statistics, but I feel like 95% of things that we worry about don't even happen.
It's been scientifically proven. We can all Google it in many different studies and research, and it happens like every couple of years they study that. And you're right about the number. It's around 90 something percent that the things we worry about never even take place. You are wasting your time.
How many people drove off a bridge or crashed in an airplane? Or, I mean, it happens. It happens.
Right.
But I mean, for the amount of people who worry about it,
Oh my
the
gosh.
percentages are, it's.
So here, I want to share this. We talk about music, and this just popped in my head, and that's how it works. So there's a song by Eric Clapton, came out in the 70s. It's called Let It Grow. And you say, you come from a place of love. And these are the lyrics. I'll just read the first verse, but it says basically what we're talking about here. Thank you, universe. Standing at the crossroads, trying to read the signs. Tell me which way I should go to find the answer. And all the time I know, plant your love and let it grow. That says it right there. What exactly what we're talking about.
There's so many things like that, and you just have to, you just have to follow your heart, lead with compassion, because, if you let someone get you flustered, if you let someone get you angry, you're giving them your energy. They're taking power over you. Why do you want to give someone your power? I mean, yeah, we're going to get frustrated once in a while and have experience that human emotion, because that's what we're here for. But the less we do it, the less power that we give people. And you're always going to attract, the people around you that are like you,
Well, okay, so let's riff on that song, Let It Grow, in terms of let your love grow so that you can read the signs, but let it grow, let it go.
Yeah.
Like just what you said. Just let it go. Like
you have to look at it, and people say, like, it's so hard to let it go, but it doesn't have to be. You have to look at it from a place of, like, you're giving this person your power. Like, if you're so angry at them, like, why are you giving so much of yourself to them still? Even like years later, it's like you don't even see this person anymore, but you're still talking about all the crap that you went through with them. Just, sometimes I always tell people forgiveness is huge. And, they're like, how could I forgive this person? He did A, B, and C to me. But I'm like, you know what? You have to forgive for your own peace, not for them, not for anyone else. It's for you.
It's powerful.
And that's going to kind of catapult you forward and put you in a better situation. So it's about, giving up, like taking away the power that they have over you. You don't want anyone to have that kind of power over you. You want to just stand in your own, in yourself, stand with yourself. It's so important to do. And it really helps like every aspect of your life. And when we can have compassion for somebody, like, if they do the wrong thing, like, the bully in school, it's like, well, you know what if they're getting beat up at home, and that's the only way, that's what they know. That's all they know. So it doesn't make it right, but it gives you a better insight of why they do what they do, and that's where their inner work is.
You don't have the answers. You could be driving down from your homeland, the Long Island Expressway, and somebody cut you off. And you don't know what happened. They may have gotten a horrible phone call. They may have something bad going on. They might not have meant it, and they didn't put their blinker on. And what can you do? You could be like, you mother. Or you could just say, it happened to me the other day. I was driving my daughter to school, and somebody cut in. I'm like, what about that? I'm like,
was it me?
No. I remember their face too. But for that minute, a second, I was like, and I said to my daughter, like, you know what? Can't get mad. Not going to do anything. Maybe there's something going on with them that we don't know, and just let them go in peace, and whatever it may be. And, good luck to you. Because guess what? Nothing happened. They didn't hit the vehicle.
Exactly. You're protected somehow. And, and you have to think about being on both ends of that. Like sometimes someone cuts me off and I'm like, like you stop for a second, but then you're like, okay, I just keep going, and then sometimes like if someone does that to me, I'm like, oh, oh, whatever. I'm like,
Yeah.
if someone beeps at me, I'm like, oh, get over it. It's fine. I keep driving, you know, like, but, and some people let that bother them. Like someone cuts them off, they'll be angry the whole day and still next week, still talking about it, you know? And it's like, you're giving that energy away still. You're giving so much. People don't realize how much of themselves that they're giving. Like I always said, I'm like, if you have $1,000 and someone stole 900 from you, would you give them the rest of it? Or would you try to just earn money and get your money back? Same thing, replenishing your energy. If someone pisses you off, are you going to talk about it all day long and all the next day? And like you're giving your energy away, you know, and then it just makes it more challenging to replenish it.
I love what you said there in equating money to energy, because you're giving things away. You're giving yourself away. Put a value on that. If you put a money figure on that, let's say that somebody did you wrong and you're just like, you know, you marinate over it, years have gone by. Think about how much money, energy, if you equate it, that you wasted. He's like, here, take some more. Let me reach in my pocket and I'm going to hand you, you know,
like, you know, if you get like self-limiting beliefs from somebody, you know, and then you carry that throughout your whole life. Think of all the potential that you wasted or that you didn't, you know, do. Like, for instance, like when I was younger, I said, and everybody's different in how they take things in too. Sure. You know, like someone could say the same nasty thing to you and me, and you might be like, all right, whatever, let it go. And I might be like, could you believe that son of a, you know, like for like the next year, and I can still talk about it. And you might be like, oh, I don't even remember that, you know, but why do some people take it in some ways and some people take it in the other ways? It depends on what we're here to work on, you know. So when I was younger, my mom was trying to work with my strengths. And, you know, she was a great mother and she's trying to work, you know, with what she felt like I was good at. And she says to me, I was never good in school. Like I wasn't very like, I didn't do well on my tests. Like I didn't get great grades when I was younger. And my mom was like, all right, well, what job do you want to do? What do you want to go to college for? What do you want to? And I was like, I don't know, maybe I said I'll go for like a therapist or, you know, something like that. And my mom's like, knowing that I wasn't very good in school and that I would need some schooling for that, she was like, what if you go to like beauty school? You're really good at doing hair and blah, 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 and like all this stuff, which I was. But I said to her, like, and in my mind, like she wasn't saying anything wrong, but those are two completely different things. So I said, yeah, maybe, you know, like just thinking of that. But what, you know, subconsciously, how it implanted was you're not good enough to do what you want to do. You have to take the easy way out for yourself. You know, not that being a beautician is taking the easy way out because they do wonderful, but you know, it's two completely different jobs.
But it wasn't in line it
wasn't in line with what I wanted. So you know, and you know, she wasn't trying to do that to me, but that's the way unconsciously I took it. You know, so, you know, my whole life I had like these self-limiting beliefs. Like if I wanted to do something that could really help somebody, I wasn't capable of it, you know, but it's like something so simple, a seed so small that was planted, not even on malicious tendencies, could become like this huge,
I'm right
you know,
there with
thing
you.
and how somebody unconsciously swallows that, you know.
I was bullied as a kid. I was the fat kid. Never got picked for, you know, dodgeball, literally. And it was impactful, you know, in terms of confidence in the beginning, and then even, you know, as life went on. But that was planted there. And if you know, close your eyes, sometimes you can think back to those times when you were 4, 5, 7, and you can see those images. And if you can pull them up, probably means something.
You know, and relationships too. Like I know so many people who are like, you know, my husband's not affectionate and I want more affection, right? And then they, like, you know, as I'm mentoring them, they realize, they talk to their husband, husband is totally like, okay, I'm going to work on that. And they do. And then the wife is very standoffish. And I said, well, why do you think that you're standoffish? Because one, they're not happy with themselves. They're not happy with their weight. They're not happy with the way they look. And it all comes back to self. Because if you don't feel good about yourself, why would you want someone touching you? Like if you don't feel good about yourself,
or you don't feel worthy. You don't feel worthy. I can't believe we're out of time. I'm getting a signal. I'm like, all right, calm down. All right. I want to tell everybody what you offer aside from readings, but the mentorship and helping people harness the power of their own intuition and realize that you work with people all the time. And just go to your website, Danielle Anatra, ANATRA.com.
Yep.
right?
Everything's on there. Yeah.
And just starts with a conversation. We all got it inside. And it is true. This is not like some sales pitch. Trust me.
Oh no.
I'm not selling anything. I'll tell you, I feel I have intuition, and I feel more in the last couple of years on my journey than I ever did because I'm open to it and I receive it and I can feel it.
The universe needs it more than anything right now, like for everybody to open up. So everyone's been opening up big time. I have so many people like coming out of the woodworks that they're experiencing these things, lack of sleep and need to like survive, make money, like do all this stuff. A lot of people, these are symptoms in a lot of people right now who, want more. They want to make themselves better. They want to, come out of their funk. So,
ask and you'll get it. Whether somebody's asking for your help or just asking from the universe, I will tell you this, in a challenge that I have now, I got an answer from the universe about 30 minutes ago, and I think it is the answer. And it was just like, oh, okay.
Just a reminder to go back to self.
That's it. Just keep asking. Danielle Anatra, ANATRA.com. Always great talking with you. It really is.
You too. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah. And don't cut me off on the expressway. Okay.
I won't.
Well, you can now that you moved.
Not knowingly.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. All right. We'll talk soon. Okay.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. This is going to be very exciting in terms of what you can learn about yourself based basically on your date of birth. And that's just one thing that she offers to people. She's a master alchemist. I'm going to give you titles. I'm throwing them out there. She's a healer. She is so insightful for helping you figure out what's going on in your life, what was going on in your life, how to move your life forward. This is called Walking Between the Raindrops. And Debbie Unterman is back on the program. Welcome back, Debbie. How you doing?
Thank you, Steve. Glad to be here. After a little bit of technical difficulties, I'm very glad to be here.
Because we were walking between the raindrops.
Yeah.
Pretty much so.
Everything has been working out beautifully. In fact, I wanted to talk about yesterday when I needed to ask you a question about your birthday. And I just, I was in the middle of like 50 things, of course, like always. But the way that I talk about getting into the flow is when you feel moved, you move. I got up from my desk. I walked over to the phone, found your phone number, dialed, and the first thing you said, which often I'll hear, is, "It's a miracle you got me."
I don't usually pick up that phone, especially that time of the day. And usually it's a spam call. I don't get many on that line, but I feel like, let me answer the phone. And it was you. It
Yes.
was like, I didn't even expect it. And I was thinking, did she think that we're on yesterday? I had no reason to know that you were calling. So yeah, those things happen. Sometimes miracles do. And I believe that things happen for a reason. They don't just happen. There's a reason behind it. What's the reason? I don't know. Sometimes sometimes you don't.
I may have the key to why you and I feel so connected. Because it's always been like, I love talking to Steve. I listen to him talk to other people, and he's just great. He's a great interviewer. He's curious. He's got these great questions, and he's real. He's honest. He talks about himself. He self-reveals, but we always have these little things that happen. So this is what we started talking about last time, was the fact that there's this interesting astrology that basically no one knows about. I'll show the book. And last time I said it's very well worn. You can see it's very well worn,
Wow.
like pages falling out. And I've written inside like crazy. So it's called, is it backwards? Spiritual Astrology. Really, I see it backwards. Good. By Jan Spiller and Karen McCoy. It's the only book that, Jan Spiller has a lot of books, but I swear I've never heard of the eclipses, except that you can look them up in the back of this book. It's a little complicated. I've learned how to do it. I do it for all my friends. I have names in here of everybody.
I'm going to show my age. But it looks like a phone book. It looks like a phone book.
It does. It does. It's like a Bible, So all you do is you look up what you have to go before you were born, because it has to be the eclipses that happened while you were in the womb. And like I said, it's a very unusual thing. I happen to have two. I had two happen between the lunar eclipse. There were two solar eclipses, and then I was looking up when they were, and they were very interesting dates too. It was 7/11, which is kind of cool. I was born on 7/20, and 2/14, Valentine's Day. Those happen to have been the two solar eclipses, meaning I am teaching two things because those all happened between the lunar eclipse and my day of birth. There were two solar eclipses. I'm the only one in the world so far. You can see how many people I've looked up. It's a possibility, but I came in wanting to teach a lot of stuff, obviously.
Debbie, every time we get together, something comes up.
Oh, no.
My dad passed away on 7/11. Like, what are the chances of you saying that random, 365 days, whatever. Wow. And last time there was references to my mom that are just undeniable. And so, yeah, please continue.
That's funny, because I've never even looked up when they were, because it's irrelevant, really. It doesn't matter. But I thought those were interesting dates. So
wow, interesting.
Again. Yeah. So this is really good. So I talked about me last time. I'm teaching Cancer and Aquarius. I'm learning Leo. So guess what? You are learning Aquarius and teaching Leo. So you're teaching the Leo that I need to learn. You're learning the Aquarius that I teach. How's that?
Okay, that's really weird. Now, when we say that, what is it? What does that mean? Learning Aquarius? What does that mean?
Okay. Luckily, I've got this. I deep dived into it yesterday, and I wanted to really talk to you and tell you all these things. I made all sorts of notes, and some of them I can just quickly, because I made these notes about them.
And just to backtrack, if somebody missed last time we talked, this all reveals why you're here on this earth, to learn, and what you're here to teach.
Yes.
And you might think you know the answer, but The stars know the answer. That is the answer.
They creepy. It's not creepy. It's actually very cool. But I had just called a client of mine today, and because I was in this whole role, we had a long conversation about her children, their school that they go to, her having to talk to them about stuff, and then we went into a lot of stuff I might talk about today about children, because of COVID and learning things they missed in their learning, and her ideas about it. And then we talked about being girls and what happens, and then after the 20-minute conversation, I went, hey, when's your birthday anyway? Let me look you up. It was like tick, 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 tick. Everything that we had talked about. She's here to teach and learn. So we do a lot of this unconsciously, hopefully, and I think you have been. When I tell you, I feel like you are right on, right, doing everything you're supposed to do. So I don't want people to confuse it, because it is confusing, with the North and South Node, because those are very similar. Let me just, before people say, I know all about them, you get two, and, well, we also all have a North Node that happens on the day of our birth, nothing to do with the eclipses in the womb. And the opposite is always the South Node. And the North Node happens to be what we're here to do in this lifetime, to do, not to teach or learn, to do, to be, to accomplish.
Do you mean like life purpose?
Yes, it is, and they're always diametrically opposed. It's always that they go like that. It's always whatever your North Node is, your South Node is the opposite. And what you find out is the South Node is what you've already learned in past lives. Okay, so go beyond beliefs. I'm talking past lives. I'm talking things that happen in the womb, woo woo. But you gotta, when you hear it enough, you gotta believe, because it's, again, I want to say creepy. It's not creepy.
You are saying that, and that's somebody with your background. Maybe creepy, freaky, doesn't mean it's not true. And it just, it's like, wow, okay.
It's wild that it really works. And I have had clients. So what you're here to learn is often where I'll go with my clients, because that's often what they're in therapy for. And similar with the North and South Nodes, I've sometimes taken the book out, a different book, Martin Schulman, who's one of the experts on the nodes, and read the couple of pages about them and had people in tears in my office, because it's so personal. So both of these things are on the karmic level. Let's put it that way. You can know your sun sign. If you don't believe in astrology because all you know is your sun sign, and you go, well, yeah, 1/12 of the population is all the same, yeah, there's so much more than sun sign. And these things, because I'm interested in karma, and these are really specific. So it turns out, like my Aquarius solar eclipse, if I look at the very first line of, and now I've lost the page, of any of the chapters on the eclipses. So I'll look at the very first line, and it's going to say, in order to activate the solar eclipse energy in Aquarius, you first must integrate the lessons of the Aquarius lunar eclipse with your emotional body. So then it turns out, when you have the instructions for the book, when you're looking at the lunar eclipse, it's just a little teeny section inside of the chapter on Aquarius. So I've had to already integrate what you're here to learn. and then I go on to teach it. So So the first line is often interesting because it starts with, this is your lunar eclipse, which I have integrated,
You're saying
right?
mine? This is me personally?
Yours, you,
okay.
Steve. So your lesson in this lifetime is detachment. So first of all, I'll say I said it wrong last week. I said I'm here to teach boundaries. I said the wrong word. It's really detachment. Okay. Now let's think about detachment. That means to like be in it, but not of it. Like not attached to the outcome, right? What it is, it is. It is what it is.
That's my favorite. That I say that all the time. And I don't want to say it. And people have called me out on it for saying it because it sounds like a
Seinfeld.
Yeah, or negative or nasty, but there's no other way to verbalize it. This is the situation. It is what it is. You can't change the situation because it is what it is. So what you just said, the detachment, that according to my date of birth and astrology, spiritual astrology, that's what I'm here to learn, detachment.
Yeah. And let me just go through a few notes because I wrote literally go beyond beliefs from one sentence that it had because it said, okay, this is interesting too, actually. I'll give a couple of sentences. Part of the lesson in learning to detach from old set patterns of thinking is to learn to detach from patterns of thinking, go beyond beliefs, right? Patterns of thinking. You are coming from a past consciousness of royal heritage, Steve. How do you like that?
Okay.
Not necessarily being a king or queen, but set family patterns of you must do this because it is what your ancestors have always done. You're learning to detach from belief systems that have held you down in the past, whether they were imposed by religion, family, or society. You realize that you do not need to conform to the belief of others. Okay, that's one thing. So
can I share something with you? Oh, is there more on the is there more in the learning?
Go ahead. Yeah, no.
Okay.
If you want to share.
I need to learn. That is number one on the list, without a doubt. For many different reasons, but yes.
Like past life reading or something, or has anybody tried to tell you, oh, you think you're a little prince, or you act like you're royalty, or have you ever thought that you were, or
no.
It says you weren't royalty necessarily, but a privileged life.
I never looked at it that way. In a past life, I never heard that, had any reason to believe that. I'm super humble, very. I'm not entitled. I don't feel that way. So that part I'd have to put over here for a second, but the detachment thing, check the box like 5 times. I mean, that is true. Truly believe it.
Okay. So let me put something else that I really starred. And, since I did spend all this time looking at your stuff yesterday, let's see. Oh, I love this one. My father also has this. My friend who's coming over today has this. A few people that I know get this, because this is funny because I've heard so many people try to say, this is my last lifetime. I'm not coming back. But this is what it says to you. And I'm always like, yeah, right. It says, if you can learn this detachment during this lifetime, it is not necessary for you to return to the earth plane.
So if I effectively learn to detach in the way that I'm supposed to, then I'm done here.
That's what it says. But I mean, I have a lot of friends that have, like my father is 97. I'm like, hey, Dad, you're free. I'm telling him in my mind.
Wow.
Maybe, I don't know. That's such a tough one for me to buy, because
Agreed.
Everyone wants to say that. Usually people who do make a decision that this is going to be the end have a lot of karma. And you've continually told me, oh, I didn't have an easy life. No, I've had a lot of trauma. And a lot of times people go, you know, when they're on the other side, I'm going to talk like I talk. When they're on the other side and they're making a decision, what are they going to do in this lifetime? Who are they going to, their parents going to be? What, you know, family they're going to incarnate into? They'll say, give me this and this and this and this. Let me have it all so that I can do it all and be done with it. So you have told me you've had a lot of stuff.
Well, you know, stuff going on, you know, and that's part of the detachment. But at the same time, how would you know whether you want to be done? Like, how do you decide, like, I don't need to come back? How do you make that decision?
Your soul and your guides will make that decision if you have cleaned your karmic plate.
Okay. All right. So I'm getting it clear now. So if you've learned the lesson, then
because it says it's you.
If I've learned that, you know, detachment lesson, whatever there is to be learned fully, then there's no reason for me to come back to continue in another life because I already figured it out. I already did it. I already accomplished what was supposed to be accomplished in that regard.
Yep. And then you know what you can be on the other side? You can be a spirit guide, an angel for other people and help them to complete their missions.
All right. Does that come with benefits?
Yeah, not having to come back to this place.
I guess so, right? Wow. Interesting. Wow.
So, okay, that was an interesting one. I loved that. It says giving love without attachment to whether or not it makes the other person love you is a more difficult lesson. You're seeking to separate yourself from an unconscious, self-defeating need for approval. Yours is the lesson of doing what is best for the most concerned. It's Aquarius, Steve. This is why I'm so into this, is because we are moving into literally the age of Aquarius.
Yes, I've been hearing that.
Pluto is going there on March 23rd.
Yes.
After a long trog through Capricorn.
And it started, if I have it correct, I believe around October, somewhere in that area where it really kicked in. But yes, March 23rd is where it, I guess the end point, but it's a long time.
There was another, I think Neptune or something else went into Aquarius before him. Maybe it was Saturn. So yeah, so some of the planets are leading the way into Aquarius, and they're all kind of grouping together there. But there's going to be people that could say, oh, but what about the 2012, December 21st, 2012? There was this thing that New Age people called the 2012. And one of my friends, that same one that has this, that you do too, Trisha McCann, she was in Machu Picchu, helping people to bring it in there with the, not the Aztecs. What is it? Yeah, it was an Aztec calendar, right? That ended Inca and Aztec. Mayan, the Mayans. Yeah, the end of the Mayan calendar, right? So there's been all these signs. I'm sure Native Americans have had signs. They had a sign of 500 years of awful, you know, I think of that as 1492 to 1992, 500 years. The grandfathers were seeing this in the native tribes and passing it down, grandfather to son to son to son, for generations. And this vision was 500 years of horror, you know, because they owned the land. It was, I just heard that when the settlers came to Manhattan and they gave them, you know, the little trade, the Native Americans thought they were going to share the island of Manhattan. They were sharing it. They didn't think that someone bought it, because that concept of owning land was never there. So anyway, this vision was 500 years of awfulness. The Native Americans have had it the worst. Trail of Tears, you know, and then 500 years of wonderful. So that tracks too, if we look at that.
So two things one thing I want to share. I never thought of this, but now it's coming back to me, the 2012 thing.
Yeah.
December. I had an event happen that within a week of what the date that you just said, that was a game changer in my life. And I didn't know it at the time. I had an idea, but didn't know it at the time. But it was then. So coincidence, maybe. I don't think so.
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
And it's funny, we talk about the age of Aquarius, and I know you're going to know this. I think the year was 1969. The group, the Fifth Dimension, had the song Age of Aquarius, and we're singing about it coming soon. And I didn't think anything of the Fifth Dimension, the name of that group, but there is a fifth dimension. You know, most of us are in the third, some of us are crossing the fourth, and we're going to get into the fifth, which is, you know, way over here. And those of us that don't move forward are going to be, life is not going to be as great if they don't adopt into the different dimension. Loosely, that's how I understand it. But I never knew the connection between the fifth dimension and and the Age of Aquarius and all that.
Or was that one of those, the winky dink, you know, that they just happened to make the song, and then Hair picked it up, of course, and I don't know which came first.
Right.
But yeah.
Yeah, I got to think about that.
Astrologers may debate, you know, when, and then I told you this last week. This really blew my mind when I deep dived with this one astrologer. He is looking at the nodes, like I talk about the North Node, South Node that we all have. He's talking about the North Node and South Node of Pluto. I mean, which means that he doesn't see the Age of Aquarius for 800 years until the South Node of Pluto goes into Aquarius. And that is like way over my head.
I was just going to say that's out of my wheelhouse. I'm looking at we're almost out of time, and I don't even know how that is possible.
No.
I double checked it. So that's what I'm here to learn. What am I here to teach?
And Leo, yeah. I think there was something else I wanted to tell you about. Self-loyalty is a very important lesson for you in this lifetime. Being loyal to yourself. In other words, not getting codependent and attached to a love if it means you have to leave her for yourself.
Ding.
Yeah, right. I had a feeling. And these are just the little things that I starred. You are in the position of choosing what your response will be to the role of supporting others rather than being in the spotlight player on the stage. That's interesting. And
can you give me that again? Can you give me that again?
You're supporting people. You're not the main actor. You are doing these interviews and you're spotlighting everyone else. So again, you're in the position of choosing what your response will be to the role of supporting others rather than being the spotlighted player on the stage. And
by the way, I never wanted to be. I was never that person.
Okay.
It was never me. That's just not me. I always say I'm a team player. I like to work with others. I don't have to be, me, single person, doing my thing. I like somebody else.
So we went so much into your your lunar eclipse, what you're learning in Aquarius. Let me give you a little bit of your Leo, what you're teaching. You're teaching how to accept love. And I told you this last time. I said, of all the lunar eclipses in the world, I am the one that's about accepting being loved. That's what I'm learning. You're teaching it. So you're teaching how to accept love. You're showing how to be happy and have fun. You're sharing the importance of staying in touch with the child within, the inner child. You're teaching the meaning of being sensitive, and you always say you're a sensitive guy, that you tell women that all the time. I mean, everything, we're not making this up. I'm just reading
it's freaky. It's almost
We've already talked about it.
It's almost as if you did a questionnaire and you asked me the questions and I answered them, and now you're just firing them back. But we didn't do that.
No, we've talked about it in the past. You've said it, and now I'm reading it. And one more, show the importance of standing up for the self and accepting recognition. So you can accept recognition even if the spotlight isn't on you.
And I never do. And I never do. I don't. And people call me out on it. Like, stand up. You did this. You did that.
Take it in. Okay. So Go beyond beliefs. How do you like that? Like,
wow.
For real.
That is, it's a mind blow. It really is. How accurate that is based on date of birth. I didn't give you anything else.
That's all. Yeah, it's those 9 months in the womb. I just look it up and I make sure that you weren't teaching or learning two things, and you weren't. It's just that clear.
I want to say
the opposite of me.
It's crazy. And I want to say that, well, one thing was off a little bit there. There really wasn't. It was, everything was exactly right. But I shouldn't be surprised. I've looked at astrology before, not even close to how deep you do, but I've had astrological readings, and based on date of birth and time of birth and location, call it the city. And it was right. The timeline was right. When somebody said, yeah, that's going to be happening in November. Yeah, okay, whatever you say. It happened.
Right.
It did. I can't deny it. Like, I want to be skeptical, but
hey, I'm going to just say this. The three wise men, how do you think they found Jesus? They were following the star. The stars told them that he was coming.
And there you go. It's crazy stuff.
We'll end there, right?
Debbie, this was super cool. And for anybody that, wants some insight on why they're here, what they should be doing here, it's all right there. Best way to reach you, gobeyondbeliefs.com.
That will get to my website, but call me. I'll talk to anybody. 770-434-7488. 770-434-7488. I pick up the phone. Usually it's junk, but like you, one of these days, someone will be there.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I wish we didn't have to go, but on the other side of things, I have to process all this. This is like wild.
Hey, you got my number. And I did not get your email correct. So you'll have to tell me.
Good. There was a reason I picked up, because if I didn't give you my date of birth, you couldn't have done that today.
That's right.
And to show others that this stuff is legit and real. Super cool. Debbie, I appreciate you, and I'm here to teach you, and I'm here to learn from you.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. That's right.
Awesome.
We share.
Yep. All right. We'll talk soon. Thanks again.
Next week at 4. I believe this was my last time at 3:30.
Gotcha. All right. Looking forward to it.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
It's often been said that in life, to flourish, be successful, you need to have balance. There has to be a nice mix of everything in equal proportions or close to really move yourself forward without any kind of conflict and feel comfortable. How do you get that balance in your life? Is it easy? Is it easier than it could be or should be? We're going to learn about that today. She is an an expert at mindfulness, meditation, medication. She's somebody that has a deep pharmaceutical background that has helped many people and still does over the years navigate medication with chronic illnesses and also the mindset thing. She got that under wraps. And for the rest of us, she's here for us. Dr. Lisa Nesneski joins us on the program. Lisa, welcome. How are you doing?
Steve, I'm doing just fine.
Do you feel balanced today?
I could be a little more balanced, but I'm back in my office after being kicked out for 2 months out of my home while they were repairing my home from Hurricane Ian. So the only picture I could find was the lotus, so you weren't staring at a blank wall. Do you know the story of the lotus flower?
I was just going to ask you that because out of all the photos, pictures that you put up, be it the first one possibly, as you get back into your domain there, what does it mean? I feel there's going to be a meaning, like a deep one.
Well, there is, for a lotus flower to actually bloom, it needs to gestate, if you will, and grow in the yuckiest mud that is just thick and full of vegetation and bacteria. It's just the absolute slimiest looking situation. So it needs all of that nutrients for it to grow and blossom. So the idea of the lotus flower, the symbolism is that we go through all this yucky stuff in our life that's just kind of crappy, and you have to go through all that before you can actually blossom. So that's why I have this particular flower. One of my artist friends, a photographer from Pittsburgh, J.P. Dirrell, took this picture at Phipps Conservatory in Pittsburgh. So it has a very special meaning to me.
Love the description of the lotus, and I knew it was something similar to that, but I didn't know it went that deep. And what a lovely way to look at life. Yeah, we have to go through the muck sometimes to get to the beauty and the positive side of it. Sometimes it takes longer than we anticipate. Maybe it would take less time if we did have more balance in our lives. Now, when we talk about that, what's your definition of balance?
So balance to me is body, mind, and spirit all being in the same location at the same time, which is really a form of mindfulness. So if you remember when we talked about the personal core foundation, those 6 domains, health, relationships, finances, spiritual, and so on.
Yep.
All of those areas need to be in balance for you to really be a happy and effective person. So beyond body, mind, and spirit, when we talk about the 3 big categories of body, mind, and spirit, the subcategories come in, and then you can also subdivide it even more. But if you spend time on all of those, being a pharmacist, I earned my living with my mind. I spent the majority of my life in the mind group. I went to church on Sunday, checked the box for spirituality, but I was in my head for most of my life. And I'm not disparaging that. Like I said, it's got me as far as I've gone, but I wasn't paying any attention to my body in the way that I needed to. And so several wake-up calls later, ended up in the ER. Followed that up with a couple more episodes in the ER until I finally started questioning everything in my life to make it be more balanced. So I've been on this quest of becoming healthier. And I discovered, Steve, what my mission was. Sometimes you kind of go along, okay, yes, I'm a pharmacist and I know what that. My mission is to work within the healthcare system, healthcare, not medical care, health, to effect change
Okay, we are back talking with Dr. Lisa Nesneski. Somehow we had I don't know, a technical issue, and you disappeared. You're back here, and we're talking about balance in our lives. And you were just talking about you not being mindful of your body, and you were in your mind, but not paying attention to your body, and that led you to the ER.
Exactly. And I was explaining that I discovered that my mission really is effecting change within healthcare from the inside out. And what I view that as, Western medicine has a discipline that they follow and training, and they're not always as open to the mind and the spirit. I mean, Senator Fetterman just was released from the hospital. Senator Fetterman from Pennsylvania. Very proud of this guy because he's from Western PA, just like me. So, and he speaks like he does. But what he said today when he was discharged was that I want everyone to know that depression is treatable and treatment works. And that's really profound. I want people to know that because I suffered with depression for a while there as well. So when we're talking body, just paying attention to your body when you get into the medical system doesn't give the mind its due. So there's a disconnect there as well. And then never mind the spirit. So I did a really fun thing this weekend. I went to one of those little festivals where they take your picture, your aura picture, and they projected it 3D on I got an MP4, a video file of it. So it was really kind of interesting to watch. But my body, mind, and spirit were all like 33, 33, 34. And I'm really excited about that because I've been working really hard on myself to get balance in body, mind, and spirit. So
okay, so what you're describing, where they took that photo and all that, they can determine the balance of those things. Did I hear you say, body was 33, mind 33? Yes.
Yes.
How does that happen?
It was a fun thing to do.
Okay.
An aura camera, it measures the frequency of different energy and light around your body. And the way that it puts the elevation of that frequency tells you whether or not the balance of all of those things. So it was quite interesting technology. It was drawn in by the tech part of it and the fun part of it. But my point is that I've been working at this steadily for several years, wrote books about it, and I'm on a mission to now translate that information to what can help others. So I have a two-part mission. I'm going to help others impact the medical system by what I can do for them, like dropping a pebble in a phone your physician and have a three-way discussion if there's questions, if there's ways that you can't really phrase what's happening, and just sort of broker a conversation to help. So that is one of the ways that I've helped others in the past.
Wow. Isn't it interesting, Lisa, that you had that whole, photo exercise, whatever, and you were pretty much balanced?
Yeah.
Were there
pretty
other people
excited
that
about
did
that.
it? Did others do it and then they were off, 20% here, 50
Oh,
there? Yeah.
Yeah. A really good friend of mine did it, and 50% body.
Interesting. Especially since this is what you specialize in, this is what you hyper focus on, and it came back balanced. Wow.
Yeah,
That is cool.
exactly. I was really excited about that. And, I had a speaking engagement on Saturday morning. And so for whatever reason, ever since I got back, I was in California for a week. My bodily time zone is really screwed up. So I woke up at 3 o'clock that morning and I did 2 hours of meditation before I actually got out of bed. So I'm finding that I have tools that I'm putting in at various points of the day to to bring balance in all of those areas. But it's taken a while to hone those skills. And I'm really passionate about teaching others about them too. We've done the 3 breath technique.
I want to go back to that, what you just said, the meditation that you did.
Yeah.
And that you spent 2 hours. It sounded like you were still in bed.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, those have been my best meditations. I agree. Were you truly in a meditative state for the 2 hours?
Yes. Yes. I was listening to a guided meditation that I had recorded myself. So I have it ready to go. And it's on my voice memos on my phone. And so I just start through, and just as I guide a meditation on my Tuesday night group, I was guiding this meditation that's just for me. And so I was going through there. And, sometimes sleepitation does happen. You might doze off for a little bit, but then, and when that happens, your body still needs the rest. So I feel like I'm getting double duty. I'm meditating, but I'm also getting some bodily rest that I need at that point. So
I'm trying to learn. I'm taking this all in. And I think of 2 impactful times that I did just what you said, and I needed to, like, really bad. And I might have shared with you one particular time. I got up in the morning, very stressed, a lot going on at that time, and I was just like, all right, I can't do it. I have a couple of hours, so I can go lay in bed, do whatever I have to do till I'm fully ready to get going here. And I believe I went into a meditative state, fell asleep, maybe 10 minutes, woke up again, was still thinking. I woke up, I got out of that bed, and it's like I slept for 20 hours. I was like super energized, like going from one extreme to the other. It was amazing. And I know that was my aha moment that, oh, you really did meditate and healed some things in short form, just so you could move forward. So when you nail it, when you get it, it works.
Yeah. I think especially in those times when you do wake up early in the morning, it's too early to get out of bed and you're not really feeling 100%. That is a great time to put on a meditation and have that kind of response. Now, we talk about coming to meditation with no expectations of what's going to happen. I mean, the next time you do that, it may not be as successful, but if you go expecting an experience, then you won't be disappointed. You'll just have a meditative experience. So that's great. I'd love to hear that worked for you.
And I have no expectations. It's basically, I can't do anything else. So what? I guess I was listening to my body at that point, and it was just saying, yeah, we're not ready to start the day. You got, too much on your mind. Maybe you didn't sleep well from the night before for the same exact reason. But I always forget about pulling up a guided meditation, like on a website or YouTube or what. You did it for yourself. You recorded something to guide yourself through the meditation. I didn't know it was even possible. Wow.
Yeah, well, several years of training, you figure out what works for you. But let me tell you something that you're going to love this, and your listeners are going to love this. And I wish I had a penny for every time I told somebody this one. There's an app called Insight Timer. Insight Timer, one of my favorites. It's inexpensive to free. I mean, there's a free version, but I have the paid version. You go in and you search for sleep meditations. It's one of the main menus. And under sleep, they can read you a story and they can just have music. But I look for the sleep meditation. And my favorite ones are 90 minutes long. And the gentleman's name is Kenneth, Kenneth, Doraes, Soares, Kenneth, but he's Irish, so he says his name Kenneth. So Kenneth, like when I turn Kenneth on, I'm out. My friend Pam, my friend Leon, everyone that I've turned on to Kenneth he's wonderful. And he's got versions of this. He's got a healing one. He's got so many, but they're 90 minutes long. And by the end of whenever he's done guiding you, then he just plays some very soothing music. So once or twice, I've heard it the whole way through. Most of the time, I'm way out early.
Well, I have it on my phone, and I believe you told me about it a while ago, and I never acted on it. And this is now my reason for digging into this. Now it's
exactly. It's for sleep, and especially when I've had a really physically active day.
Mm-hmm.
He's very soothing, very comforting. And one of my friends that I mentioned has chronic pain, and going to bed is just misery because the joints are aching and so on. So it's been life-changing for her because she was really sleep deprived. So
Wow, that's got to be so tough, Lisa, because you're anticipating the pain when you lay down. And many of us like, oh, I can't wait to go to sleep. This is just the complete opposite. Like, all right, well, here, I know I have to, and now I'm going to be uncomfortable. That's a challenge. Wow.
Yes, exactly. And that's one of the parts of the vicious cycle of pain management is that you're not getting the proper deep level of sleep to actually rest.
Absolutely. So when
I had a colonoscopy, the last one, 2 times before that, I woke up during the procedure because of pain.
Wow.
Yeah. So I told this last guy that I've been known to wake up during the procedure while you're doing like some biopsies or something that would cause pain. And he said, I guarantee you're not going to wake up. Okay. So then I go to have the adrenal out, and I tell them I've been known to wake up because of pain. In fact, while I'm sleeping, if my autoimmune gut is acting up, it'll wake me up. So I tell them this, and they're like, I guarantee you're not going to wake up. So after this surgery, they called my son, who's an RN. He used to be an ICU nurse. He's a master's trained nurse. So they're telling him, like they're handing a patient off. That he said, I got blow by blow everything they did, all the drugs they gave you, what doses they gave you, and I did not wake up. Is the point? But yeah.
I think back to the colonoscopy that I had, I don't know, like 5 years ago. I still remember that was the best sleep I've ever had. It really was. I still remember even waking up like, oh, I'm so relaxed. Yes, I have an ulcer, but I'm feeling good. It was great sleep. And of course, before the doctor put me out, I just looked at him and said, should I be buying you flowers? and
that's
again, it was, yeah, but
yeah. So I have an egg allergy, so I can't take that medicine that makes you sleep like a baby, the propofol. Guaranteed you had propofol. So I can't take that. So that's part of the reason they need, like,
wow.
Yeah, I'm a special case.
So they had to find an alternative to knock you out.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, but I always make sure I tell them ahead of time that you can't use the regular things because I do have a problem. And Cleveland was wonderful about it, where I had my surgery. Yeah. And they use things like they use in the intensive care unit when they put people out. So my son was very comfortable with everything that they did. I, of course, didn't care.
As long as you're sleeping and they don't wake up. We have a couple of minutes left here. When we talk about balance, how do you know that you're in balance? Like, for fun, you did that photo over the weekend. It showed you're in perfect balance. How do you know, short of that you're in balance with everything?
Well, you have to give yourself grace. There are certain times that you drop the ball on some things.
Sure.
I didn't realize that April 1st was a Saturday and I forgot to pay a bill and I got a late fee, so you have to give yourself grace. So that's the first time in a long time that happened. But when I talk about balance, I look at all of those areas, the personal core domain that I talk about in 7 mindful questions, and spending time on each one of those over a 90-day period. So not it's not a snapshot in time. It's over a longer period of time where at the end of each quarter, I actually sit down and look, how did I do in all of those areas? So it's a conscious effort to think about, what am I doing for meal planning? Nutrition is one of those main concerns of mine. What am I doing for exercise? These are the health domains. Every day I meditate, so I've got those covered. So body, mind, and spirit, making sure that I'm really touching on each of those in the domains, because they're sort of multidimensional, if you will. Even though spirituality is one of the domains, it touches on everything else, and how you do one thing is how you do all of those things. So thinking about each one, making a conscious intention to spend time in each of those areas.
I love the fact that you check up on yourself. So like you said, every quarter you take a look at all of them. And I guess if you looked at, like, pick one, spirituality, maybe you'd look at it and say, you know what, if church is your thing, hypothetically here, you might say, typically I only went twice in a month. I used to go 4 times. Maybe you have to get back into that. Taking that time to think about those spiritual things. Maybe there's something else there. So yeah, just looking at yourself with some grace is interesting, because I think we're just so busy. It's not even on our radar.
Well, right. I mean, and before you know it, you're down the road and you're like, how the heck did I get here?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Or you have a medical issue because you didn't pay attention to your body. It was telling you.
Exactly. So
is a lot of this in your book, 7 Mindful Questions? Yeah.
Yes, it is. And working through each of the questions gets you even deeper into those 6 domains of the personal core foundation.
Your website is your name, right?
It is www.lisanesneski.com. You can also find really cool stuff, I guess, is the way that I should try to think of how to phrase that. But it's www.healthymindfulself.com. So either one of those 2 websites, you can find me to serve all of your body, mind, spirit needs.
And you've got it. And I need to listen more. You told me about that Insight timer a long time ago. I probably could look and see when I downloaded it, and it was quite some time. And every once in a while I'll be scrolling and I'll see it, but now I've got a better look at what it does. And thank you for that. And I'll be doing it later tonight.
Exactly. Try Kenneth. He's the best. He's the best. He's my favorite.
Lisa, it's always a pleasure talking with you, and I look forward next time we get together.
You too, Steve. Thanks again so much.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back with our coaching expert, Elizabeth Stitt, joining us here once again. Thank you for being here, for joining us. She's here helping families and parents, adolescents all over the world, of course, parent better and be better adolescents, all the above. As a coach, Elizabeth's here joining us live on the show. Welcome back.
Thanks, Jill. Happy to be here.
Well, thank you for being here. Would you mind introducing yourself to our listeners today? Tell us a little bit about your company as well.
Absolutely. I am 25-year teaching veteran turned parenting coach. I've now been doing the coaching piece going on 9 years. And most of my teaching years were spent with middle school kids. But in fact, I taught every grade except 11th in some capacity or another.
Wow.
So that's a lot of kids, a lot of years, and a lot of families.
Mm-hmm.
And my business, Joyful Parenting Coaching, I started because I saw with my parents at school that there was a real shift, that they were feeling a lot more anxiety, a lot more overwhelm, a lot more guilt. And I just kept thinking, yes, parenting today is harder than it used to be, but no, parenting does not have to be that hard.
Okay.
And I 100% believe that it can be joyful, even during middle school. And, I don't know how you felt about middle school, but most people I ask say like, yeah, no, don't ask me to go back to middle school.
Nope. I hear you.
Exactly. So today, if it's okay, I wanted to talk about family meetings, and I understand, Jill, that you have tried them with your family.
Well, we talked about this a little bit. We touched upon it. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago?
I don't know.
In regards to family meetings and how important it is. I thought I had to do it every day. You said no, right? Once a week or once a month. But it was last weekend, and I sat down with the kids and we're having breakfast, and I said, hey, we're going to have a family meeting. And remember, we're talking 5, almost 6 and 8. My little guy, what's that? We're going to talk about us as a family, what we like to do, what we want to do, and everything. And so all my son could do was talk about the things he wanted. He wanted a penguin. He wanted this. Like, no, it's not like like a meet and greet. We're going to go. Well, we are going to meet penguins for his birthday. It's like he thought meet was like we're going to meet and do like meet things and people and animals. I'm like, no, we just need to talk. I said about what we want. But the little kids, they're just my kids, at least right now, they seem a little selfish. They're talking about the things that the meeting was like, well, this is what I want and I want. I'm like, no, it's not about you wanting another football, not about you wanting a penguin, or it's about us as a family to better ourselves. We had a family connect night the other night. What I did was I took them off the bus. This was on 2 days ago. And we went right to a trampoline park. But I said, we're going to sit and do our homework here first. We should do homework right away. Then we'd go out, but it's hard to get out. I said, let's do this. Let's do it here. This is like a family meeting. We're meeting here and now they're getting rewarded. We're going to have fun afterwards because we're united and we're going to do that. And so baby steps, but I really took them out for like a family thing like that. And when we had a conversation, the meeting didn't go well as far as they didn't really get it yet. But if I do it again next time to talk about it and the positive changes that come out of it, they were so good all week. And part of the meeting is about them listening to mother, respecting their mother. We'll do something good. So we went to the trampoline park.
Oh, I love it. That is
thank you. Well, please share with everyone what exactly do you mean by having a family meeting, how often we should have them, and what it entails.
Right. Well, and first of all, I just want to say, yes, thank you for bringing up that with our younger children, we have to, especially with our younger children, we have to explain what a meeting is. And I recommend explaining it before, right?
Yeah,
Wednesday, you have the conversation about what it is, and you're not going to have the meeting until Saturday or Sunday. And on Thursday, you review what is a family meeting. So definitely with your younger kids, that is true. So,
absolutely.
So you're doing a lot instinctively in line with what I would do. And I do recommend having a structure and sort of sticking to it, because you want something that's going to serve you for years and years and years. And you want them to know what to expect that's going to be part of their buy-in. Let's just go back and review why. Why do we want to have a family meeting? What are the payoffs? Because it is in my top 3 parenting tips, top 3 parenting tools, because it has such great bang for the buck. For an hour a week, you get an enormous return on your investment in time and effort and energy.
Yeah.
Let me list some of the reasons why. It is a place where children can feel seen and heard and understood.
Mm-hmm.
Because part of family meeting, because they're all part of the family, is giving everybody an opportunity to bring up the issues that they want to bring up.
Yeah.
It can greatly reduce chaos in the family because you're being proactive about looking at the calendar, anticipating things, making plans. And you know that more than anybody because the buck stops with you. And so I know that you have got to be a super organized mom. Otherwise, you would be, kids would be being left at school. You would be showing up without anything in the refrigerator to cook for dinner. The older your kids get, the more they're going to be off doing other things, the more complicated your week is going to get.
Yeah.
The more you're going to want to think things through. So it helps to make our lives smoother. Yeah. And we have so many things we have to do during a week with a family. We want to get through those have-tos as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, so that we can get to our get-tos, like trampolines. I love it. Going into a trampoline, like that's so fabulous on so many different levels. So family meetings help us to help individual kids to feel seen, heard, and respected. They help us smooth out the logistics of the week. I do family meetings in a way that really have us slow down, quiet down, connect. And that's part of the anchoring, part of the bonding. So one of the things that makes parenting so hard today is that there are so many forces working against us to pull kids away from us and to not respect family. And a lot of it, as individual things, are good, but as a whole, don't serve to help kids feel connected and bonded to the family. And that is part of their security. And connection is the reason that children cooperate with us. It is because they feel connected and bonded, and as part of this unit, this adventure, that they want to exhibit pro-social behavior, be cooperative, help out, say yes to things. All right, let's go over my 4 steps, and these are really time-tested steps. Of course, you can tweak them, you can do something, you can throw them out. Bear with me though, because so many families have used them and have given me really positive feedback on them. All right, step 1, I used to call 3 good things. Because it's 3 good things is one of my favorite ways of getting kids to just focus on the positive and to come and to share something about their week. So if we sit down and each of us shares, and I say share one thing, go to the next person, share one thing, and then go around the circle multiple times rather than saying, Jill, it's your turn, you share 3 good things. Partly because it's a little bit like Scrabble. You can spend a lot of time waiting for somebody to think of 3 good things. Whereas if I share and then you share and then Johnny shares, you have a little more think time, and plus somebody will say something that might go like, oh, right, I remember that happened.
It resonates. Yep.
So in sharing 3 good things, we are heard. We're focusing on the positive.
Correct.
We're having our family celebrate what was good, what we liked, what we enjoyed. I like that parents do it too. And as parents, I think we need to be careful to not have our 3 good things be connected to the children. 1 or 2 could, and occasionally they can, but I think it's super important that we also show up as individual people who are affected by other things, who like other things, who, maybe you had a super great interview with a fabulous parenting coach. That could be one
with an S. Yes.
with an S, that could be one of your good things. And that helps them to have a sense of who you are when you disappear. And what are you doing when you disappear? And I feel that gives them more perspective and more empathy, and is a good understanding of like, oh, it's not random, right? And that mom isn't just here to serve us, which is something that ails a lot of families today. Okay, so 3 good things. Or you could do acknowledgements.
Okay.
Right? And an acknowledgement is sort of a high quality compliment.
Okay.
An acknowledgement is, what did you do? Who were you being when you did it? And what's the impact on the person who's giving the acknowledgement? Okay. And, at 5 and 8, your kids would need a lot of support with this.
Yeah.
But it's incredibly powerful. When one sibling says to another, when you lent your pens to me, you were being so kind. And I really appreciated that, because my red pen is broken and I really needed the red pen. That is going to go a long way towards oil and troubled waters when it comes to sibling relations, right? When we can really see and appreciate each other. It's a skill that needs a little bit of work and a little bit of support, but over time, you and the kids are going to get really good at it.
True. Yeah.
So anything to start the meeting that says, we're here together, we see each other, we appreciate each other. Step 2, I call the calendar check. That's the logistics. As I said, the older the kids get, the more complicated it's going to get, right? The more it's not just you go to school, you go to aftercare, I pick you up, the more they're going to need to kind of keep track of things, because it's going to include things like, you have a soccer game on Thursday afternoon. Is your uniform washed, and is it back in the bag?
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing where very often the first laundry that kids learn to do is their own uniform, so that they can take some responsibility for their own uniform. If that works, if you've got in-house laundry. But if not, let's say you're having to go to the laundromat. If you're talking about it on family meeting, you're going, oh, you've got a game, you need a clean uniform. When are we going to work in that run to the laundry? Or is it worth it to wash it by hand, because we're not going to make it to the laundromat?
True.
But much better to have that conversation on Sunday than to have it on Wednesday night or Thursday morning.
Yeah.
That Thursday afternoon game. Calendar check can also include things that the kids bring home from school. Like, let's say that your 8-year-old comes home and says, we're having an Alice in Wonderland party because we just finished reading Alice in Wonderland, and I need to bring jam tarts. Okay.
Okay.
Right? Again, you want to find out that jam tarts are needed on Sunday, not on Wednesday night. And so the first thing I would do with my 8-year-old, not my 5-year-old, but with my 8-year-old, I would say, okay, go Google easiest jam tart recipe ever.
Okay.
And then they're going to go and they're going to say, and you're going to say, okay, what's needed? All right, go to the pantry, go check. Do we have really 2 cups of butter? It needs 2 cups of, I don't know. Go check and see how much butter we have. Look in the freezer, see if there's some frozen butter. And so in doing this, it's not just coming from the child's mouth to your to-do plate.
Yeah.
You are sending the child back and having the child be a part of the process. And not only does this help keep you calmer and help you feel less resentful that all of a sudden you're supposed to do what? Jam tarts? What do I know about jam tarts?
Yeah.
Right? But later on, a big problem in middle school is that kids lose motivation and they're apathetic. And parents say, well, why is my child so uninterested? And very often the answer is, we micromanaged our children and we took over, and we were their executive functioning brain. We were their prefrontal cortex, and we micromanaged everything. We scheduled everything. We chunked everything. And basically, they were sort of going along for the ride, and that doesn't involve them.
Yeah.
Even if we end up, doing 90% of the jam tart, the fact that they have wanted to check the ingredients and to help to look up the recipe is going to have them involved, so that when they bring the jam tarts to school,
yeah,
it's not like, oh, here, my mom made these. It was like, look what I've done. So now you're building a strong connection between home and school.
Correct. Yeah.
All kinds of, like, this is a calendar check, and look at all the benefit you're getting.
Yeah.
Okay. Third and most important part of a family meeting is the open agenda, the discussion items.
Yeah.
And here are my rules for the open agenda. Anybody can put anything on the open agenda.
Okay.
You're going to limit the amount of time that you allow for agenda discussion. What I do then is say, let's say we're going to give 15 minutes. And honestly, to begin with kids of your age, 15 minutes is a lot. So you might start with 10 minutes. And you take the number of items on the agenda list and you divide it into the 10 minutes. So now, let's say each agenda item is getting 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So let's say that, and I don't know your kids' names, I'm going to make up names here. Let's say that Johnny did not lend Robbie a pen. And so Robbie just took the pen.
Yeah.
And now Johnny is really mad. And so he has put on the family agenda. And by the way,
yeah,
if you walked in on that argument about the pen, instead of getting it into them right then, when you've got dinner on the stove and it's about to come out and you're trying to get everything done, you could say, this sounds like an important issue, boys. Let's put it on the family agenda.
Mm-hmm.
And so now you've managed to shelve the problem and you're putting it on the agenda.
Yeah.
And so now Johnny gets his say. So you're going to say, okay, Johnny, you've got 3 minutes to talk about the issue with the pens. And Johnny's going to say, well, I don't think it's fair, and he isn't nice, and you should punish him, and da 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 da. And you're going to do some active listening, and you're going to say,
correct.
First of all, you're going to, we do want to set a standard during family meetings that we aren't insulting or name calling. Mm-hmm. So we could talk about anything, but we're going to need to learn how to talk about it kindly and respectfully and constructively.
Got it.
So, if he starts with, he's such a poopy face, or he's such an idiot, or he's so dumb, or I hate him, you're going to help him rephrase it. You're going to say, okay, no put downs, no insults. I hear you're angry. Can you start with that? Can you say, I am so angry? It's okay to be angry with each other. That's going to happen in families sometimes. So yes, I'm so angry. And now you say, what are you angry about? I'm so angry you took my pen and ruined it.
Uh-huh.
Great. You're so angry you took a pen and ruined it. And what, and why was that important to you?
Yeah.
Because now I don't have a pen to use. Okay, great. Can you say it? I am so angry. When you took my pen, I felt so angry because then I didn't have a pen to use. Okay, now we've modeled constructive conversation, but it's still honest, heartfelt, getting to share my emotions.
Yeah.
I get to be seen and heard and acknowledged. And you can acknowledge right then. You can say, yeah, that sounds really frustrating to have your pen ruined and taken without your permission.
Yeah.
I can totally get that you're feeling the way that you're feeling. Right? And now I'm validating.
Yeah. Okay. We did this last week. Some of it. This is the way you value. I really feel you care, but I think you really do care. So it's just nice. Yeah. We did a little mock thing last week.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's good. So now the timer goes off because that's taking 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So now you say, are you complete with this? Or would you like me to keep it on the agenda for next week?
Yeah.
And if he still has anger and agitation and emotion about it, he'll say, put it on the agenda for next week.
Yeah.
You say, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe by next week, the emotions have cooled down enough and enough other stuff has come up that when you ask next week, do you still want it on the agenda? He'll go like, oh no, that's okay. And you'll take it off. In the meanwhile, Robbie's gotten the message. And Robbie probably is being more thoughtful and maybe asking permission more, or he's not, in which case it's going to be on the agenda again, and we're going to have a vehicle for moving forward because we've now established why it made Johnny mad. Now we can go to the step of what do you want to have happen next time? What's your request of your brother? So family meeting agenda can also, of course, be used for parents.
Yeah,
right?
true.
So instead of nagging your kids about something, you see something's a problem, you go write it on the agenda. We post the agenda somewhere front and center. I don't know if, what your little one's reading skills are, but probably good enough to recognize the words like you've been saying over and over, hang up your wet towels. And now you put wet towels on the agenda item, they're going to know. And chances are they're not going to want to talk about it at family meeting agenda. And you're going to see a shift. You're going to see a little bit more attention being paid. And if not, that you have that time to say like, boys, we've talked about why wet towels are a problem. We need a solution here. What ideas do we have? And they'll have been thinking about it because they've seen that it's on the agenda and they're going to know that you're going to ask. But you're going to ask not when you're exhausted at the end of a long day and this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. You're going to ask when you're calm and feeling constructive and you've all done your compliments and your 3 good things and everybody's feeling very supportive and happy of each other. Okay, so that is family meeting agenda. Anybody can bring up any topic as often as they want. And it may be that the answer is still no, you're still mom. You still get to make decisions here. They can still bring it up as an issue. So for me and my daughter, it was, we should have a family dog. Weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of 3 minutes of why we should have a family dog, what would be a good kind of dog to have, why she was responsible enough to have a family dog, what we would be able to do with a dog. We never did get a dog, but we did borrow dogs. We did dog walking. We found ways to get dogs into her life because it was important to her. Even though the answer was still no, a family dog does not work for us.
Yeah.
So seen, heard, acknowledged, understood. And still I'm the parent and I get to make the decision because I'm the holder of all the details of the picture. So our last family meeting agenda or piece is family fun. And this is critical because, again, as I said before, so much of our week is logistics.
Yeah.
So much of our week is, getting ready, going here, getting this done, having to eat, having to bathe, having to do homework, just travel time alone. If we don't put fun on the calendar, it's too easy for it to not to happen.
Yeah.
And fun is bonding, right? Fun when we are laughing, when we're feeling relaxed and good, that's when all our endorphins are coming and it is reminding us, why do we want to be a family? What's good about being a family?
Yeah.
So as part of family meeting, you're necessarily going to have a pretty short time for family fun at that time.
Yeah.
So one of the first agenda items I put on is brainstorming family fun. And that's an agenda item that can be there for quite some time because you can keep thinking, did anybody have any new ideas? What are we thinking? And you really need a couple different kinds of family fun in order to make it work. And very often you need to be creative about how you end things. So if a kid, for instance, wants to play Monopoly, you might say, okay, but we only have 15 minutes. So when the timer goes off, how are we going to decide who wins? Is it going to be who's gone the furthest around the board? Is it going to be who has the most cash or who has the most property? But we need a way to decide. And you want to set the timer as part of that discussion.
Yeah.
And they're going to learn over the weeks to get more and more efficient. Now, the other thing that I want to say before we finish this is take turns deciding who gets to choose what the family fund's going to be.
Yeah.
And don't necessarily try to make it be something that everybody all loves, because that can be super hard.
True.
And there is something really wonderful about showing up for each other, right? So, if Robbie loves to play with good old fashioned wooden blocks and Johnny is thinking, oh, that's kind of stupid or dumb, I don't want to do that anymore. There is value in Johnny saying, for 15 minutes, you can come and be wholeheartedly present so that your brother is having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
And the next week, Robbie's going to have to do it for Johnny. And the week after that, they're all going to have to do it for you.
Yeah.
And again, that has value in our kids just showing up. And so I don't want to, this is boring, I don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
For 15 minutes, we're going to show up with, okay, yes. Oh, this is interesting. And we teach our kids to do that. And because they've gotten their family fun, they learn to show up for other people's family funs. So that's it. 4 steps to increasing harmony and calm and connection in your family.
Beautifully done. My goodness. And remind us who we're talking to, Elizabeth, how we can reach you.
Absolutely. I am Elizabeth Stitt. My business is Joyful Parenting Coaching. You can find me most easily on my website, which is my name, www.elisabethstitt. And that is Elizabeth with an S. Do it with a Z, it will not work. You will not find me.
Perfect. Well, thank you. And thank you for the insight. And I'll keep you posted on my family meetings as well. Elizabeth, thank you again for being here, for joining us. And I hope you have a fantastic weekend with you and your family as well.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything else you want to leave before we go? Any other word of inspiration?
Word of inspiration. I do have a family meeting ebook that goes through all the steps individually. And that is on the website under the resource page. It's free.
Perfect.
It will re-say everything I've said.
Perfect. Thank you. Good to have a reminder. You have a fantastic day. To all of our listeners, stay tuned. More of the show is on the way. Have a fantastic weekend. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network, streama.com, and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And while welcome back to the show. We're excited to have Elizabeth Stitt joining us here, our parent, coach, child adolescent coach extraordinaire. Welcome back to the show today. And sad to learn, I know it's our last show, but thanks for telling me. I don't know these things. Sad to hear that.
Well, I'm sad too because it's been a lot of fun and I've got so much to share. Of course, I could go on and on and on.
Absolutely. And we've had some great conversations the past few weeks, and I've learned a lot, had a lot of questions myself being a parent. I know a lot of you as well. And the name of our company, again, is Joyful Parenting Coaching. Again, Joyful Parenting Coaching. You can reach her at elizabethstitt.com. It's spelled ELISABETH. STITT.com. And of course, she's here as a coach, and let's see what she has in store for us on the last day. Hi.
Well, so it's interesting because in my work, sometimes themes kind of come up within a week, and I'll talk to parents and I'll go like, yes, I was talking to someone about that yesterday and the day before. And so this week's theme that came up was this idea that a lot of parents are concerned when their kids are having a meltdown or are behaving badly, that if we take the time to listen to their feelings and to acknowledge their feelings, that their kids aren't going to learn their lesson. They're not going to learn the behavior that they need to learn.
Okay.
So I want you to think about this for a moment. Imagine that something happens and you're upset.
Okay.
And you call a girlfriend and you start saying, like, oh, this happened and that happened and that happened. And you're feeling, and you're not being super nice about it. You're being pretty snarky and pretty whiny and complaining about it. Right? Like you've gotten yourself, you're really worked up, and she interrupts you and goes like, come on, Jill. You know better than that. You know that guy's a jerk. You know he's going to behave that way. Try to get your panties in a twist. You need to just calm down and, do the right thing. Is that going to make you feel better?
No, it makes me feel worse. Actually.
It is going to make you feel worse, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to call forth your most reasonable and calm and best self? Probably not. You probably are going to go the other direction, right?
Yeah, totally.
You'll even snarkier, even meaner. Your language is going to go out the window. And our kids are just the same way. Imagine, on the other hand, that you call your friend and you're in this really pissy mood and you're complaining and you're getting mad and you're going this, that, and the other. And your friend goes, oh, Jill, that is so hard. I know that guy is so unreasonable. You've had to put up with so much. Oh gosh, I wish that hadn't happened today. You're going to eventually, you're going to bring yourself down. And you're going to run out of steam. And when you finally run out of steam, then you're probably going to be, well, okay, I kind of provoked him, or yeah, I said some stuff I shouldn't have said. And you're going to start owning the parts of the conflict that are on you. Because you felt acknowledged. You felt seen, heard, and understood.
Yeah.
So now imagine doing that with your kid.
Yeah.
Right. So do your kids still have tantrums and meltdowns?
Yes. Yeah. They're 5 turning 6 this week and 8. Yes. The 5-year-old.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So what's a typical meltdown there?
Oh my God. It's almost every day. It's screaming, crying, whining because he's not getting what he wants within like screaming like this. And I'm like, what is my God? Why can't you just talk to me? It's stressed out. If he can't find his blanket, if he can't find his water bottle, it's and he gets really high pitched and whiny. We call him the whiner, which is sad. He has a nickname, but he can never just say, "Hey, mommy, I can't find my blanket. Have you seen it? Could you help me look for it?" It's, oh my God! And it becomes a high pitched whiny thing, which is really funny. But I shouldn't laugh, but I do. Yeah, It's very
Okay.
impulsive.
All right. So I invite you to give up the nickname.
Whiner. Okay.
Right. And I invite you to really hold space for his level of frustration.
Yeah.
And his need to be able to find things more quickly and to feel in control.
Yeah.
And know, and I want, everybody out there listening to know that we are all a little post-COVID traumatized, which means our ability to roll with the punches is not, especially little kids, has not developed along the same lines.
Okay.
Right? Because they've had so much more stress in their young lives. They've had to be so flexible, right? They've had to live with so much uncertainty, as have we.
Wow.
That it's okay. Yeah. So I'm going to say this again.
Okay. Yep.
Right? Parents are afraid that if we are empathetic, that kids won't change their behavior.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But what we just went through with you,
maybe, yeah.
If your friend was empathetic, that was going to get you to calm down
further.
And
you are so right. Wow. Wow. Small conversation within 2 minutes, and you have me realizing I'm handling this totally wrong. I could be handling it so much better for the good of my child. You are right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and it's not right. So, where's my bottle? I can't find my bottle.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't find your bottle.
Okay.
And you are frustrated that you can't find your bottle. I know, honey. I know. Come on, come here. Let me give you a hug. Let's squeeze it out. Let's hug it out. And then let's take a deep breath. All right. Now let's see if we can find that bottle. Shall we do that? Okay. So now instead of having a screaming Mimi in front of you where, you are feeling energy against and frustrated and your own blood pressure is going up because screaming is so unpleasant. You've used all that mother love to go and notice how I have a skill I call match the mojo.
Okay.
Right. So we don't want to scream at the level child is screaming, but so we don't want to match them head on, but we want to come underneath their level because we want them to get that we really see how upset they are. We get it. You're so frustrated right now. You can't find your bottle. And that's really, really hard. So do you see how 3,
yes.
2, 1, I brought it down. If I just come in at 1, then they don't feel like we get it.
No, you're right.
Like if you're just Mary Poppins, like you lost your bottle, then it feels like, yes, I lost my bottle. But if we come in with a little bit of energy up here,
like them, and relate. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you can't find it. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right.
And then calm him down. Okay.
And then you come down. Now you can be really present with it. Okay. It's okay to give hugs and kisses. And then we're going to go look for that bottle. Now, in that case, that's not even really a discipline issue, right? Because it's just frustration at losing a bottle.
And he always says that word. I'm frustrated. I'm so frustrated. He at 5, I can't believe he knows that word. He's a lot of anxiety, I believe. I know. And he always uses that word. I'm frustrated. Mom, I'm just frustrated. And he does this thing as if he's an adult. And I'm like, where did he get that from? Do I do that? And is he mimicking me? I'm like, well, not that I'm frustrated, but yeah, I do get overly excited, which you also have to be aware of as a parent because everything trickles off of you to them.
And that's true. And some of us are just more excitable, right? Like some of us are a little bit loud. We live, I'm shy. Can't you see that? Like we're out there, right? And that's our personality. But we can we can start there and then we can modify it down.
Yeah.
And still be true and authentic to ourselves and our style. What we can really do is translate it to just a lot of warmth and playfulness, because that's going to help relieve that tension and that anxiety.
Yeah.
And, brain science, we've got our amygdala, that's our feeling center, and we've got our prefrontal cortex that's up by our forehead, and that's our thinking center. And when the amygdala is going warning, 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 the prefrontal cortex cannot function. So what we want to come in and do is to help calm that amygdala. And then when we say, where do we think your bottle could be?
Yeah.
Then they're in flow and they're feeling safe and secure, and they can actually look around and see like, oh, it's over there.
True, exactly. All right, good to know. I also have the same issue with my older son when it comes to homework. Yeah, it's a little bit of that. But hold on, just to remind everyone, the lines are open if you want to call in. It's 631-205-6605, 631-205-6605. If you have any questions for our parenting expert and coach, Elizabeth Stitt here once again. If you're just tuning in, we're talking today about her work as a coach, helping parents and children alike and getting through times like this. So homework for my son with me, he is angry and mean and it frustrates me, and I get right back. I always overreact back to him, and I know I shouldn't, right? So if he's giving me a hard time and I get that way too, I have to calm him down. What do I do? Do I talk to him like a passive, like a baby? Like, it's okay. Let's just sit down. Let's start with the spelling homework tonight. And how should I handle it? Because I get worked up as soon as he gets worked up. Always. And today I'll be home doing homework with him. So could you give me advice on that? That's a good one.
All right. So,
oh, by the way, he does it great with anyone else. It's easy breezy. He's smart. No problems. But with mom, to the point where I had to talk to his teacher last year and this year, is he defined in school? No, not at all. It's just, and the teacher had to tell me, I've been in this field for years. I have children of my own, and this seems to be the trend with children and their parents. So don't read too much into it. Just know he's okay here. So that made me feel better, but still doesn't make me feel good every day that I have to do the homework with my son.
Okay, perfect segue to another skill that I wanted to talk about. So good job, Jill. Fabulous. All right, one of my favorite parenting skills is anticipation. And anticipation really means looking ahead and seeing what's the issue going to be and talking about it now. Now, in this case, it's an ongoing thing because homework is ongoing. So I would love for you to sit down with him and say, I think we were calling him Johnny yesterday or last week, so let's keep calling him Johnny.
Perfect.
And you would sit down and you would say, Johnny, honey, every day homework is stressful. And every day you're yelling at me and I'm losing my cool and I'm yelling at you. And that's really a problem. What could we do to solve that problem? And then you do the hardest thing in the world for people like you and me, which is you be quiet. What could you do to solve that problem? Wait. And most kids will say, I don't know. And my next question is always, well, if you did know, what would you say? And sometimes that gives them a little bit of permission, like a little bit of distance. Like, well, I'm not saying this is it, but I'm sort of saying it over here. Sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. So if you get another, I don't know, then I say, all right, well, Johnny, I want you to think about it, and I'm going to give it some thought too. And tomorrow we're going to talk about it again, and we're going to share our ideas and see what we can do to approach homework in a calmer way where we're not getting so upset with each other. You never know what's going to come up with that. And anything that he comes up with, again, you want to, just like with listening to your little ones screaming and tantruming, you want to really be open to hearing it and to be acknowledging his ideas. So, I get mad because you scream at me.
That's what my son says all the time. I get mad because you yell at me so much.
Okay, so part of the problem, Johnny, is that I yell so much. So, I do, and that's a problem. And what do you think we could do so that I yell less? Now, not that it's all on him, because he might turn it around and say, like, well, what do you think we could do so you yell less? And that's a great opportunity for you to do some brainstorming and to maybe make some commitment, right? You might say, you know what? I commit to, and sometimes, and I'm going to suggest this for you because I know that you have a lively personality. Sometimes doing something really silly works. So you might say, like, I commit to standing on one foot, patting my head, rubbing my tummy, and taking 3 deep breaths.
Mm-hmm.
And we could call it, what should we call it? We could call it Flamingo Mom.
Mm-hmm.
And so how would that be? So Johnny, the next time I'm getting upset and I start screaming, you can say, Flamingo Mom, you have to do Flamingo Mom.
Yeah.
And I commit, this is my commitment to you, Johnny. I will stand on my foot, pat my head, rub my tummy, and take 3 deep breaths.
Mm-hmm.
Now, hopefully you won't be able to, and you're going to fall over, and that's going to get you guys laughing, and it's going to be so completely ludicrous that you are doing this. Now, there's some people who I probably couldn't pull this off, but they could do something else that's more in line with their personality. You, I'm pretty sure, on our acquaintance in 5 weeks, Jill, could engage in something silly like that. And you know what? You know why I think it would serve you so much?
What?
Because I know that your time with the kids is short and that you don't want to be doing homework fundamentally.
No.
Right? And so that you are tight and tense about just getting it done.
Because then it's always a time crunch. It's straight from work to the kids, to this, most days, to the homework, then running out the door to get to religion, to wrestling, to soccer, to what do they have this week? Basketball. Like, that's the issue. I don't feel like I wish someone could help that part while I'm just trying to do something for myself for a good 40 minutes, which I never had the time to. So it's my inner frustrations that I don't have the time in my life that I'm totally taking it out on them. I know I am.
Okay. So what do you think? Would Flamingo Mom provide you some comic relief and help you see things in a new perspective?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So that's your homework. Will you try it?
Yes.
Okay. Fabulous. I love it. And if you go back
look at my shirt. It says, look at my shirt.
Yes. Good. I love it.
But yeah, those of you on the podcast, I have a shirt on that says yes. It says yes, I'm cold, I think, the rest of it, but I love this shirt.
But the first one is yes. All I can see on the screen is yes.
Perfect.
I like that. That's really great. So we have the power as parents to help our kids transform their frustrating behaviors so that things which feel like a discipline issue really are not discipline
Got
issues.
my mouse. I'm sorry. I'm just going to bend down 1 second till I find it.
Yeah.
It fell onto my foot. Sorry.
Got to keep it real.
Yeah, totally.
Got to keep it real. Okay. Let's go, because in some ways that's really not a discipline issue either, right? He's not in trouble. He's just doing his homework and getting upset about it. So just so that parents are out there, because I know that they're going to go like, but what if your child, like, what if Johnny hits Robbie? That's a discipline issue, right? That one we can't let go. So what would we do then? Of course, first and foremost, we have to step in and get in between 2 kids and say, Johnny, I cannot let you hit your brother. But I don't need to lecture and yell and say, but you know better, you shouldn't be doing that. How dare you hit your brother? That is completely unacceptable behavior. Because is that going to is it going to help calm Johnny's amygdala? Is it going to invite his thinking brain to come online and to express his emotions reasonably? It's not. So we still are going to use the same technique. We're going to put an arm around Robbie because after all, Robbie just got hit. And we're going to put a hand or an arm around Johnny because we want Johnny to know that even when he hits his brother, we love him. And he is at heart a good person. And so we're going to not check in with Robbie. Hey, that doesn't feel good to get hit, does it? That can't feel very nice. And maybe he has a lot that he needs to say. And if he does, we deal with him first because he's the one who got hit. And we let him talk about his emotions and whatever it was. And we don't try to make somebody right or wrong or figure out who did what because we haven't seen it all. Like, we don't know what Robbie did 15 minutes ago to really provoke Johnny, right? That there's something. We just deal with the feelings and the emotions. And when Robbie is feeling calmer, we say, okay, I'm hearing you and there's still stuff to talk about, but right now I want to hear from Johnny. Okay. Now we turn to Johnny and we go, Johnny, you must have been so mad and frustrated to hit your brother. What's going on, honey? I want to hear about it. And hear how much genuine empathy there is in my voice. I really do want to hear about it because this is my sweet boy and I love him. And of course I can't let him hit Robbie. But I know that my love and my genuine interest in his feelings is going to bring his best self back. It's going to bring his true sweet boy heart forward. So when I listen and I hear and we go through, what the issue was. And again, I do not have to agree with the issue in order to agree with the feelings, right? Nothing justifies hitting his brother. I'm not trying to worry about that. I'm just trying to go with his feelings. Now, when he is completely calmed down, he did hit his brother. This is a discipline issue. So there are really two kinds of consequences that are effective. The first is making amends. Johnny, what could you do to make Robbie feel better? And if Johnny goes back to, yeah, but he took my pen and he smashed it and he ruined it, then you can go then you go back to the feelings because he's still feeling that things are so unfair. You go back to the feelings and acknowledging the feelings, and then you let him know, there's the problem with that pen, and we are going to figure that one out too. Right now, I'd like you to make things okay with your brother. What could you do to do that? And if he's really still upset about it, then that's a sign to us that he does not have the skills he needs to communicate effectively. And so then my consequence, my punishment, is going to be something like, sweetheart, we need you to get to the point where you can use your words with your brother, even when you're super, super mad. And so after supper, we're going to sit for 10 minutes and we're going to write out things that you might be able to say. So in that way, I'm anticipating and I'm giving skills. I'm still staying present with emotion. Okay, we're going to say it one more time. If it's okay to express your empathy and to acknowledge your children's big feelings. You don't have to worry that they're not going to learn their lesson. There is space for that. But if we go right to that, they put their shield up. They get defensive. And they're thinking, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. They're not thinking, oh, next time I'm going to use my words.
Yeah, right? Interesting. Well, we still got 2 more minutes left here today. Knowing it's our last show, sad and unfortunate, but learned a lot from you. And I hope our listeners did as well. If they want to work with you, how does it work? Explain the process if you don't mind.
So I do have a do-it-yourself online course. I have a do-it-with-me online course that will start the second part of February and go into March. I have one-off webinars on topics like temper tantrums and setting up your kids for success, which is what you're doing when you sit down to talk about homework today and come up with a plan so that you're not just always going in the same reactions. That's setting your kids up for success. And of course, I work privately one-on-one with parents. And sometimes that's the most efficient way to do things, because then you're not learning a general concept and trying to apply it to your kids. We're really fine-tuning it for your kids. And all of that information is available on the website.
Perfect. Which is what?
www.ELISABETHSTITT.com. ElizabethStitt.com.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for being here, for joining us. Best of luck with you and your family. And thank you for all the advice. And I'm going to take that to heart today once I start my homework in a few hours with my son.
Yes, exactly.
And the other son. Yes, be just as excited. And okay. I got it. Thank you again, Elizabeth Stitt. Pleasure having you here again. It's Elizabeth with an S, STITT.com. And hopefully we'll connect in the future, right? I'm sure we will. Thank you again. Have a great day. And to all of our listeners, stay tuned. Have a fantastic week. Bye, hon.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are joined by Emerstine Hull. Excited to have her here as a divorce coach and her own company. She has Divorce Coach for You. And by the way, that's the website as well, divorcecoachforyou.com. Really caters to seasoned women, let's say age 50 or older. And she helps them emotionally heal with what's going on, especially through divorce or even a breakup, offering lots of business, job, and of course, educational budget coaching to assist clients in financial independence as well. So there's many services that she offers. Emerstine, welcome to the show today. How are you?
I'm great. And you?
I'm doing fantastic. Please, pleasure to have you here. Introduce yourself to everyone.
Well, my name is Emerstine Hull. The name of my business is Divorce Coach for You, and I cater to seasoned women age 50 and above, and I term these women seasoned women. And I help them to emotionally heal by going through a breakup or a divorce. And also, I help them to be financially independent after they break up a divorce by offering job and career, educational, business, and budget coaching.
Amazing. Well, I think it's important for us to get to know you as a person before we know you as a coach. So tell us a little bit about you. Where did you grow up in your life? I know I mentioned, I read in your notes, that your mother kind of was an inspiration to you. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I was born in Savannah, Georgia, but currently reside in Augusta, Georgia, the home of the Masters. And most of my life, I've been in the accounting and business arena, to include accounting and business instruction and also academic advising. And prior to now, I was married 32 years.
Wow.
And we divorced a few years ago. And when I was doing my research on divorce, I found out that since 1990, the divorce rate for persons 50 and older has doubled.
Really?
And the divorce rate for ages 65 and older has tripled.
Wow.
And I had no clue. And I found that a lot of these women end up financially worse off than a man after a divorce the same age. And oftentimes they end up in poverty. And I did not know that. So, and even if they're okay financially, a lot of them are used to their spouses handling the household finances and budget. And my spouse did that too. But my saving grace was I was an accountant by profession, so I knew how to do budget and financing. So even though the women are not struggling financially, a lot of them need assistance with budgeting because a lot of them have not done it before. So I help them, whatever it takes for them to be financially secure and to be and to emotionally heal. And that's what I strive to do. And that's what prompted me to do that, because I didn't know what was affecting women my age until I actually went through it myself. And prior to that, I was in my own little world, didn't have a clue. And I wanted to make sure women my age were okay and let them know they would be okay, and to empower them. As Beverly Smith says, it gets greater later.
Kind of sounds like a fine wine. Ages gets better
That's
with
right.
time.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, really. Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you for sharing this. And just remind us how we can reach you. What's the website? Is there a contact number for us?
Okay, the website is divorcecoachforyou.com. And you can contact me at the same site. It's Emmerstein, EMMERSTINE at Divorce Coach for You. You can also contact me via telephone. Number is 706-513-6442. Again, that's 706-513-6442.
Got it. Thank you so much. All right. So let's continue. Let's talk more, about your services and how you help people. Main objective, you say, is to help in seasoned women, as we talked about, right?
Yes.
And let's talk about some of the healing process that goes on with this. And you want to empower these women, you say, to live their best life. So let's talk about the process of how you work with a divorce coach.
The main thing, divorce can be like death, with the exception is your spouse is still alive. Even though you may want him dead, he's still alive. So you go through a grieving process. Some women even go through depression, and it's important, if you feel like you're in depression too long, seek counseling. Okay, and also try to join a support group. A lot of churches now, they've started support groups for divorced persons, and to don't do some of the things people do to try to get through the pain, such as over drinking. And the biggest mistake that people make is they date too soon. You have to give yourself time to heal from a divorce. And it's said to take an average of 2 years to actually heal. And mostly do not indulge in alcohol or drugs, because you end up with a bigger problem if that happens. So just give yourself time to heal, and stay in contact with friends and family, and have a support group. It's very important to have a support group.
Got it. But not everybody has a good support group, and sometimes it's better to go to someone who's non-judgmental, like a professional like yourself, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And to work with a divorce coach, normally, you're meeting how many times a week? How many months of commitment do you need?
It varies from person to person, and it also depends on what phase in the healing process they're in. Um, I would suggest initially maybe once a week, um, and kind of taper down as time goes on to maybe about once a month.
Mm-hmm.
And also during that time, it's important to establish goals and objectives. And a lot of times people do this, but they do not write down the goals and objectives. So you need to write them down and be able to see them. And a lot of times you're in emotional turmoil, and by seeing your goals written down, it helps you to focus and be more logical about the process.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Let me ask, furthermore, about your company and the work that you're doing. You mentioned, you had to overcome your own fear, right, of starting your own business. A
Yes.
lot of people have fear and anxiety about talking to someone. I mean, and since you've been there, could you talk about the emotions that do happen when there's a breakup, when there's divorce? What type of traumas really, affect you? And then sometimes you realize, "Oh, I don't have a job. I don't have," so you're also coaching people to go on to the next level as well.
Yes. Um, a lot of times people are initially you're in denial.
Mm-hmm.
How could this happen? I thought I would be with this person for the rest of my life. And then you may progress to anger. How could he have done this to me?
Mm-hmm.
I devoted my life to him. And then you start the bargaining. And that's the step where you may start indulging in drugs and alcohol, and maybe relationships too early, and spending. And from my experience, my weakness was spending.
Mm-hmm.
So be careful not to do those things. And then eventually you'll forgive that person. I know some people say that'll never happen, but eventually you'll forgive that person. You come to acceptance and know that okay, I can't change this. I have to accept it, and I have to go forward and go on with my life.
Yeah. Ah, wow. Well, let's talk about the educational coaching, business coaching, job and career coaching that you do specifically. Tell us some details of how you've guided people, maybe share some past experiences with clients.
And I also have my certificate in divorce coaching.
Oh, where'd you get that from?
At Light University.
Okay, great.
Yes, and I have my job and career coaching certificate from the career. It's a long name. I can't remember from off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
I have my certificate in job and career, and for the business and accounting part, I've been in that arena for about 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
And educational, I've been an academic advisor for a few years. So if they decide, and especially if they need to make additional income, women my age typically may not have worked for a while, but maybe work part-time most of their marriage. So a lot of them need to maybe get retrained,
Mm-hmm.
pick a different career.
Mm-hmm.
And I help them to decide maybe if they want to pursue a certain career, then I have them to research that career and to see how well their career is doing and if they should go that route.
Mm-hmm.
And also the school to attend if they want to go to college or whatever, or go to technical school.
Yeah.
Even. And a lot of schools have continuing education departments where they can take a computer course if you hadn't used computers. in a while, or various other type skills. And the budget and also the business area, for a lot of times they need additional income and they may need to do a part-time job or a side business, or maybe if they're not strapped financially, they may want to start a full-time business. So I help them do that because I've been a business consultant for a number of years, and that's what I did for clients. And a lot of seasoned women, they need assistance with budgeting because a lot of them do not know how to budget. And they may need to live off of less money. So I help them to look to where they can cut expenses.
Yeah.
And I always advise them to make a budget. If you know you're going through a divorce, make a budget before you actually go through the process. And then you can always refine your budget as you go on.
Yeah.
And so that's what I mainly do. And I try to let them know that they would be okay. I was okay, and I want them to know that they would be okay too, because prior to my divorce, I had never lived on my own, ever. And the first time I lived on my own I was 57. So that was quite an experience. So whatever they need to make sure they heal and be financially secure and know how to budget, that's what I try to do.
Yeah. All right. Wow. And by the way, if you are just tuning in, let's remind everyone, Emerstein, how we can reach you. And if you are interested, divorcecoachforyou.com is the website. And what other form of contact do you want to share? Do you have social media or any phone number you want to share?
Social media, you can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, and TikTok. And my handle is the same, Divorce Coach for You.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
And my phone number again is 706-513-6442. Again, that's 706-513-6442. And you can also contact me at Emerstein, EMMERSTINE at divorcecoachforyou.com.
Perfect. And looking over your notes, I know you mentioned about your divorce, and
Yes.
did you want to elaborate more about that? You said you were 57, and after 32 years of marriage, you went through your divorce and found out there were so many other women like you who've gone through this and were getting through the same thing. And some people ended up in poverty, right?
Yes.
Could you want to talk a little bit more about that for today?
My divorce, it came as a shock. It came like a truck. It just blindsided me. And I was more of being in accounting and business arena. I was a very logical person. I was devastated, but I knew I had to go forward. And I tell other people, I know you're gonna go. I went through denial, anger. I didn't try to reconcile. I said to myself, if he lets me walk out that door, I'm never coming back. And I'm filing for divorce on my way out the door. So, and that's what I did. But I was upset and angry, but I would like to thank him for inspiring me to start this business by divorcing me, because if he had not done that, I would have never started Divorce Coach for You, which I feel is my purpose. And for most seasoned women, our children are grown. So my kids are grown. I have a granddaughter. So I did not have to focus on having to take care of kids. So I mainly had to take care of myself and go through the healing process myself. And because I'm human too, so I did what I told people not to do. I shopped extensively. And to get over the pain, I did a lot of traveling. I went to New York and saw the Wendy Williams show. went to Vegas.
How is she doing, by the way? Oh, I know she's dealing with some medical issues.
Yeah. I mean, I think they say she's doing better. She's still having issues and
Is she still doing the show?
no, Sherry
She
Shepherd
gave it up. Okay,
has
yeah,
a
I didn't
time
even know.
slot. Yeah.
Aw.
And then I flew to LA. I'd never been there before and saw a Steve Harvey workshop. And in Vegas, I was able to do a little gambling. So I did those things to take my mind away from my divorce. And I had friends and associates that were very supportive also.
Well, also, we still have 10, oh gosh, we only have 6 minutes left on the show, but there's so much more to how you can help our listeners. Do you want to share some client experiences? Do you want to focus on one area? It's your first show with us. I want you to make sure we're covering everything that's important to you.
And also, I do offer the initial consultation. 30 minutes is free. It's no cost. Initial consultation. And I had one lady that contacted me. Her spouse was on disability, etc. So she was not able to get any type of support. And she was thinking about going to school. I can't remember exactly what area she wanted to go in. So I told her, I said, do research and find out if that the area is okay where you currently live. And she said, well, I'm moving. I said, well, see if you can if you be able to get a job in that area when you move there. And she did. And I told her, I said, make sure and I tell all women, by me being an accountant, I know this stuff because I've done it all my life. Make sure you know the income that's coming in your house and the expenses that are being paid. Know all your assets, to include bank accounts, retirement accounts, stocks, bonds, because oftentimes we do not know.
Yeah.
So before I left my home with my former spouse, I made copies of everything, absolutely everything, because oftentimes they will not tell you. Your spouse will not tell you. If you do not know, he or she will not tell you. So always know. And my spouse handled the finances. So even though I was an accountant, he that's what he wanted to do. And so I knew exactly what to get copies of. Also, life insurance policies, etc. And have all your expenses for yourself, expenses for your spouse, and the household expenses. Make sure you know that. And also, I was lucky. I got a very good attorney. I mean, she was absolutely wonderful. And I was able to initially get spousal support. And that's because my spouse initially left income off of his financial report. And I knew, and the income that was left off was substantial. And so it always pays to know what money is coming in the house. If you know you're going to be going through a divorce, get the paperwork together and make copies of it so that you will have it. I can't stress that enough. So I told one lady to make sure she does that. She said, well, I don't know. He pays all the bills. I said, you know more than you think you know. It's like a puzzle. Get the pieces that you do know, and then gradually find out the pieces that you don't know. And as I was telling her, she realized, yeah, I do know. So like I said, I can't stress that enough to know all your assets, your liabilities, your bills, expenses, etc.
So what advice would you give to someone who's out there, whether you're a seasoned, woman or a young woman who's about to get married, things we should prepare for in case of divorce, not to look for the grim in it, but, the statistics say, chances are it's not going to last. I mean, there's some high statistics out there. What advice would you give to someone now who's getting married?
Now there seems to be a tendency toward prenups, getting a prenup. And when I was younger, I probably didn't think about that. But now I would suggest that, especially if you've gone through a divorce and this is your second marriage, and you've gotten substantial assets from, or even some assets from that former spouse. You don't want to marry someone else who maybe not have as much, and if that marriage doesn't work out, because second marriages end in divorce more than the first marriage. So you don't want that person to be able to share in your assets, etc. You may want to leave your assets to your kids. So a prenup is a good idea. And be realistic. Know that, and I was lucky in this respect. Know that person's credit. They need to have credit is so important, and a lot of young people do not realize that. Especially in college, it's so easy to get credit cards, because I was able to get a credit card, and so many kids, young adults will run up credit cards. They don't know, they don't realize. But I never ran mine up. And if your credit is not good, it's hard to get financing for a home. Or your mortgage payments may be higher. It's hard to get a car. So check that person's credit history.
Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you here, getting to know you. And again, to remind people to reach out to you, would you mind sharing the website once again and contact information?
Okay. My website is divorcecoachforyou.com. You can contact me at that website, Emmerstein, EMMERSTINE, at Divorce Coach for You. You can also call me at 706-513-6442.
Great. Thank you so much. Pleasure having you here, getting to know you, Emmerstein, and looking forward to the next time we connect. Thanks again for your advice. And for those out there, please reach out for that complimentary consultation. It can't hurt. Time to live your best life, no matter what age, no matter what you've been through. There is hope. There is light at the end of that tunnel. And you are living proof. And so many people are. Thank you again. Have a fantastic day. To all of our listeners, thank you. Stay tuned. More of the show is on the way.
Yeah. I said it. This is the season, women, and sugar, spice, and everything nice. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Sugar,
yes, ma'am.
Spice, and everything nice.
That
sugar, spice,
season,
and
women,
everything nice. You're not getting older, you're not to be ignored. You're confident and wise, looking better than before. Got the fine wine face, the ones that you adore. And we celebrating us, celebrating life and more. You talk about the past, you could leave it at the front. It's time to be selfish, doing whatever you want. You're so pretty and you're young, if you got it, baby, flaunt. Y'all get in the back, season women to the front. So pretty and you're young, if you got it, baby, flaunt. Y'all get in the back, season women to the front. Y'all get in the back, season women to the front. Cause it's sugar, in the back, and everything nice. Sugar, spice, and everything nice. Cause it's sugar, spice, and everything nice. Y'all get in the front. Y'all get in the front.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. So the chakra system, so important in harnessing and controlling the energy within your body, which kind of controls everything within your life. And we've been learning on these podcasts about the chakra system, and every week we take a different one and dig deep into it. I don't know anybody that's ever done that before, but we're doing that. And she's helping us out with that. She's all about yoga, energy healing. She's a Master Life Qigong instructor, certified Lifeline practitioner, and she's with Satya Life Yoga, and she's Frankie Hart. She's back with us. Hey, Frankie.
Hi, Steve. Good to be here.
Good to be here with you. And did I say that right, Qigong?
Yes, perfectly.
Wonderful. All right. So we're up to the heart chakra. For anybody that just found us, maybe we should just give a explanation of what a chakra is.
Beautiful. I love that. So the chakras are considered energy wheels or vortexes that lie predominantly, the first 7, along the spine, beginning at the root of the spine near the tailbone in the pelvic floor, and going all the way up to the crown chakra at the top of the head.
And we have 7 major chakras. There's many other ones, but we're not focusing on those. The 7 are like the key, the baseline.
Yes.
And the heart chakra is, of course, located where your heart is.
And it's the center one of the 7. So we're at number 4. And traditionally, we talk about the lower chakras being more to do with the physical world and the higher chakras more to do with the spiritual world. So right here at the heart chakra, we're at the meeting point.
We're at the crossroads.
We're at the crossroads. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So why is the heart chakra? And of course, we all have this view of the heart chakra being the one that harnesses love, relationships. Not so much though, right?
Well, in some ways, yes. In some ways, yes. And in other ways, like when we were talking about the second chakra, we were talking about how our sensuality, our sexuality is very much related to second chakra. But here at the heart chakra, we could say that all relationships have something to do with our heart chakra.
Let's say, and maybe I'm digressing for just a moment, but let's say you were in a relationship and it went bad. And let's say you got your heart broken.
Yes.
Would that affect your heart chakra?
Absolutely. And I would say you're one of everyone else on the planet. Right? I mean, most of us, after we've come to a certain point in our life, we've experienced heartache of some kind, maybe romantic. Maybe we lost our parents at a young age. Maybe we ourselves had some kind of tragedy in our life. And so every time we have that sensation that our heart has been broken, this is the heart chakra talking to us. And I think, Steve, we're talking on something that's really important, which is why of all the chakras, people who know nothing about yoga sort of go, oh, heart chakra, I've got that, right? When we think of our heart, we think of it as an organ, but we also, all of us have so much language about my heart feels this or my heart tells me that. Very few people are saying, oh, my liver told me I should do this, or my kidneys are advising me, or, even though we know we feel emotion in our gut, right? But we don't talk about that so much, so specifically. But when it comes to our heart, we culturally are very comfortable with listening and understanding that there's more going on than just an organ health, right? That there is this energy center that's both giving us information and receiving information. And when I say information, I really mean energy, right?
Well, it's been said, you have a gut feeling, and that's somewhere in a lower chakra. Your heart is, we're all programmed with emotion. So
Yes.
the heart chakra is an important one because it
Yes.
centers around emotion. So question for you. We talk about that energy. We talk about getting your chakras cleared of maybe negative energy or troublesome energy. You gave an example, Frankie, before. Let's say you had a relative close to you pass many years ago.
Yes.
Is it possible that you still have stored up energy from that passing in your heart chakra decades later?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so that's one of the things I want to talk with us today about, Steve, is how do we heal our heart chakra? How do we create resonance, which is that feeling of being one within ourselves, but also with other people in relationship, and even with those who've passed, right? These important relationships in our life, rather than to feel that, especially as children, rather than to feel that this loved one was stolen from us, right? Taken from us. I met a young girl once whose mom died very young of cancer, and she was having an issue with stealing, like, little things around the house, stealing her mom's this or her dad's that. And I was talking with her and I said, "Why do you think you do this?" And she said, "Well, my mom was stolen from me, right?" And so felt like it didn't matter that she did these things. These were very small things, to take something from her stepmom or her dad. And it was a beautiful conversation to start to have with her about, what does that mean to her? And is there another way of looking at it rather than her mom was stolen, right? And as a very young girl, she, was just developing a way to relate to this, right? So for each of us, we experience something, and when something is traumatic, it's a little bit more or a lot more than we can integrate in the moment, right? And so the time that we have after that, we can consciously work towards a healing. And that doesn't always happen with talking about the trauma itself, but with helping ourselves move towards a new place of balance, a new place of self-efficacy, or, like I'm saying, resonance. So in the heart chakra, when our heart chakra is balanced, we have the ability to let go of past hurt, whether it's, a bad emotional breakup, a painful divorce, the loss of someone near to us. Yeah.
I'm trying to better understand this, and maybe for all of us.
Yes.
So that trauma took place, let's say 20 years ago.
Yes.
You still have that energy in your heart chakra.
You may. Yes, you may.
You may. You have that energy cleared out, let's say through Reiki or chakra balancing, right?
And your participation in it. So that's a really important thing, Steve. When we are experiencing energetic healing, it's so important to understand that you are a co-creator in this situation, right? That the person who's with you is helping guide you, like a tour guide, in Tibet, taking you up the mountain, but you are the one making that journey. And so one of my main concepts I want to share with everybody today is you are the only one responsible for how you feel. And as much as that's really empowering, it can also be a little intimidating.
Well, for getting your chakras balanced, everything's about intention, so I totally have that.
Yes.
But is it reasonable to just let the Reiki practitioner do their thing, or do you physically need to be thinking certain things while it's going on?
Lovely question. I love that question. So if you're working with someone that you trust who's doing energy work with you, or a yoga teacher or a Tai Chi teacher, the main thing, Steve, is to be receptive. So if you know something about the energetic work or the practice that they're doing, then you can be kind of a co-creator, as I'm saying, quite actively in the moment. Or in all the practices in meditation, say, or Shavasana, we're asking ourselves to go into a place of surrender. And surrender means that I'm letting go of effort. But as long as I'm letting go of effort, let's talk about a really more important thing. I'm letting go of resistance. So it is really beautiful to be able to just let go, come to a relaxed state, and be, and give yourself that moment, which is an enormous part of the healing itself. To be comfortable, not doing anything, but just being, which allows you to come in a state of meditation where you are healing yourself.
So I have another question. Sometimes I get a little
Yes.
technical, but this is how my mind works. I want to learn as
Yes.
much as I can for all of us.
Good.
You had that passing event that
Yes.
affected your heart chakra years ago. You have the energy cleared out by a Reiki practitioner.
I don't think you can have that done just by them. And that's kind of where I'm kind of getting in a dance with you here, Steve, is I don't think
because I'm not
you
going to
can.
stop.
Right.
No.
I don't think you can just have someone else do something to you, right? What it is more is that you've come, you're looking for this, you're opening your heart to have another way of being with yourself. And so you have a Reiki practitioner or a Qigong master or a yoga teacher or a Tai Chi teacher or a counselor being there with you as you transition and giving you perhaps the encouragement, the support to start to let go of this in a way that is safe and comfortable for you.
Okay. If you've cleared it successfully,
Okay.
Does it come back? Let's say you have thoughts that, a memory from 20 years ago where, there was, let's say, a passing of a loved one. And, maybe they're sad thoughts. Does that energy come back in the heart chakra? And at some point, you probably need to clear it out again?
Grieving is such a beautiful topic here at the heart because in traditional Chinese medicine, the heart chakra, well, first, okay, let me go back. The heart chakra is the heart, but it's also the lungs. And in traditional Chinese medicine, the lungs are where we experience joy and grief. That's what the lungs govern. When we experience loss, it's very healthy and actually essential for us to move through grief. There is Dr. Ellen Wolfelt defines PTSD actually as unprocessed grief. It's a really powerful statement, isn't it? So this feeling of feeling sad or grieving is actually in and of itself very healthy. When we can't get to the other side of it, right? That is where we want some support. That's where maybe it's hanging on too long. So in terms of grieving, we all grieve in our own way and in our own cycles. And it would be very normal to say, work through a grief in this moment. And then 5 years later, all of a sudden you have another wave of grief moving through, right? Maybe something has happened. Maybe it's an anniversary of that time. That is very, very healthy, I believe. When the heart chakra is, let me talk about a few things, a few ideas of when the heart chakra is blocked, right? So we can kind of look at this a little bit different than just the natural emotion of feeling sad. So I've put a little things together in a list, but yeah, I think it'll start to give us a picture of this. If my heart chakra is blocked, I become untrusting, right? Untrusting of myself, untrusting of other people. I might have codependent relationships rather than healthy relationships. I might feel deep within myself unworthy or unlovable, right? I think that many people harbor that on some small level, that there's a part of them, if someone really knew them, they would not love them, like, and that's sort of that representative that shows up sometimes, right? Especially on the first couple dates, right? So we want to, with our heart chakra, come to accept all of ourselves, to love all of ourselves. And we'll talk a little more about that. Also, when the heart chakra has blockages, we fear intimacy. Like maybe at a superficial level, we're like, hey, the life of the party, but things get too close, people get too close, and all of a sudden we're backing away. We tend to be very judgmental or self-critical, right? We might be jealous, right? So in the first time, everything is wonderful, but then your loved one, is having a conversation with someone else, and all of a sudden, everything is terrible. What are they doing? Or we might hold grudges. We might be overly defensive. And then this is one that I really like to think about is we might find ourselves often in the role of rescuer or victim in relationships, right? Because you know how we were just talking a little moment ago about just being. In a healthy relationship, in the best relationship, we can just be with each other, right? And the moment where you're just hanging out and relaxing, no words even need to be said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we don't feel comfortable within ourselves in our heart chakra, we tend to feel like we have to be always doing something. We have to be helping that person. Like, here's
Overcompensating. Yeah.
overcompensating, or we feel very needy. And so this person makes us feel okay about ourselves because they're telling us that we're okay. But if they're not doing these things for us, if they're not showing up, if they're not showering us with gifts and compliments all the time, then all of a sudden we think, oh, they don't love me anymore. And I need that. I need to feel that, or I feel victimized, right? So the whole idea of a codependent relationship is really here very much can be explored at the heart chakra. And I think one of the things that I like to look at here is that a blocked heart chakra feels often resentment, right? We say we're single, we haven't, we're things are not working out for us right now. And some friend says, oh my gosh, I met the most wonderful person and we're getting married and la 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 la. And instead of feeling joy for them, we just are resentful. Like, oh, why is it happening to everybody else but not me, right?
Right.
And I'm
always
being
a bridesmaid.
playful here.
Always a bridesmaid.
Exactly. Yeah, right. How many movies are there about how many bridesmaid dresses the girl wore, right? So what is really important, though, on a very profound level, is that resentment can actually be an emotion underneath many addictions, right? So it's something we really want to look at, right? If we feel resentment, we want to find ways to help our own heart heal, to build this process of feeling love for ourselves and acceptance for ourselves.
I believe, and this is why I asked some of those questions earlier, that some believe that, oh, well, I just go to a practitioner and I get my chakras cleared out and things are going to be way better. But it's not that easy. You need to take the steps to heal. Yes, you can clear some of that energy out, make it better, but it's not going to be unless you've done, I always say this, everything is work. Everything is work. You've done the work to help heal yourself, even breathing. They call it breath work in yoga and such.
Yes, we do. And what I want to share with that is if it's work, in yoga, we have this sutra that says everything should have a balance of effort and ease. And so when we say it's work, that's the effort part. And that word is stihira. So if we don't do the work, here I like to say in the heart chakra, it's about showing up, isn't it? Right? It takes some work, to show up, to be courageous, right? Courageousness is from the heart. The root of the word courage is about the heart. But then if it's all work, then we don't have the ease or the playfulness. And we all know that relationships, one of the first things that happens if a relationship dries up is we don't have that playfulness, right? But same with ourselves, right? So if we feel very, very self-critical, if we feel unlovable, and somebody says you have to do the work, you might feel like I'm already doing a lot of work just getting out of bed in the morning. I need a little playtime, right? And that's why little children or animals can really help a person open up their heart again. Because I remember one time I drove into my sister's driveway. She lives in Long Island. And at the time she had 5 little children. And I hadn't even gotten out of the car, and these 5 kids were just running out in the driveway to hug me. And I was just in heaven, right? Because I was single and I didn't have children in my life. And it was just so magical, right? And the thing is we have these magical moments with relationships all around us if we can open our hearts to them, right?
Yeah, and learn from it. just
and
what you
learn from
said.
them.
Yeah. And you don't know until until you feel that joy. And then inside you're
Yes.
like, oh man, that felt good. I haven't felt that. I just adopted a kitten, another one, over the
Yes.
weekend. And I feel like a kid. I'm walking around talking to it, like a baby voice, and I'm picking it up. I'm like, it's
Exactly.
so adorable.
And that is heart chakra right there, because there's so many kinds of love, Steve. And that's one of the things I wanted to send out as we're approaching Valentine's Day is, on Valentine's Day, we tend to think of our loved one or our partner, our romantic partner, but I love to think of all of the different kinds of love we have in our life, right? Because sometimes we have a romantic partner, sometimes we don't. We talked before about taking yourself out on a date. But what about all of the other kinds of love that you have in your life? And these relationships actually teach us a lot about how to love, right? And the more we know how to love ourselves, which sounds really selfish at first, but it is not, the more we can love ourselves, the more we can love another person. And we give the other person who we're in relationship with freedom to be who they are, because we are not depending on them for our own happiness, right?
Yeah. And a lot of people go down that road and don't
Yes.
realize they're doing it. And now
Right.
they've already traveled down that road. And years later, things are misaligned. And then
Yes.
as we always say, you have a reevaluation of your life. Could be 5 years in. Some say 9 is a pinnacle
Yeah.
point for reevaluating. And then you turn around and say, wait a minute, whatever happened to me?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
part of the other half. And you probably should never say that. It's a
Right.
bad
Right.
description.
Right. I personally was never interested in that kind of imagery for my
Right.
my romantic partner. Exactly. I wanted someone to play with. I wanted someone to stand beside, walk with, talk with, play with, dance with, cry with, all of those things, but not someone to be the better me, or, let's inspire each other, but not complete each other. I like that
Yes.
movie that everyone
You
loved, Jerry
complete me.
Maguire. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of trouble with that, if it's literal, that can be very troublesome. Yeah.
But it's so true when you take a look at relationships, many of them, where that person thinks they need the other person to be a full unit and whole, but because they haven't figured out how to love themselves. And I truly believe it's very unfortunate that there isn't a stigma attached to saying, I love myself.
Oh, I agree.
It's like
I agree.
egotistical, but it's not.
Right. It is not. It is emotional health. And I in many ways, Steve, I often talk about, I wish in school, or there was another way to really do emotional health programs for children, because it is so important, right? So important to understand how to process anger, how to be sad, and really that loving yourself is so beautiful and essential. And it's a gift. It is a gift that you give everyone. If you don't love yourself, it is difficult, like what you were saying at work, right? So let's talk a little bit about some details about the heart chakra. So maybe we can inspire people to dive in a little bit on what it means to create balance.
And I'm just going to say, we have
yeah.
like 3 minutes left.
Oh, no
Ish.
way.
Yeah. How did that happen?
Oh my goodness. Okay. So in the heart chakra, the words that I like to think of are connection and compassion, right? Connection and compassion, this sense of loving kindness. And the idea of to hold, to heal, to help. When I was writing those words, I noticed that, in many wedding vows, that's to have and to hold. Do you notice that to have is not in there? And that's a little of what we were talking about. You remain your own person, right? So we can hold each other, we can help each other, we can help heal each other, but we have ourself, right? We have our own self-efficacy, which we share with each other. The name Anahata is a Sanskrit name for the heart chakra, and it means unstruck. And this is so beautiful because we were talking about being hurt. And when we feel hurt, we can feel damaged. We can feel our heart is broken, our heart has been hurt. I love Carly Simon's song, I don't mind if I fall apart. There's more room in a broken heart. and I believe in love. That, I think that is absolutely the heart chakra. We grow through those. We grow through those. And Leonard Cohen in There's a Crack in Everything, that's where the light gets in, right? So we don't want to think that if we have suffered loss with our heart, that we are less than. We want to think we're brave, right? We're brave. The element of the heart chakra is the air, and that's because it's expansive and free. And that's how we want our love to feel. And the seed syllable is yum, and it means to let go, to breathe, and to give. And doesn't that sound like wonderful qualities for a relationship, right? To let go, to breathe, and to live. In the meditation that I wanted to share just briefly with you is that if you softly close your eyes and you think of someone that you love very, very much, you can surround them with the feeling of loving kindness or compassion from your heart chakra. And that feels really good.
Let me say that again, because that was that was powerful, and I like half got it.
Okay, good.
How you saying that?
So you want to imagine someone you love very much. This could even be your new kitten. And surround the image of this person or this being with the loving kindness of your heart chakra. And then softly let that go and think of someone that you see, but you don't know very much, like a barista at your favorite coffee shop or a clerk at a store you go to that you see. And just see this person and surround this person with the loving kindness of your heart. And then let that go and pull in the image of someone with whom right now you have a little struggle, some struggle. And see the image of this person and surround the image of this person with the loving kindness of your heart. And now, finally, Steve, see yourself. See yourself. And surround this image of yourself with the loving kindness of your heart chakra.
The visuals are pretty powerful.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
We know what it is to love. We really do. It's just, do we give ourselves the opportunity, right, to do it?
What Carly Simon song did you mention before? Because there's another one.
It's yes. The verse I mentioned is I know it starts with like baby sneezes, mommy pleases, daddy. I don't remember the title of it, but she says, I don't mind if I fall apart. There's more room in a broken heart, and I believe in love.
Well, based on what we were just talking about, one of her very early songs, That's the Way I Always Heard It Should Be.
Yes.
That
might be it.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
Funny
another one
that we're riffing on that, but I'm going to grab your lyrics real quick because it says about
excellent
being in relationships.
Yes.
And basically the song is about looking at your parents and how they're not really happy because it's just not working. But she's singing it from the point of she's with somebody and she says, you say we can keep our love alive, babe. All I know is what I see. Couples cling and claw and drown in love's debris. You say we'll soar like two birds through the clouds, but soon you'll cage me on your shelf. I'll never learn to be just me first by myself.
Mm-hmm.
So you got, that's what we just said.
Right.
In a song. It's so funny.
Right.
You mentioned Carly Simon. But it's, one's about love and one's about loving yourself, being yourself before you're into that relationship where maybe somebody else is a little too clingy, overbearing.
Yeah. And the important thing here is that the smallest step is so significant. So the smallest step of being kinder to yourself, gentler with yourself, more accepting, more gratitude, around the blessings that you do have, more satisfied. These things come so beautifully. And And so the mantra that I wanted to share with people is this, what I started earlier, because I think it's so empowering. And we are adults now. I think most people listening to the show, and that is, I am the only person responsible for how I feel. And I can choose to feel love, regardless of the conditions of my life.
Or
I can choose to feel love.
Or the condition of your chakra.
Yeah. Yes. Well, you do that heart chakra is going to shine.
and we all have choices, and you can choose that. Your heart chakra, for lack of a better description, may have been beaten up. It got kicked a couple of times.
Yes.
But if you let it in and maybe
Yes.
get rid of that negative energy.
And that's so interesting you said that, Steve, because I was thinking this morning as I was thinking about the podcast, you're probably familiar with that concept of the wounded warrior, right?
Sure.
The wounded warrior or
Sure.
the wounded healer, right? So the idea of a wounded healer is it is absolutely through the experience of the wounds or the journey that the healing capability was awakened within that person, right? So it is the same with us, who can love more? Someone who has really understood, right? That's powerful. That's powerful. To love despite knowing, that we will at some point, there can be a change, there can be a loss. We can guard our heart and protect our heart, but when you do that, you try not to let the bad stuff in, but you don't let the good stuff in either. And your life is not going to feel as rich as you want it to.
So I'm going to listen on the way home today. The Eagles, Try to Love Again. Another song.
Beautiful. Yes. Hey, I wanted to ask you, I started my yoga class this morning, having everyone share their favorite love song. Do you have a favorite love song?
You are pushing me today. Something in the way she moves. James Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a
Just
great
popped in
one.
my head. I don't know why.
It's that's a good one.
And I can't sing, but that. Actually, I'm gonna say second.
Okay, what's the first?
And I wasn't singing. I was singing Something in the Way She Moves by James Taylor, but I think the best love song is Something by the Beatles.
Yeah.
When you listen to those lyrics, and I was never a big Beatles fan when I was younger, it's just, I like, meh, whatever. And then as I got older, I would listen, I'm like, wow, this is really good stuff.
Yeah. The Beatles have quite a few songs that are just tremendously connected with the heart chakra. And the songs seem very simple at first, but like you're saying,
yes.
They connect. And when you really tune in, it's really beautiful.
So we went way over time here, but I don't care.
We did. Oh, okay.
And they're going to cut us off any second. But love song from you, your favorite.
I choose today Make You Feel My Love, which was originally written by Bob Dylan and then covered by Garth Brooks and recently Adele.
Yes. And there's been others that have done that song. There's been others that have done that song. I'm going to look that up.
Yes. When the rain is blowing in your face and the whole world is on your case, I could offer you a warm embrace to make you feel my love. When the evening shadows and the stars appear and there's no one there to dry your tears, I could hold you for 1,000,000 years to make you feel my love. And what I love about this song is, as you listen to it, there's both sides. There's one person who's so rich in their love that they say, I can do this. And there's another person who's so hurt that they don't know if they can even receive it, right? And I think we have both of those within us, Steve. I really do. I think every one of us has so much love to give and also a little afraid of being rejected, and a little afraid because we've been hurt in the past. And so when I listen to that song, I just love to feel both sides of me and to understand that as the human condition. Yeah.
When you sing those lyrics, I hear the song, I feel the love. I feel the emotion that comes out of that song. Yeah. That's good stuff. Yeah, we're over time and we have literally seconds left. Your website, if somebody wants to reach out to you, even for anything that you offer, guidance. Certainly yoga is that can be done virtually in some regards, but what's your website?
Absolutely. Satya Life, SATYA, life, LIFE.com. And I do private sessions and yoga classes on Zoom.
It is always wonderful talking with you.
Thank you, Steve. Same
It really
here.
is. Yeah, we learned so much, and look forward next time. Before they cut us off, I got to go.
Absolutely. Bye,
All right.
Steve.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everybody. If you are in business, if you have a business, even if you have a job, to be quite honest with you, you need a life coach. If you want to succeed, push your life forward, maybe push yourself to the limits, make more money, do well, feel more joy in doing what you're doing, you need a life coach. It really comes down to that. You can go online, study stuff. You're only going to get so far. You need somebody that can hold you accountable to reaching your goals. She can definitely do that. She's got the wisdom to do that. She is Genevieve Wisdom from Wisdom Life Coaching, and she's back with us. Hey, Genevieve, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you, Steve. How are you?
I'm well. Good to have you back here. And, we touched a little bit in the past in terms of businesses and people in business, running their own business. We never got deeper into the life coaching aspect of it. So can we center on that today? Like really dig into that.
100%. I love digging deep. So let's dig deep, Steve. You lead me.
Sure, absolutely. What is a reasonable expectation when somebody wants to move their business forward, move their career forward? When they get a life coach, what are some of the things that can really pop up in terms of coaching with somebody?
Of course. Well, Steve, a lot of business people reach out to me because when we first started or danced, you and I, this journey or podcast, I mentioned all the diverse areas in which I have experience. Well, we didn't really dig deep into my being a consummate entrepreneur. I have the heart of building business. And so, what happens when someone is building their business? Often we start with a seed, don't we, Steve? It's something very small. And sometimes it gets very uh, people get dissuaded if you're starting with something small. And so I always encourage, if it's a small business coming to me, do not despise your days of small beginnings, because look at the sequoia tree, for instance. Starts with a little acorn, one of the largest oak trees in the forest. So let's just nurture it. And then again, it's planning, it's writing down the steps that you have to follow. And Steve, it's having foundational steps that you do as a business owner. Every day, you do the same thing the same way foundationally on one aspect. On the other aspect, you have to have this flexibility. We all know that. I mean, look at us doing our Zoom meeting. Now it's commonplace in many businesses. We had to pivot, change, move
Yep.
because the world or dynamics change. And so have structure, same thing, same way every day, whatever makes you creative and really have that gusto to go for it that day. And on the other end, you have to have that flexibility. So I help anyone with a business wrestle that out, and it can be a small business owner or a large company. I have had large companies, international, multi conglomerates come to me and say, Genevieve, we have so much money. How do we manage that? So it's starting as well as managing. When all that money comes in, I can do it all.
Let's talk about the small to medium sized businesses. And you said it before, where your foundation has to be kind of the same. You don't want to change the foundation, but the stuff that sits on top of the foundation, call it the house, you know, you want to change that up. You want to keep feeling like you're moving forward or challenging yourself. How do you start with somebody? How do you work with somebody who is kind of stuck in their ways? You know, the foundation is there. They execute it the same way, which is fine. But when you get to the other part of it, they haven't changed it up. And what happens if you don't change it up? You get bored. You know, life isn't fun anymore. How do you take care of that?
100%. Well, Steve, it's pretty simple for me in the sense that if someone is stuck in their ways, they're always doing the same thing over and over. We have to look at the results because that's why we're in business. That's why we're in life. If you do A and B and you get C, and you've been doing A and B and getting C forever, but C is not what you want, we have to change. So I will put it back to my valued clients and say, okay, you are really comfortable here. This is really where what you know, what you've done. You tell me the results you've gotten. And it's really interesting when I allow business owners to have that introspective look at themselves in the mirror. They tell me their results. You tell me your bottom line. And then they'll go, oh, wow, Genevieve, I see what you mean. You're not trying to get me to do something that's completely out of my comfort zone just because. It's because I've done A and B and gotten C, and I don't want this C. This is not the outcome. So I always turn it back to you. Steve, when we look at ourselves in the mirror, have you ever done that in business or in just life?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I left a job after many, many years, and it was a planned departure, but it just didn't feel right anymore. And I went in, I woke up on a Monday after thinking about it, taking another position in a nearby state, turning it all down, didn't seem right. It was a broadcast job. And I woke up on a Monday and I said, Wednesday's your last day. So I left. And then I, at that moment, like, oh gosh, I just left this job. It was my dream job, but it was kind of time to go. And I talked to a friend of mine who's very intuitive, and I'm like, can you believe what happened? I actually left. And he says, quiet. He goes, habit doesn't always equal happiness. Habit doesn't always equal happiness. And it took me a while to figure that out. But I was what we said, the foundation of doing the same thing every day. And it's okay, but it's, really not fulfilling. I'm just doing what I got to do to make money, blah, 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 blah. And that was my wake up that you need to change it up. You need to challenge yourself. You need somebody to help you out with that. You can't do it alone. You can't.
You do. And that's so true, Stephen. Back to your friend, habit doesn't always equal happiness. Can you ask your friend if you're still in touch, if I can borrow that? And I always will say, Steve's friend said, because that's amazing. And Steve, that just shows you a little bit about me as a life coach. You have to be willing to constantly be learning. And in sales, we have things that we're constantly doing, but in life, we should constantly be
Yep.
learning. And I love quotes. That's my intuition. I'm driven by them, and I love that. So Steve, do you think your friend would let me borrow his habit doesn't always
I don't
equal
think he
happiness?
trademarked that, and I've been using it. I left that job.
Oh, did he?
I left that job uh 15 years ago, more than 15 years ago. Okay. And I still remember, I could tell you I could tell you where I was. I was sitting on the floor in my back room by the patio door, just like, I can't believe I actually left. And I'll never forget it. And I apply that phrase, that mantra to everything. Like personal relationships. You know what? You wake up every day. Sometimes it's okay. Just going through life, let's say you're married, you got a partner, whatever it is, and it's just okay because it's a habit. So unless you break the habit and change it up, what do you got? It's okay. It should be great. It should be fantastic.
It should be great. It should be fantastic. And we live with passion, and that's what I help business owners do is bring that passion, that happiness, that joy back into business. So even when you're having the worst day you can imagine on your business, there is that happiness that you can't explain it. It's inexplicable. I should be really hating life right now, but I'm in this job, I'm in this relationship. We have this thing we have to work through, but I'm still joyful. I'm still happy because I have the right habits. And so that actually is a great way to segue back to what we started with. You do foundational things, and foundational things are good habits, like making sure that you're exercise, making sure that you're doing something to clear your mind. Some people it's prayer, some people it is just the exercise aspect, some people it's repeating their mantras they're saying. So you have these things that are going to make you powerful, good habits, so that you can have the other H at the other end.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes those good habits are, wait for it, nothing. It's okay to do nothing. Sometimes it's okay to just sit on the couch and just do nothing. Pet the dog, pet the cat, because you need that time. You need that quiet time to get away from everything that's going on. If that works for you, then do it. Don't feel guilty.
100%, Steve. 100%. And in that place of doing nothing, it's incredible what the body is doing physiologically
Mhm.
to give us that oomph, that je ne sais quoi in French. I throw in a little bit of French every time, which is I don't know what. But it's that something that gives us that pep that you could have made that decision when you did way back then. And it was scary. It's something that you had to do and you went for it. So, in our moments of quietness, or body, or emotions, or physical body, it's just going through things to regenerate us, revive us, if you will. I love revival.
Mhm. It's almost like it's a reset button. You have to, if you don't reset your computer, restart it, whatever, after a period of time, it just gets all mucked up. It starts getting slow, and once you restart it, it's like, oh, it's working good now, working well. It sometimes you need to do that with this up here, and sometimes you get clarity on other situations. Now, I know that you work with business people in helping them move their lives forward, or anybody that's got a job or a career. You also work with life coaches. You're the life coach to the life coaches, right?
Yes, and Steve, this is very interesting, and I don't know if I should share it here. Oh, what the heck? I'm going to share it here.
Go for it.
What has happened? What has happened with what you and I have been doing on our podcast is I have had life coaches reach me to find out, about how is it that I have been able to do what I've done as a life coach, and they're wanting to get information really through your forum, your platform. So thank you so much
Nice.
for that. Yes, yes, yes. And so I help life coaches with their lives and in building a life coaching business, because a life coach needs a life coach. And I remember when I actually got trained, I have all the experience and the education outside of actually going under the life coaching umbrella. However, when I did, I went to a life coaching certification, and the number one thing that they teach you is you need to get life coach. So I got life coached, and I do that to help life coaches build the business. So where do you start? Those foundational things we talk about. And with all my background and different experiences, it's amazing. They really, really love working with me. So I'm a life coach to my peers.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And there's so many different aspects. And you said the B word, business. It is a business. So in you coaching another life coach, there's many different aspects down to how do you run a business? How do you take care of marketing? How do you do podcasts? It's all there. It's funny. I just talked to a life coach very recently, and he's got a life coach, and actually three. And but he said the mistake he made, and they're never mistakes. It's a learning lesson. He had three business coaches, and the biggest challenge there was that each one of them was giving him advice from all different directions. And it's like, what do I do? I pivot that way, but that business coach says that, and that one says that. And it was too much. But if somebody has let's say you're a life coach, nothing wrong with having a business coach and a life coach
Exactly.
work with you.
Exactly, Steve. And it's not unlike the nutraceutical experience that I have in running
Sure.
a nutraceutical business. And so people will get all these vitamins and minerals, nutraceuticals, because they're studied research, etc. And then they forget, why am I taking this? And same thing with coaching. There are different coaches for different reasons. And that's why I love being a life coach. It's because all the different areas of life still happens. Your how you look, how you feel, that still happens. And
Mm-hmm.
people ask me, is it your health that's more important? Is it your relationship that's more important? Is it your business that's more important? Those are all the different foundational walls of life. And that's why I chose, out of everything else, to be a life coach, to help everybody put those different spokes to the wheel together for you, Steve, because you matter. And it's how you view your life, your happiness, what drives you to be the best you can be, that matters to me.
I just got a flash in my mind. And that is, if somebody is, and right now we're speaking to other life coaches, maybe you know one. If you are one, what makes you unique? So I've run into life coaches who have a nutritional background. I've run into life coaches who have a medical background. Life coaches have all different types of backgrounds, not just a life coach. Maybe one's an energy healer, life coach, and does energy healing. And that makes them unique. You are unique with your, what we call the youthful aging and decades of working in the beauty industry. So you work at, how do you say beauty from the inside, the outside in, right?
From the outside in. Yes,
Yeah.
Steve. And I do that. It's a specific play on words, because what I've found in all the different businesses that I've been in is people, we care about what we look like. And what do you see first? You see the outside first. And we do make judgment. It's just how we're wired from the outside.
All right,
And
here comes
that's
here comes the honest part, everybody. This is the honest part. Yeah. And
hear
it's
it.
people get judged. So if you walk into a room, if you are looking to grow your business and you have a potential new client, it doesn't mean that you have to be all dressed up when you walk in. You have to work the room, you have to fit the part, whatever it might be, but you have to look a certain way. And by doing that, if you take care of yourself like you do, you feel a certain way, you project a certain energy of confidence and feel good. And right away, you're already steps ahead of the game, right?
100%, Steve. You understand me. Understand me, Steve. Yeah, man. That's exactly it.
I got you. And it's so true. It's so true. It could be you have a certain shirt on, whatever, it makes you feel good, or you look a certain way. We're not saying here that you have to be ravishingly beautiful. You don't have to look like a model. It's a certain feeling you project if you are taking care of yourself, taking care of your skin, taking care of your body, but also taking care of your mind too. They all come into play together, but that moves you forward in everything from personal relationships to even your job or your business relationships. I know you deal with that all the time.
I do, Steve, and 100%. And my background is fashion modeling. But trust me, Steve, I started fashion modeling when I was 13. I am older, or as I like to say, I'm youthful aging with everybody else. And things have changed. And so, one of the areas where I life coach as well is about the beauty aspect. And I may have a youthful aging niche, if you want to call it that, because it is taking care of your skin, looking good and feeling amazing as you age. But I have a lot of young women and young men ask about, the definition of beauty, the psychology of beauty. So,
Hmm.
as you say, what defines a model? And we live in a world now where things have opened up from when I started. And so you're 100% right. It's not about fitting into a mold, it's about you, and it's about being the best you can be so that you can have the good habits, amazing habits, to have that happiness on the other side from the outside in.
Yeah, you know what I call it? I say it's you, only better. And what do we want? We want to be the
Exactly.
best we can be. So take you. You're fantastic as it is, but if you take care of yourself from the outside in, and then that's everything. It's you, only better. Now, your line, your organic skincare line is called Revive 25. So here's our crazy synergy. Last time we got together, you said you were going to send me some products to try. And you asked me before we went on here, it's like, did you get them yet? And I'm like, no. I'm like, let me go check the door. You never know. Soon as I go to turn the handle on the door, it's the FedEx guy knocking on the door. And I open the door just a second ago before we got on here, and he had your package. It was like, what are the chances at that moment that it did arrive just as we're about to go on here? If I had left the door open, which sometimes I do, he probably would have walked in and handed it to me while we were doing the podcast. But I appreciate it. Can't wait to try all the stuff in the box.
Yes.
And I'm opening up now
Yes.
for the first time, by the way.
That is amazing, Steve. You understand me. And that's a Jamaican term. Jamaicans are always saying, you understand me? But it's this synergy that you have with different people. And, it's incredible. I mean, how often does that happen, Steve? That someone said, did you get it? And you go to
Never.
unlock the door and
that at that moment, it could have arrived
it's
like 3 hours
amazing.
ago. It could arrive 3 hours from now. Could arrive tomorrow. We didn't even know, but sure enough, there it is. Um, I'm
Exactly.
I'm
Exactly.
opening up one of the products random,
Yes.
and okay, this is the hyaluronic. Am I saying that right? Oil. This is
Yeah.
the
Oh,
okay.
I
This
was going
is
to tell you you're gonna open the serum oil. That's my favorite one. I love them all, but it's the serum.
I gotta say this. I have to say this.
Tell me.
These are all you can't tell what's in each package.
No.
That was the one I wanted. This is where it started. If you remember, I got a sample in. I ordered some hair molding paste, and they sent a sample of some random serum, and I mentioned that to you, and that's how this conversation started. I just reached in. The first one I grab is the serum. I had no idea.
That
Freaky
is
weird. All right,
amazing.
so
That is amazing. You understand me, Steve. That is gonna be our line always. You understand me? Yes, Genevieve. Me understand you.
there you go. So, all right, this is the one I can't wait to try. Your face, your neck, what's the best ways to use this serum?
Best way to use a serum. So, beauty from the outside in, you have the entire line. It's foundational. So, you cleanse your face, take the dirt off, then you tone it, you spray this toner. This serum, this is a serum oil. I love oils. Very, very emollient. So you just need a little drop. I have had other companies say, oh, you just need a little drop, and I'm putting it because I tend to have more dry skin. With this, you only need a little drop. It's Sacha Inchi and hyaluronic acid. Sacha Inchi helps to even the skin tone. So,
Hmm.
Steve, I love the garden of looks that we are, from very fair skin to the darkest chocolate. And fair skin, sometimes as you age, you get little age spots. Sacha Inchi oil is amazing at fading age spots. And then you have the
Hmm.
hyaluronic acid, which pulls water to the surface of the skin to give you that plump, young looking skin. So you get both in one oil. So you put that cleanse, tone, serum oil, then you have a cream. And remember, Steve, just a tiny bit because guys don't like their skin to feel oily or
I
greasy.
don't.
And it's amazing because
Like
men
you're reading my
love,
mind, and it's so
yes,
weird. Like, I don't even know what products I use, and that's the problem. I need to get on some kind of like regimen, but I will, feel here. It's like, oh, it's a little dry over here. Then over here, it's like, oh, it's kind of oily. I don't like that oily feeling. So yeah, so it's cleanse, tone, serum, moisturize. Do I have that right?
moisturize. And then I also sent an eye cream because, of course, that's where we show our youthful age. We have earned those laugh lines under the eyes, but we don't want it to show before it's time. And if we can downplay it, reduce it, reverse it, revive 25, we do that. And so I have an eye cream in there for you as well. Again, a tiny bit. And the eye cream, if more comes out than you'd like, you just dab it around your eye, here in our frown line area, around our laugh line, put it on the neck, put it everywhere. It's amazing. But remember, Steve, for guys, number one thing, you need just a tiny bit and it goes a long way. It's organic because whatever you put on the skin, it eats, it affects your liver. Your liver does over 500 jobs. One of it is breaking down all the things that we're getting into the body externally and internally. So that's why you want to use an organic skincare line, which is what I sent you.
And thank you. You know, I think we all forget the stuff we put on our skin, and it's an organ. It's the largest one in your body. It goes into your body. And I think we forget that. You know, we'll just go to a, local pharmacy, there's many, Walgreens here in the States, CVS, whatever it might be, and just grab something and think it's okay. But there's all chemicals in there. You have no idea what's getting into your skin and into your body. This is all organic. I don't think I've ever asked you this question. Revive 25. How did you come up with that name?
Well, Steve, as I'm talking about useful aging, it's twofold. You know how we say, as we get older, and I knew I was getting older because I was repeating what my grandparents said. I grew up with my grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
If I knew then what I know now, I know. And so, I thought, okay, we're here now. Why don't we take the now and do it backwards? We're going to reverse it. We're going to revive. Imagine at 25, if we started all these behaviors, how amazing it would be. And so I just flipped it. I just flipped the 50, 25, and here we are, Revive 25. Now, the great thing is, as we're blessed to get older, we have all these amazing experiences. So I'm taking the experiences over here like we're 25. It's that and simple. Flip it.
You never told me what it meant, but I'm going to tell you this. I thought 25, like age 25. That's where my mind went. So it's really what it is. It makes you.
It really is. It's really what it is. It's really what is it. It is. We're here now, whatever age. And here's something interesting, by the way, about that skincare line. I have a friend, Ozzy, who was on the show, and she uses the toner on the little babies because she has 5-year-old twins. They do everything she does. She tones. So this skincare line can be used across the board. And what's great is if you're a little bit older, you haven't taken care of your skin, or you haven't, you're looking for something great, this helps to restore, replenish, revive 25. But if you're 25 or even younger, you can maintain the youthfulness or regain it on the other end. So I have a lot of young people who love, especially the face wash. Helps with acne. It's an apple stem cell face wash. Cleans, doesn't dry, helps with acne, keeps it moisturized, keeps us 25.
Can't wait. I'm like, what guy ever says, I can't wait to wash my face? I'm not even kidding. All right. On your website, you have the link to check out and buy the products, correct?
Yes,
right.
exactly.
Okay.
And so the website again is Wisdom Life Coach. And if anyone wanted to get a hold of me personally, info@wisdomlifecoach.com.
Thank you so much. Next time we get together, I will be a week in and I'll look like I'm 25. I swear, if I didn't spend time in the sun, I'd look like I was 12. I believe it. I firmly believe it. So,
well, Steve, you look amazing from what I see. And this is only going to help to revive what you started with. So there you go. I look forward to feedback.
Yes, absolutely. And if anybody's looking to change their life, no matter what it is, your personal life, relationships, your job, your business, go to the website and connect with Genevieve. Always a pleasure talking with you. And can't wait to talk with you again and also tone my face.
I can't wait either, Steve. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
How does it feel to feel, well, happy, feel good, mentally sound and stable? Our next guest here is really helping people all over the world do this. And of course, especially those in the workforce who may be in need of extra care. Georgina Grace is back with us today. The name of her company is called Integrated Wellbeing Institute. Welcome back. How are you doing today?
I'm delighted to be back, Jill, and I'm great. How are you in this moment?
I'm doing well. Excited to have you here again. Your positive energy always shines through for sure. Would you mind just giving us a little bit of your background? Tell us about what you do, and we'll get into today's show. I know we got some great topics and conversation ahead for all of you today.
We do indeed. Well, Jill, Integrated Wellbeing Institute was created in 2020 because here we were in the middle of a pandemic and people were swimming in global grief. Well, I'm no stranger to grief. As my story states on my website, 5 people in my family died in less than 4 years, and 3 of those were sudden deaths, so there was no goodbye. So as a result of that, I have been in many states of grief myself and have been working with grieving people for over 25 years now. Wow. And so the Institute was created to say, hey, we can't think our way through grief. Grief lives in the body. Let's train people in mind-body processes so they can support their clients in grief. So we work with nurses, coaches, and therapists to share this information.
Oh, well, thank you for being here and for joining us and for being so open and helpful to so many people. And again, unfortunately, your grief has brought you an expertise in a field where you probably never thought you'd be here to help other people, but it's a beautiful thing that you're doing, and I commend you for that. I just want to ask you, are you actually retired?
Oh, Jill, I have failed retirement twice.
Wow.
So now what I do have, though, is a lovely balance of work and play. So I travel, and I had a dinner party last night, and I'm up ready to speak to you and to see clients today.
Wow. Well, thank you for being here, for joining us. Let's talk about grief and specifically what it is.
I'm glad you asked, because grief is that internal state of deep, dark, anguished feelings, thoughts, and beliefs that live in the body. So it's important for people to really stop and realize, oh, wow, there's a lot to grief. There's the physical component, there's the emotional component, there's the mental component. So grief is quite complex.
Well,
and
go ahead.
No.
Do you want to talk a little about your program principles as well?
Sure.
And how, again, then the grief affects us? Thank you.
So the training program for professionals working with grieving people is based on specific principles. And today we're talking about principle number 3, which is curiosity is the path to self-compassion. And it's very interesting, Jill, how very, very few books written about grief have the word curiosity in the index at the back. It's not talked about, but curiosity is a superpower. You can't be critical of yourself and curious at the same time. So for those of you in the audience right now who may not be grieving and wondered, oh my goodness, how did I get to this program? Here's the gem for you.
Yeah.
If your critic comes up, that mean mind that many of us have comes up, it's you can stop, pause, breathe, and ask the question even out loud. Well, I'm curious. What are you here for? Why are you bugging me? Why'd you come back today with this, whatever it is that's going on?
Oh my goodness. Well, also, this somatic grief you talk about, your body is the path to the present, right? And how grief really does affect us. You say grief lives in the body. We cannot think our way through grief. And how did you first experience grief in your body? I mean, you feel it, you think in your mind, but no, it does take a toll on you with all different ways. Could you share some of the symptoms of what starts to happen?
Sure. So in the program, we have a wonderful tool called the Grief Awareness Assessment. And there are 10 different physical aspects of grief that each person can respond to. My own grief, Jill, initially after my son's death was a bone aching fatigue and the inability to breathe deeply and a loss of appetite. So many people, though, experience insomnia, dizziness, nauseousness. Those are just 6 of them. And for me, I just was so stunned that I felt so exhausted by my grief. And I'm not alone in that. Working with hundreds and hundreds of people, so many people have said there's a heaviness. I feel like I'm slogging through molasses. I am so tired. So for anyone out there listening who has had a significant loss in the last 2 years, please give yourself that self-compassion. When instead of saying, what's wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with you. You're grieving.
It's true. And that's okay. It
is.
And what's really the most startling part of the body that gets affected? What would you say, though? Is it that or?
Oh, so for me, in my own grief journey, Jill, as a parent who's lost a child, your heart is broken, you cry 24/7, and the pain is so intense. And that's what I experienced for that first 6 months. Well, Reed would have been 16 in July. So we had his friends come on his birthday for a big barbecue in the backyard. And so at the end of dinner, they looked at us and said, we're going to the cemetery to have a birthday party for Reed. And it was like, okay. And so we wished them well on their way. The next morning when I woke up, it was like, you better check out that cemetery and see what condition those kids left it in. But when I got there, Jill, all there were all these little stubs of blue birthday candles around Reed's grave. Well, he had, because he was an artist, he had this amazing headstone that was flat on the ground, and some of the wax had dripped down into the porousness of it. So it was like, oh my goodness, it was already discoloring the stone. So I went home, boiled water, got a paring knife, came back, kneeled down on my hands and knees, and was digging the wax out of the headstone. And all of a sudden, Jill, it felt like a saber-toothed tiger grabbed my left shoulder and was just shaking me to death. And I screamed out loud. The pain was so great. And Jill, it was so different than any pain I'd had since Reed's death.
Yeah.
So I put my hand on my shoulder, and the minute I touched my shoulder, the pain went away. So this was very intriguing. I was curious. Well, in November of that year, I began my training as a somatic therapist. And the very first week, we worked in pairs.
Yeah.
And a colleague of mine was sitting facing my left shoulder, and she put her hand on the front of my shoulder and her other hand on the back. And she said, Georgina, what are you noticing? And that pain came back like that, Jill. And I said, and we were in a room with 54 people during the Rubenfeld Synergy Method training. So I gritted my teeth. I spoke as low as I could. And I said, pain, pain like a saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah.
What she did is she allowed herself to hold the pain, listen to the pain, be present with me. And then she took her hands, Jill, and she moved down my shoulder, down my arm, out my hand and my fingertips, and the pain went away. So we were startled, we were stunned. So we went to a faculty member and we said to them, what happened? And this person said, oh, your shoulder is the back of your heart energy place in the body. What you were feeling was the pain in your heart. And this particular method then teaches people, Jill, the metaphors of the body. So in this case, I was still shouldering so much of the guilt of my son's death that there it was in my shoulder, as well as the heartbrokenness.
Wow, amazing. And that's, at the same time, that's so sad and so common. It happens to all of us. And
yes, it does.
You probably don't even realize it, obviously. So I'm glad Georgina Grace is joining us here, making us aware. If you're just tuning in, don't forget it's Integrated Wellbeing Institute, and the website is integratedwellbeinginstitute.com as well. If you have any questions as we continue our journey. What about the saber-toothed tiger incident?
Yes, and that was the one that I just described.
Okay. I'm like, that's okay. Well, let's move on to the great therapy and making, would you say makes a really great coach, a great therapist? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Well, one of the things that I know is presence is so important. To be a great therapist, a great coach, as you, a great journalist, you have to be present to the person with you. And one of the things that happens to us as practitioners is we begin to feel what's happening with the person we're connected with. And so oftentimes, Jill, people grieving arrive dissociated. They're not present in their body. They're not focused in the present moment. It's too painful to be physically, mentally, and emotionally present. And yet we all know that our way through this grief is in the present moment. So when the therapist can be present, the coach can be present, and teach people to be present to themselves, that's when the magic happens.
Yeah.
It's really neat. So we're here, Integrated Wellbeing Institute. Our mission is to awaken the griever to the inner peace that everybody has through guidance of their body. Because as we all know, significant loss just shatters us. And our purpose in the Integrated Wellbeing Institute is to provide these body-mind processes then so people in grief can find that inner peace, live from that inner peace, and finally be aware that really grief is a gateway to growth.
Yeah. And how do you greet your clients, Georgina?
Well, I greet them by saying, how are you in this moment? Just like I did you today.
I didn't realize that. Yes.
Because Jill, what I'm so aware of is when I say to you, how are you in this moment? Where did your attention go?
So right now.
Exactly.
Right now. Like right now. You're right. How are you is such a vague question. I'm like, I really can't tell her how I'm feeling. Like, am I really stressed out because my kids were late for the school? Like all that stuff. But in this moment, it's like, oh, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I got that.
Exactly. And so
I never noticed that. Interesting.
Yes. And people who are grieving hate, how are you? Because it's like, do you really want to know?
Yeah.
People don't. It's this term is like, it's hi, how are you? It's automatic. And in many regards, it's mindless and thoughtless when we're asking that of a person who is grieving. So when we can say, how are you in this moment? It takes people out of their head and into their body. It allows them to really notice, oh, what's happening. So I'll give you an example of what happened to me. A person came up to me, it was just months after Reed had died, and she was so happy to see me. And the fact that I was still walking and talking and, I was out and about. And she said, oh, Georgina, how are you?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to answer. I'm heartbroken. I'm crying all the time. This is a big deal to be out. So I said to her the truth. I'm relieved to see you. It's been so long. And so I would invite anyone in our audience today, Jill, that's listening, to begin to ponder and then practice asking the people that they are in contact with just for the rest of this day. It's a short little experiment, asking them, how are you in this moment? And see what happens to the quality of the interaction.
Yeah. Wow.
Because, how are you? It's that cognitive thing, and it puts people in their head. But by asking, how are you in this moment? We offer them an invitation to be with us.
Yeah. Wow. Interesting.
And it'll be interesting to see if you go home and attempt to do this little experiment with your children.
Yeah.
Because it would be so interesting to see if they get it, or if this is something that's got a developmental quality to it, an age kind of thing.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well, interesting. All right.
Yeah.
Are we want to continue? Or are we ready to talk about some of the 6 deadly D's?
We're ready on that.
All right,
Jill.
bring it on.
Okay. All right. So one of the things that is interesting, people will say, well, I haven't had anybody die, but I sure don't feel good. What we as a culture don't realize is that grief is a natural consequence of significant loss.
Yeah.
And there are many kinds of losses. So think about all the people who've experienced the loss of their home because of natural disasters. And we've seen them, Jill, time and time again on TV in tears. Their whole life has been shattered and they're in grief. We just don't always recognize it. So people then can't name it and claim it and then move through it.
Yeah.
Another kind of deadly D that results in this significant loss and grief is the destruction that happens in bullying, in war, in the murder of sexual abuse, emotional abuse. All of that is trauma that results in the significant loss of our safety and security. So we can say, who am I now? I don't even know. I'm not here in my body. I'm just off.
Yeah.
So that's another significant loss that can result in grief, as well as the despair. It is really hard to hear of another school shooting, another event in our culture that has caused such pain to people. So natural disasters, destruction, despair, a diagnosis, Jill, is another form of a deadly D. And how often in our culture do we stop to mourn what's happened in our body before we get on with it and say, okay, we're going to fight this? And that's a perfectly logical thing. We want to live, and there are many options that we have to deal with this disease. But first, we have to recognize, oh, this is a significant loss. And then, of course, there's divorce. And how many times is divorce often a celebration? Oh, my goodness, I'm very happy I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Or it can put us in that significant loss. Who am I now? What's going to happen with me? And then finally, the death. Not only the death of a person, Jill, but the death of a pet, and the death of a dream. What was it that was your heart's desire for so many years? And you can see right now it's not going to happen. So it's important for people to stop and recognize these 6 deadly Ds: the natural disasters, diagnosis, divorce, despair, destruction, and death that can result then in grief. Because there's nothing wrong with you. You're grieving.
No. Beautiful. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Interesting. All right. And we still have a few minutes left in the show. Do you want to talk about some specifics in regards to maybe some aspects of the work that you want to also, focus on for today?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe talk about how you got your start.
Well, it was really interesting because doing all of this grief work over the years, it was like, oh, it needs to be naturally put into a program so people can then experience the body-mind processes as a way through grief. But at the beginning of the show, I really appreciated how you said the Institute is also working with business people. And so I work with corporations, specifically their HR professionals, training them to work with those employees that come in a heightened state of stress and anxiety. And so, Jill, on the website, integratedwellbeinginstitute.com, are resources for business professionals and businesses. And so if you go to that link and scroll all the way down to the bottom, there is a place that people can click on for workplace ER. And what it is, Jill, is a free resource library that's out there allowing people to bring themselves into the present moment with breath techniques, feel your feet, overwhelm education, how to immediately shift overwhelm. So all of those resources are there, and they're free for anyone in the audience that wants to access them. I truly believe that we all are so well resourced. Sometimes, though, the frenzy of the outside world covers up our ability to access that inner peace. So that's what it is there for our listeners today that I really would love to have people access.
Perfect. And would you mind reminding us then how we can reach out to you?
Certainly. The old-fashioned way, by calling me, 503-309-3966, or by typing in integratedwellbeinginstitute.com. And as I said, scroll all the way down to the bottom of the business page and you'll find the workplace ER. And then, Jill, just for fun, if some of this has been helpful, please go to my YouTube channel, Georgina Grace. And we are just interviewing people there all the time. So there's lots of information.
Always a pleasure to have you again, Georgina Grace. Also, want to commend you on the work you're doing for so many people at your institute and helping people get through this. It's not easy, but it will get better. IntegratedWellbeingInstitute.com. Reach out to her. She's based out of Portland, Oregon, but she's working with people all over the world. And again, Georgina, we appreciate you being here and so glad you haven't retired or else I wouldn't have you here.
Thanks, Jill. You all have a wondrous day.
You too, sweetheart. Thank you so much. And to all of our listeners, please stay tuned. More of the shows coming up after the break.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
At one time in our lives, we're going to experience this, and we have to deal with it. And many of us process it in many different ways. And I'm talking about grief. It's a word that sometimes you get uncomfortable hearing. And we all have different ways of moving through it. Sometimes it's easier than others, sometimes not. And for that, there is somebody that is there certainly to help you out. She's the creator and director of the Integrative Wellbeing Institute. She's Georgina Grace, and she's on the program with us. Georgina, welcome. How are you today?
I'm just fine. Thanks so much for having me today, Steve.
What you offer is so important and so unique at the same time. What would you call yourself? Are you a grief counselor? Are you a grief therapist? If somebody ran into you at the supermarket, what would you tell them?
Well, the first thing I'd tell them is I am a grief therapist, and we explore grief, though, through the wisdom of the body. So ideally, in a future time, we will all recognize the word somatic. So I'm actually a somatic grief therapist, which means body grief therapist. But I'd never say that to somebody in the grocery store.
Yeah, they'd already walk away by now.
Oh, they would, indeed. They might even walk away with the word grief or therapist.
Right, exactly. But it's, again, we've all been through it, many of us, or will go through it. Let's define grief and where it comes from. And first off, the first thing, of course, we think of is the passing of a loved one. But grief can come in the form of the end of a relationship as well, right?
Exactly. I talk about the 6 deadly Ds. And because often we don't recognize that we are grieving. So when we have had the breakup of a relationship, divorce, or we've had the death of a person, a pet, and that's very important for people to realize. If we've had a diagnosis. In our culture, very often what we do, Steve, is we get this diagnosis and then we go into the mode of, okay, now what are we going to do? Instead of stopping and saying, oh, what's happened to my body? How am I really feeling about this? And then there is the grief from trauma, the bullying, all kinds of things. So we must begin to recognize grief. We were all drowning in grief during the pandemic because being isolated from one another when we're naturally people of connection, that was a grief, very long grief phase for all of us.
Wow. I didn't think of it in those terms. And you do bring it to light where grief takes many different shapes and forms. Again, the first thing we think of is the passing, and thank you for bringing up pet as well. It does take over our bodies, doesn't it?
It does indeed. We can't think our way through grief. I define grief as the internal state of deep, dark, anguished feelings, thoughts, and beliefs that live in the body. So that's a very complex experience. And really, loss is a natural part of life, and grief is a universal consequence of loss. So when we realize, oh, I'm in grief, I'm grieving, there's nothing wrong with me, we can really shift how we're experiencing ourselves and relating to one another.
Interesting that you bring that up, Georgina, that it's loss. And I'm trying to apply every situation that we're talking about, but even when it's a diagnosis, you've lost something. You've lost the life that you had, depending on what that diagnosis is. Obviously, if it's the passing of a pet or a person, that's the loss there. Relationship, the loss of that. So yeah, universal in terms of that. How do we move, just in the starting stages of us digging into this, how do we move through grief? Are there different stages?
Well, and we really need to stop and realize that there are different states of grief. There's the raw grief where we're crying 24/7, or we're numb in shock, walking around our bodies. And then we move into that place in grief that I call fragile grief. And fragile grief is where we're beginning to look like ourselves again, but inside we're barely holding ourselves together. And then the third state of grief that I experienced is gentle grief. Grief never goes away, but it becomes different. So in gentle grief, we've got this underground stream of how that loss impacted us in life. And then what happens is things will bring that grief up to the surface. It may just bubble up as gentle grief, or it may shoot up like an Old Faithful, a geyser. It's there, it's intense, but it's over quickly. So that's how I talk about grief and educate people to notice grief.
I'm learning a lot today, as all the rest of us are, that, and I don't even want to say this, but you said it, grief never goes away.
That's right. It becomes different. So you see that impact is there. And how many people have said when they've had the cancer diagnosis and they've moved through that process, I wouldn't wish this on anyone, but I'm a different person. I learned so much about myself from this. So I talk about the three facets of grief, Steve, and those are navigating the ocean of emotion. For some people, it's that crying, sadness, guilt. For others, it is numbness. So as you said at the beginning of the program, everyone grieves differently. Another facet of grief that I've seen over the decades is grief brings up the deepest, darkest parts of ourselves, longing to be heard and healed. And so when we've had a complicated relationship with a parent, for instance, going back to being that little child and looking at the dynamics of that is part of the grief process. For those people who have lost a child, they might be blaming themselves unreasonably for something they did or didn't do. And so that brings up something for us to look at, to listen to. And then finally, the third facet is answering the question, who am I now?
You answered one of my questions before we even got to it, and that's guilt.
Guilt is a big one. If I could invent a magic wand that could zap guilt, I would. It's just the biggest thing. And as Brene Brown taught us, guilt is feeling like you've done something bad. And so as a therapist, I sit with people and I ask them to really think about their belief about this. Is it really true? Yesterday, Steve, I had the privilege of interviewing prominent suicidologist, Dr. Stacy Friedenthal. And so we talked about thoughts and beliefs. And guilt, you see, is that belief I've done something bad. Well, on the program, we came to this conclusion. Don't believe everything you think. The mind lies, the body tells the truth. There you have it.
And that comes up in so many different forms in terms of guilt. We'll center for a moment on that. Passing of somebody. I wish I was there for them when they passed. Or I wish I spent more time with them. Or loss of a relationship. I should have done this instead of that. How do you get past the guilt part since it's so big?
Guilt is a call for care. It's a call to pause. And it's a call to really notice if the this or the that was something you did out of love or meanness. And I know that that sounds simple, and very often as people, we're unconscious. We think, oh, I don't have time to go and see my grandmother. And then the next thing that happens is you get the call that your grandmother has passed. And that's why I say it's a call. It's a call to say, all right, I did that. Did I do it because I was being mean or because I was being unconscious? Or did I make that choice because it was tough love? And then we get to choose how we're going to move forward with that awareness. I'm meeting with a group of people tonight, Steve, and we're going to explore micro decisions. What is it that we are doing moment by moment, first based on a thought or a belief, and then by the action? And what's informing that action? Is it love? Is it fear? Is it revenge? We're complex beings. And so this whole life journey is an opportunity to learn and grow. But most of all, to come into greater and greater self-awareness and new connections with the people and the things in front of us.
And maybe even look at the grief you're experiencing. Maybe it's the passing of someone. We didn't want it to happen.
No.
We're carrying that burden. But look for the lesson. What did I learn from them, from the relationship? My point here is trying to turn it into more of a positive.
That's right. Because that can then allow you to honor them moving forward in your life. What was the gift of that person? Very often when I do circles with people as we're celebrating the life of someone, I'll have each person come up with a candle that's lit and say and tell what they remember about that person, and then what they're going to carry forward to honor that person.
Love that. Okay, we're gonna now let's turn the car a little bit.
Okay.
Anger can be part of grief. Angry that this is your life now.
Yes.
Angry that a relationship ended and maybe the other person did something that wasn't so good, and now you're angry. How do you get past the anger?
First of all, it's really important to feel where the anger is in your body, because it can inform you then as a guide. And when we are angry, it's very important to realize that anger can move us forward. I'm so angry about this, I'll never da 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 da. I'm so angry about this, I'm going to do this. Hear the movement that can happen as people move forward. Underneath anger is fear. What is it you're afraid of that will happen again? Or what is it about what you did or they did that is causing this anger? So what are you noticing as I'm responding with this?
What you're saying, I'm collecting from you is the listen to your body, number one.
Yes.
And what are you getting from it? Again, there's a, loosely said here, a lesson in it. What are you worried about? Somebody close to you passed. I'm worried I'm gonna lose another family member.
Yes.
So that's fear. Could be abandonment. And abandonment takes the shape in many different forms, even the loss of a relationship. Now you're on your own, whatever it might be. That's what I'm getting, primarily from you.
And I really appreciate your deep listening, because we all come in with life themes to heal, and abandonment is one of those themes. So when we've been abandoned yet again, and we're angry about that, I, as a therapist, will gently say to the person in front of me, how are you abandoning yourself? What about your thoughts and behavior are creating anger? Because you see, everything is a two-way street. If we look at relationships as a horizontal figure eight, you're in one loop right now, and I'm in the other. And we're connecting at that point in the middle, and we're listening and we're taking turns. Well, what's out there in front of us in our world, I have experienced as a reflection of what's happening in me. And so it's a call for care. It's a call for deep listening. It's a call for learning, as you said several times in this program.
And you're listening. And with the figure eight, I have the visual of the yin and the yang.
Yes, absolutely.
It's kind of that working that way. We want to get to in a moment how you can center yourself if you're experiencing some of the different emotions connected to grief. Before we get there, though, if you've lost somebody, let's say a spouse, let's say it was sudden, everybody is different. But what's a reasonable expectation to feel that you are past a certain point where you're kind of moving your life forward? And kind of a shocker for me, Georgina, that we never get rid of grief. Never knew that. And that's it. Once you're mindful of that, it kind of resets you that this is going to be with you for a while.
It is. And it's not something to get rid of. It's simply an awareness that grief never goes away. It becomes background, though, instead of foreground.
It's in the rear view mirror.
You got it. And that's as long as you don't keep looking in the rear view mirror, then you're okay.
Well, you know what? How's this? Is this reasonable? Picture you're driving and you pass a place where you and that person who left you in whatever shape and form.
Right.
And of course you grieve them. So you got triggered. You look in the rear view and you see them, or you feel them for that moment, but then you keep driving.
That's right. That's right. And give gratitude for how they were in your life, what they brought to it, how you were richer because they were part of your life. Yeah.
If somebody lost a spouse, to go through that process, is there kind of a way to look at that? Let's say it was a sudden loss, and now you're year one, year two. Everybody's different. Everybody grieves differently, but guidelines there.
Grieve every day. Take time to create a place where you can go and grieve for 5 to 30 minutes every day. Because what this does is this gives you the freedom to grieve. Now, for some people, they've said to me, Georgina, I'm so numb, I can't feel anything. I said, that's fine. What is it like for you to look at their picture? Oh, I can't do that. Okay. What is it like for you to listen to a song that was very important for the two of you? And so many people will say, oh, that does it for me. That allows me to go into that state of longing, that state of deep sadness, and it may be the anger, the guilt, all those things. But what it does is it gives a person the privacy, because grief is a very unique personal experience, to come to that place, to not try and get rid of their grief, but to meet it, to listen to their grief and allow it to inform them. What I teach people to do is to recognize your grief, to relate to it, and so it can be released, or at least it can soften.
It sounds like it's important on a regular basis, daily basis, to grieve, to let it out. It's almost, I call it the emotional bucket. Your bucket keeps getting filled. And so, maybe on a daily basis, if you're going through grief in a very short period of time, the bucket's at the top, just about to overflow. You got to empty that bucket. Maybe it's almost like having a leak in the bathroom. You have to empty it on a regular basis. Does that sound like it's something important to do?
It really is. When my mother died in July of 1997, my dad had her picture on the dresser. And every morning, he had been her caregiver for 9 months because she died of a brain tumor. And we were all there, of course, to support him. But they'd been married 51 years, Steve. And so every morning, he would tell my mother what he was going to do for the day. And my dad was one of those amazing men that could light up a room, and he was very emotional. And so at the end of the day, he would come back and he would tell her what he'd done, and he would cry, and then he would sleep peacefully, and it would start again. Well, I saw my dad for his birthday on October the 6th, and he said, Georgina, I'll be done grieving on December the 1st. Well, I quickly did the math. My goodness, that's 4.5 months or less. I mean, we've got August, September, October, November, and okay, here we are. And so he did that. My dad set a timeline for himself, gave himself permission to grieve, and he grieved in a healthy way. It was amazing. Yes. Not everybody wants to do that. He was a captain on MacArthur's staff, so that tells you a lot about my dad.
Yeah, but that's interesting, depending on who you are, how you're wired, to set a date. And to feel that I've done my grieving in the total amount of time from your mom's passing to that date. How much time was that?
It was 4.5 months.
So past the 4.5 months, how was he and what did he do?
Oh, he was ecstatic. We saw him at the airport on December the 5th. and he was getting ready to fly back east to his 60th class reunion. And he was so excited, and he shared stories about the people that would be there and what he was looking forward to in the new year. He was going to buy a new car, join this golf course, da 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 da.
Mm-hmm.
It was astounding, Steve, to get the call the next night at 10 o'clock at night from my Aunt Mary that said, your dad's dead. He sat down on the couch after dinner with his friends and had a heart attack and died.
Wow.
So you see, we never know. And so what my dad did is he set for himself the intention of living fully. And that's the gift he brought to me. So that's what I intend to do with my life.
I love that idea. I don't know why I do, but maybe I'm similar to your dad where, set a date. That's the goal. That's the plan. It's not like you're forgetting somebody. You're still remembering them, but you're moving on. You're moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say things might not pop up, but they're going to pop up in a different way because in your mindset, you've set that.
Exactly. And when we went back to the house to, of course, pack up all the things, Mother's picture was still on Dad's dresser.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely.
As it should be. And I'll tell you, my mom passed 4 years ago, just past the anniversary of that. It was sudden, but she was almost 90. She was just shy a couple of months of her 90th. There was grieving, but I have to tell you, I feel closer now to her than I did when she was alive. And not that the relationship was bad at all. And she was maybe 12 minutes away from me. And I would see her, fairly regularly, take her to the store, when she stopped driving. But she's here. She's always around. And I ask for signs. I don't want to get spiritual here or anything, but I ask for signs and I get them. I only ask when I really need them, but I get them. And they're very specific, whether you believe in that or not. And I just feel it's I think that was part of the grieving. Like Mom said, I'm going to throw you some signs. I'll make this easy on you.
Exactly. And I talk about the new paradigm of grief is you're not broken by this loss. You're broken open like a seed to grow in self-awareness and new connections. And you're experiencing those new connections with your mother.
Yeah. There's cracks in the shell, but the shell isn't broken.
That's
Actually,
right.
a friend of mine is a songwriter, and he did a song. He made a song like that, and that's where it popped in my head. You are so unique, Georgina. If somebody wants to reach out to you, they're going through something, where do they find you?
503-309-3966. The voice conveys so much as we've experienced today. My website is Integrated Wellbeing Institute. And of course, in the upper right-hand corner, there is a contact. Let me say that again, because it's a mouthful. Integrated Wellbeing, all one word, institute.com. And if you're a person grieving, there are a myriad of blogs and videos and tools there for you. And if you are a person who is a professional working with people grieving, I am here to explore with you the training with these body-mind processes so you can teach your clients to be in their body instead of trying to think their way through grief.
I would love next time we get together to talk about some of those principles and how we can all benefit from it as we go through a grieving process.
All right, let's plan on that, Steve.
Yeah,
that sounds
that'd be wonderful.
Wonderful.
It was great talking with you, Georgina, and God bless you for being somebody that's there to help people in the way that you do. Your energy is amazing. You get it. You get us. And I heard that you tried to retire a couple of times and it didn't happen.
I failed twice.
and for that, I thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. We'll see you soon.
Yep. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Josh Robichaud joining us here once again, the founder and CEO of his own company, Matrixa Research Group. And as I learned today, he's also a cat rescue.
Got a few black cat rescues here at the house. So.
Oh, hence there's a black pillow. If you're live on the Zoomcast, you can see the pillow there, but that's amazing. I commend you on that. I'm a cat lover and a cat mother, so thank you so much. And as far as Matrixa, tell us a little bit about that. New listeners today, each and every time. So let's give them a little insight into what Matrixa Research is all about.
Well, good morning, Jill. Thanks again for having me today. For the new listeners in the group, Matrixa Research Group. We're kind of a jack of all trades little company here. We do a number of different things. Our 3 main departments are basically a research department, a travel department, and then we call it a mentorship department. And then the research department primarily focuses on genealogy and historical research, things of that nature. Our travel department, which is really what we like to call our travel concierge, which is kind of what we're going to talk about today, focuses a lot on travel planning, genealogy travel, trip reports, travel reviews, things like that. Basically just helping anybody with their travel needs. And then lastly, our mentorship department focuses primarily on one-on-one coaching, corporate level coaching, group type sessions, mentorship, resiliency training, basically just overall all around mental health advocacy.
Perfect. And how can we reach you? Tell us your contact information.
We do have a website, so matrixaresearch.com. We are on most of the main social media players, so Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And our handle for Twitter and Instagram is Matrixa_explores. And then if you just type in, Matrixa Research Group in either Facebook or LinkedIn, you'll find us there too.
Perfect. So what did you have in mind for us today? What did you want to dive into?
Well, we focused a lot on the genealogy stuff last week. So this week I was hoping to focus a little bit more on our travel services. Everybody loves to travel, so I figured this would be an easy one to touch on today.
Every day, Matt, you know what? I think about traveling every day.
I do too.
Want to explore the world and do things. Like I just took my kids this weekend to Mount Vernon, New Jersey to try skiing, but it's a little vacation, like anywhere, just to try someplace new. I want to see places all the time.
I was going to say, especially up here for us in the Northeast, it's easy to get stuck in the home during the winter. So trying to get out, do anything little, it's always nice.
And you're in Maine?
I'm in Maine. Yep. So.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You must have plenty of snow up there now, right?
We got some inches. It's not a ton. We had about 5 or 6 inches earlier in the week, and but then that turned to ice, and now it's rain. So it's back and forth between each thing, and then whether the power goes out or not. So like I was telling Jill before we signed on here, that if I lose everybody, it's because we probably had another power outage. But
All
overall,
right, so it's
we're
not
okay.
technical difficulties on our end. All right, great. Let's talk about travel and the services you offer.
So I'm a big travel nerd. Aviation geek is one of the terms that people throw out there. I've had been my whole life. I've traveled a lot with my previous roles at the government and things like that. And when I decided to start this company, I figured, how can I add in the travel piece and kind of give back to our customers, and in what capacity can I do that? So I decided to get into more of a travel planning role. We try to bring our expertise on board, and basically, plan your trip from A to Z. I follow a lot of forums online. Facebook is great there's a lot of good pages on Facebook. Like, for example, there's a London Travels Facebook page. There's a Scotland Travels Facebook page, a Paris Travels, basically travel pages for everything. And every day you probably see, a dozen, 20 questions, and sometimes the same, but, ranging from anywhere from the basic, what kind of shoes should I wear in Paris? Or, to, is this area in London a nice place to stay, things like that. So I figured, how can I bring some of our expertise to answer some of those questions for folks, and really, get into the planning stages of travel for folks, and breaking it down as simple as possible. Because sometimes, you see all these questions online, you see all these things, and it really is can be a stressful thing, and it's supposed to be a fun thing, right? But the leading up to it can always be stressful. And then if you're going somewhere where you've never been before, especially overseas, that is just another added layer of stress, that if we can kind of at least bring that stress down for you before your trip or while you're out there, that's something we look forward to doing. And in fact, we got a really basic slogan, let us take the stress out of your travel planning.
Oh, it always is stressful. It is, because you don't know where, what, how, and it could be so different. If you book randomly, like on Expedia or something, I've had this experience, just to say, not to use them, just them, and you go to this hotel you think you're staying at, and it's just not what it seems.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's so easy these days. You really got to look at the reviews you see on whatever website you're on, whether, and it's really easy to put fake reviews out there. It's really easy to, of course, the hotel or whoever is going to put their own reviews out there, or their own pictures and stuff. Yeah. But you really got to look at some of the customer reviews and some of the customer pictures. I like to hone in on the pictures, just because, if somebody's posting a picture, especially if it's something negative, it's usually pretty true. But yeah, you're right. You just never know. And you show up at a hotel that says it's a 5-star and it's a 2-star or something like that. And that's actually a good point too. A European 5 stars may be different than a United States 5-star. I think the star ratings kind of get thrown around a little loosely sometimes. So like you said, you just got to be wary of what you're looking at too. But we do that for you. So we'll do all that research for you. We have hotels that folks have stayed at before that we might recommend, we might not recommend. So typically if we've been there and we had a good time, we'll probably recommend those places as a safe bet, and then we'll go from there. But having said that too, we are not financially, or we don't get kickbacks from any of these places. We don't do anything like that. So we're not tied to any type of other entity, travel related entity too. So that's a good point.
Good. So how does it work? I mean, someone comes to you and says, we want to travel here. Gives you an idea. Break it down.
Down. Well, the one thing I will say too, let me caveat, we don't book. We're not a booking service. We've looked into that. We haven't decided on whether we're going to pursue that or, push things to that.
You're the go-to for the advice
We're just the go-to for the advice. I mean,
that's a lot, but yes.
We will sit down with you and, we'll book over your shoulder if that's what you'd like us to do, or, do a virtual meeting, have you book while we're there, just so we make sure, you're booking the right things. Obviously in our plan, you're going to see exactly what to book. So that should take that stress out of that. But it starts with an initial consult. Like most of our other things, our initial consult are always free. I'll shoot out. We have this 1-page questionnaire that we've kind of developed over a few years of just research, what people ask and things like that. It's very basic. I'd say it's very basic to a little bit more harder questions, but things like your name and number of travelers is always important. Where do you want to go? I think a big one that people forget is, have you been there before? And has people in your group been there before? So if you've been there, but maybe others haven't, there might be a different mix of things you want to do. What kind of hobbies you're interested in, what kind of general things you like to do. Are you a museum person? Are you a hiking person? Do you just want to go for the food? Things like that. So we really sit down with the client and discuss all these, preferred airlines, preferred methods of travel. If maybe you're a loyal member of a certain rental car company, we really get all those data, those facts up front, and then we kind of just sit down with them. So once we both review the questionnaire together, kind of get that general outline of what the person's looking for, then we kind of go from there. A budget's obviously a big one. That's going to drive some things. So once we get all that information, we kind of just start doing the research. It's a lot easier if your trip's not in a week. It's a lot easier to do, of course. But so we'll start digging into where do you want to stay, what hotels, what type of hotels. Do you want an Airbnb? Do you want a regular hotel? Maybe you like flying Delta over American or something like that. So we'll really get into all those details, and then we'll start doing the research. And then we'll reach back out to the person as we're doing the research. Hey, we found this, we found that, and we keep kind of an open dialogue going with the customer, just to say, as things are going, because inevitably they're doing their own research too, so they're going to have more questions, throughout the process, and that's kind of where we go with it. And then at some point, depending on our time schedule, or when we said we're going to deliver the plan, we'll develop a plan and deliver it, and get that back to the customer. But really, we focus on just about everything you can think of, flights, any type of ground transportation, rental cars, private car service, obviously railroads, maybe not as big as the United States. I mean, of course, we have Amtrak, but railroads are a lot bigger in Europe and Asia. So we focus a lot on rail travel. Like I said before, hotels, anywhere you want to stay. It really depends on a budget, but we'll focus on all those. Airbnbs, VRBO, if you want to stay in that type of setup, which sometimes is better for groups. I do a yearly trip with some close friends, and between cost and just being able to enjoy the trip together, we try to stay in a place you have 3 or 4 bedrooms instead of a hotel. It just makes it all that better. And then besides the kind of logistic lodging and all that part of it, and we really focus on what do you want to do, because that's really get the easy stuff out of the way. You might be spending all day. You want to spend all night at a comfortable hotel, but what are you going to do during the day? And that's where we start focusing on what are your hobbies? What do you really want to see? Sometimes it's somewhat easy. If you've never been to Paris, well, maybe you want to see like the top 3 or 4 things, and go from there. What kind of another big thing we look at is what is your pace? Because and then how mobile are you? Like for me, I like to walk. I just took my 71-year-old mother out to London, and it's great. She's still very mobile. She still moves around. So we were able to walk everywhere. I mean, we did 8 miles one day, and that to me is a little easier than if you're maybe a little less mobile. Okay, now we can factor in, do you want to take the subway? Do we need a private car everywhere? Things like that. But we do make sure we look and cover all those things. And then what kind of pace do you want? Some people want a slower pace. Like for me, I'm not interested in doing 5 things a day. 1 or 2 things a day, maybe, it's good for me. But some people, they like to pack it all in. I'm going to this one place I only have 3 days. This is my one trip of the year. I'm going to pack it all in, and we'll do that for you. We'll get it all scheduled. So we really look at, what kind of events do you want to do? Do you want to do tours? There's so many tour guides and tour groups out there. Sometimes those are just easier. Personally, for me, I prefer just doing my own thing, but others just want that structure. It's a lot easier with some of that structure.
So true. Yeah. And could you give me some examples, some specific places people are looking at now? What's the hype here? It is winter, you're in Maine, but you're working with people all over the country. It's not just people in Maine. But is there so many hotspots that people wanting to see and visit now during this time of year?
I mean, it seems lately some of the stuff we've been getting is a lot of Europe stuff, a lot of European travel. Some folks, like you said, it is winter, so maybe some people going out west, Colorado, things like that for some skiing, or even up here to Maine or New England area for skiing. We do get a lot of, I'd say not the majority, but the higher percentage of the questions we get or things we planned for, probably Europe. That seems to be steady throughout the year. So right now we're doing a decent amount of couple of Italy trips we got in the hopper. Right now we're doing one, Italy up to client wanted to go from Italy through the Alps, wanted to do a train ride through the Alps, and then over to Paris. So
I only recently saw that on Instagram. These beautiful train rides through Switzerland. What I had no idea there were so many different trains.
There is. So there, I mean, there is the normal trains. You can just jump on the train and go if you're actually looking to go to point A to point B. But there's a slower train called the Bernina Express that goes.
Yeah.
You know, it takes a couple little extra connections. Like for in this case, you're going from Rome to Milan, then you jump from Milan on an Italian train up to another town, and then you jump on their 4-hour Bernina Express to another town, and then you go up to Zurich, where in this case Zurich's just an easy connection to Paris. So you know, for this client, they're doing a few days in Rome, do their little train trip, do a night in Zurich, maybe spend the morning in Zurich for breakfast, and then take the train to Paris the next day. So we do get a lot of that. Sadly, I haven't been on that train yet, and of course, as a train geek too, I'd love to go. But so we do get a lot of that those type of things these days. Like I said, a lot of Europe planning. We have a client going off to Amsterdam. They're actually going off for their company, and in this case, they're a small business. So actually, you know, that's kind of good to highlight too. We do a lot of work with, you know, small businesses, 1 or 2 people, you know, 5 employee type small businesses that obviously aren't going to have their own travel department. So we do a lot of work there. In this case, the client's going out to Amsterdam for a show, that the trade show type event, and they just wanted us to help them, you know, plan the airfare, plan the lodging. You know, should they stay in Amsterdam even though the show is 40 minutes outside the city, but there's not really any place near the show to stay, things like that. So we do some random one-off, unique ones like that, which are always fun. But like I think right now we're definitely hitting a lot of the European stuff.
And
especially being in America, you know, a lot of people don't get out there much. So.
Can I just ask you about the Northern Lights? Where can we see the Northern Lights? Have you done a trip there? Or?
I haven't done a trip there. Actually, I did have a client that was just discussing that last week. They were talking about going to Iceland.
Yeah, I get confused.
To go see
it from a few different places, right?
You can actually. There's even places in like Scotland you can see it. Of course, up in Norway, things like that, you can get up there. It really just depends on timing. For example, in this case, actually, Iceland was an interesting one because a lot of people don't know this, but Iceland's actually not too cost effective to get to from the States. Actually, for example, like Icelandair is a cheaper way to get to Europe because you basically do a stopover in Iceland. And a stopover, I mean, you could do a full night, but you might just do an hour, a couple hour layover. But the cost is significantly cheaper to fly Icelandair to Europe, mainland Europe, if you do that quick stopover. But in this case, Iceland itself can be a little pricey. But in this case, the client was looking, hey, I'd like to go to Iceland. What kind of events can I see? I want to see the Northern Lights as an option. So we kind of broke down a nice itinerary for them. And, you know, this is the first time I had seen it too. They actually have, obviously you can drive and there's locations you can go to. You can do like, you know, road tours to the locations to see the Northern Lights. But there's also cruises. And I maybe use the term loosely, cruises. It's more like, you can think of it more like a whale watch type expedition where the ship goes out for like 5 hours. You know, you have a meal on the ship, you go up to see the Northern Lights. It's kind of like an expedition, and then you come back. And so that's, you know, when we realized that, mentioned it to the client was like, oh, this will be fun for my kids on this. It'll be an awesome time. And I think it even, you know, from a light perspective, just, and being a former sailor, you know, being on the ocean, be able to see it that way would be so much fun. So it's funny that you asked because we literally just did that. So I would say, you know, Iceland's an easy one if you're coming from the States and you wanted to keep the travel costs down a little bit. Or, you know, like I said, things like Scotland or anywhere up north, Norway, Sweden, things like that. So.
And there's only a certain time of the year you could see them. Is that true? Is it a certain?
I believe that's true. I can't. I'd have to confirm that one. I'm not totally.
I'm just curious myself. All right.
So yeah. So one thing. So once we kind of dig into all that for clients, get all the information you want. Like I said, we kind of take a slow, holistic approach to the plan. We actually started using a software this year called Travify. They're a really nice visual. You know, a lot of people like visual aids and visual itinerary type things. A nice little software package that they provide us that really, you know, breaks down day by day what you're going to do. Easy enough to link anything you want in, so the client can either go, you know, you basically get the itinerary in a PDF format or an internet link. So you could easily go to your itinerary back and forth every day. Click on links throughout the itinerary to see where you need to go. Google Maps, things like that. It allows us to price everything out for you. So you're going to get a price at the front page that's either per person or total for the trip, depending on how you want to do it. But we're able to easily break down the prices for everything: airfare, hotel, rental car, things like that. And then each event we can break down prices for, and then, like I said, kind of compile it all in one number for the client. And then they have the budget, they know what things are going to cost, and then they can kind of pick and choose from there if it's over budget or maybe under budget, they want to add some things. So it kind of gives everybody a good look at what their plan is, and then they can kind of make their final decisions from there.
Awesome. And just remind our listeners how we can reach you.
Like I said before, easily on our website, matrixaresearch.com. We have contact options there, and then even for these type of things, you can book directly online. It hooks up right to our calendar, and you'll hook up with an employee there who will easily. You can pick a time. We're typically available your daytime hours during the week, but we're adjusting some of that. We realize a lot of folks are working, so it's tough to plan travel during their workday.
Yeah.
So we are adjusting some hours to be open till like 7, 8 p.m. on a couple of days a week to assist folks there. But if you don't go to our website, we're on all major social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And our Twitter and Instagram handles are Matrixa_explorers.
Awesome. Is there something, that you're working on for yourself that you're going to? Is there places you haven't been that you're like on your bucket list?
There's not I've been lucky that I've gone through Europe, a decent amount of Europe. One thing I've always wanted to do is kind of see some of the World War II historic sites in France. So that'll probably happen one day. I had a former coworker that did just that. Him and his wife and 2 young kids went out, and this is probably something I wouldn't do. They were able to find an Airbnb, but it was one of the ones where you actually stay with the local, and you don't really have the whole place to yourself. So they stayed with this older couple that lived right near I don't know if it was Normandy Beach or one of the beaches.
Mm-hmm.
And they just enjoyed it. They said it was such an amazing thing because you had this local French couple that they stayed with. They cooked them breakfast every morning. They were able to just tell them about the history of the location, and it just kind of like almost like a full immersion experience for them. And so ever since they told me about that, that's definitely something I kind of want to look into. I don't think, like I said, I'd probably do my own Airbnb or just a hotel, but just to go see some of those sites. And I hear just the museums and seeing the cemeteries is just such a moving event, especially for somebody like myself who was a prior military person. That's definitely on my bucket list. And then maybe, just some more fun trips throughout the Mediterranean. For those who've never been, Mediterranean, for me at least, I found it to be extremely relaxing place. Greece, some of the, Sicily, some of those type of places. If you need some place to relax, go out there, find a little place that overlooks the ocean, and just unwind and maybe unplug for a bit. That would be my suggestions.
Last year I went to my boyfriend has a place in Athens, so we did Mykonos and Santorini with 9 children, which was not fun, and I honestly don't think the islands were that beautiful to begin with. But on the other side, the Green Islands, the year before, we went to an island called Zakynthos. Have you ever heard of Zakynthos?
No, I haven't, no.
Beautiful. But supposedly it's a lot like Crete, which is another place on my bucket list, because I didn't realize in Greece there's dry islands, and then there's a plush green islands, which I like the plush green islands, but most beautiful island I think is called Zakynthos. Look it up later. Zakynthos, Greece. I don't even know how to spell it, but you can just figure it out. But it is something I would recommend. And there's the thing called Shipwreck Cove. You got to see this beautiful shipwreck on the beach. It's just beautiful island, and it's just relaxing. You're right.
It is actually, and I've been to Crete, and you'll love it.
How is Crete?
It's the same thing, just so relaxing. It's just the whole vibe is just extremely relaxing. It's nice, beautiful place.
And then Kefalonia is another one in that area I want to go to. Another green island.
There's just so many places. It's like once you feel like you've gone to all these places, then you realize, wait a minute, there's a million more.
So many more. And there's there's supposed to be like hundreds of Greek islands too. Yeah.
So,
all right. Go ahead.
Do we have how much time do we have left?
Oh, we're good. We still have 5 minutes.
Okay. The last thing I guess I'd say, a couple other travel, those are our 2 big things: international and domestic travel stuff. Just like last week, I touched on the cost a little bit. It's a really simple cost. Domestic travel planning is a $40 fee, and that comes with a full-on itinerary, and then whatever discussions we have internally, between the customer. We do up the cost a little bit if it's a group of 4 or over to $75. And then for any international travel, which typically is a little more takes a little bit more energy, $75 for a plan, or $100 for a group of 4 or more. So pretty straightforward pricing there. And then besides those type of travel things, we do a few other real quick things. We do I call it area location scouting. Sometimes companies want people to go out and, hey, we're looking at building an office here or there, and we do some of that type of stuff. Maybe security analysis for locations. We do things like that on a much smaller scale, but we are here for that. And then kind of coupled with what we discussed last time, genealogy. We do with our genealogy department, we do combine genealogy and travel. So if you want to go see the sites of your ancestors, we put it all together in one with your genealogy report and your travel plan, and we get you on the road to see those things. So one full immersion experience here from Matrixa. So.
Awesome. Very exciting, the work you do. And even then, just briefly, just touch upon the custom genealogy work you do with travel. You want to go back to find out where your great-great-grandmother lived or where she's from. These are the things that you also do as well at Matrixa, right?
We do. I mean, it's just something to say when, it's easy to see it online and see all these documents digitally or in person, or physically. But when you get to see, when you go to England and you see, ancestors' gravestone inside a church, things like that, it just brings everything full circle. It's just such a great experience. It's an adventure. It really is. So.
Got it. All right. And we want to reach out again. The website is
matrixaresearch.com.
Perfect. And on social media, how do we find you?
You can find us on Facebook and LinkedIn. Just search for Matrixa Research Group, or Instagram and Twitter, or you can also just search there. But our Instagram and Twitter handles are Matrixa_explores. And we also have direct email too, just explores@matrixaresearch.com. Those are our, we're just everywhere, so you can easily find us.
Great. So travel concierge, you got research, consulting, and then also on your website, it mentions mentorship. Could you just share a little bit about that?
Yeah, we do a lot of mental health advocacy, one-on-one coaching, things along those lines. I think that's going to be my focus for our next podcast. But that is one that's near and dear to my heart with my prior military service. So we do like to do some of that leadership and resiliency coaching. Just a great all-around effort that we do here. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Looking forward again, Josh, to the next time we speak. Thank you for your services, for your hard work. And you got me thinking about my next vacation where I want to go. Look, I have little ones. So right now it's like Great Wolf Lodge. There's a new Great Wolf Lodge in Perryville, Maryland in August. I want to go there because we go to one of the Poconos. But then there's one in Scottsdale, Arizona. So I'm like, my little trips are planned around those types of things. But one day I get to go out and explore again. I can't wait.
I know my sisters went to one up here. I don't know if it was in New Hampshire, but I know they always have a good time. She's got 5 kids. So
my God, bless her. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's fun. And it could be expensive. 5 kids. Oh,
that's true.
God bless. You have a fantastic day, Josh, and we'll have a good conversation again, I'm sure, next time.
Thanks, Jill. We'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hi, welcome to Gut Feeling. I am Laura Hernandez. Hi, Dr. Snyder.
Hi, Laura.
I have a very special guest, and I want to present him first. I want to tell you a little bit about him because we can talk a lot about his curriculum. He's been in practice for 48 years. That's the first thing you need to know. And he has a doctorate in chiropractic medicine, degrees in both human biology and bionutrition, and board certification in homeopathic medicine. And he has other certifications in various forms of alternative medicine, including certification as an instructor in NAET for over 20 years. And you're going to be wondering, what is NAET? Well, I'm going to leave Dr. Snyder here, who is the expert, to tell us about what is it. And I'll tell you later my experience because I'm also a patient of Dr. Snyder. Welcome again.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us.
So I probably 30 years ago started recognizing that many of my patients were reacting to food, even the good food that I always recommend.
Organic or?
Organic, yeah. Protein, vegetables.
Whole foods.
Yeah, whole foods. And as I researched that, I came across research indicating that there's different types of allergies. And most of us think of allergies as hay fever or bite into strawberries, break out in hives. And that is your type 1 immediate mediated allergy. And that's what your allergist will deal with shots and various ways.
The obvious.
Not very effective, but just trying to treat the symptoms. However, it's interesting that we have found that the majority of allergies are in a category that we call delayed onset allergies, affecting one up to 72 hours after they come in contact with it. So these are more hidden allergies. Often we refer to them as hypersensitivities instead of allergy, just to distinguish. But what's interesting about this is once this occurs, once the body misfires, if you will, the immune system, and boom, reacts to something it shouldn't, which is what an allergy is, overreaction. Once that occurs on this delayed onset level, it can affect any organ, any system in the body. So I was amazed at, along the path, finding out that so many of the chronic conditions that all of us suffer with and that fill doctors' offices every day can actually be triggered by, caused by this delayed onset allergy. And at best, most people are just trying to treat the symptoms.
When you say delay, that's the tricky part. It means that maybe you ate something like an apple that it's healthy, right? It can happen with any food, but let's say an apple. I ate an apple, and 2 days later, I start having hives or itchiness in my body or feeling in any other way. Maybe I feel too tired or it changes my mood what is it that you mean by that?
Well, again, this type of delayed onset allergy can affect any organ, any system in the body. So, and it can affect one physically, mentally, and emotionally. So, what I mean is that by delayed onset is that, yeah, the reaction that presents, and it usually is not hives or necessarily skin reactions that you would typically associate with allergy. It can be, and that responds well also.
Give me examples. Brain fog, what can happen?
Brain fog, constipation.
Okay, yes.
Once the body reacts to the food, it doesn't digest, absorb, and metabolize it properly. Headaches are common issues.
And people don't think that's an allergy, right?
No,
they don't even relate it.
Yeah, and most doctors don't. And so, again, the medical profession ends up just trying to appease the patient by treating the symptoms with some type of prescription medication generally that, of course, carries side effects and at best just reduces the symptoms, but never fixing the problem.
It's not going to the root of the problem.
Exactly. So once I started understanding this and searching for better ways to communicate with the body, get feedback on that, that's when I came across the NAET research, which originated out in California with Dr. Devi Namboodrapad. And so it's N for Namboodrapad, A, allergy, E, elimination, T, technique. So essentially we've learned to apply physics to medicine by the understanding that matter is energy. Everything is energy, okay? Nothing is solid. It's made up of moving particles, molecules. Everything is. We are. So we have learned ways to energetically communicate with the body and not only get feedback from a diagnostic standpoint, but also to be able to go back in and fix the glitches, so to speak, to actually do some reprogramming through the nervous system and through the acupuncture meridians. I'm not an acupuncturist, don't use needles, but those are the two systems that control the body and allow us to go in, communicate, and reprogram. Basically, this type of allergy is, in computer terminology, is a glitch. And you know how glitches are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I am a patient of yours for a few years now, and sometimes I try to explain other people what is it that you do to cure my allergies, because we are not treating them with medication. We are curing them. We're going to the root of the problem. And I've been allergic since I was born, and I get allergies. Everything gives me allergies, and in many ways, like you said. My own sweat, let's put it that way. That's something that I was amazed by it the first time. I just understood, like, oh my God, every time I sweat, I get hives, or I start getting pimples, or I don't know. It was so weird. And then understanding that it was my body reacting to my own sweat, it was incredible. And in the past, I tried everything that the doctors told me. Medications, I tried the injections. Everything was horrible. Horrible on my body. It didn't feel good. I didn't feel like it was doing anything. Yes, the symptoms sometimes, went away, but not to feel good. I understand that if you have a huge allergy of something and your throat is closing and your eyes are swollen, you have to go to the emergency room and treat it immediately because that's a life-threatening allergy. I understand that. I've been there. I got it. But it's not going to help you in the long term. Yes, it's going to help you to stay alive at that moment, but not cure you and not have a quality of life. And that's the thing I was missing, quality of life.
Well, it's important to stay alive.
Yes, first of all. And then we'll go and try to fix the problem, the root of the problem, right?
Well, exactly. And that, unfortunately, that's where medicine is kind of failing because they don't ever really look for the cause. They are just trained to treat symptoms. And it can be life-saving, as you say, but the research is showing that 80 to 90% of the reactions that we have are not immediate mediated allergies. Everybody knows if they bite into a strawberry and break out in hives, they ought to stay away from strawberries. But they don't realize that the foods that their body sees most often is what the body is inclined to react to. So egg, milk, wheat, yeast, corn, soy, sugar, salt.
Everything.
Yeah. And
causing inflammation.
Well,
right? Causes inflammation.
It's an inflammatory response by the body, but it can demonstrate by depression. It can demonstrate by headache. It can demonstrate by otitis media. That was the primary cause of that in kids is milk allergy. So the important thing is not to just identify it. That's where I started. I would find ways of testing the body and finding what it was hypersensitive to and saying, okay, here's your list. Read it and weep. Stay away from them.
Yeah,
and,
stay away from everything then, right? Some people,
it
like
was,
me, you would stay away from everything. The only thing you can drink is water.
It was very, very difficult, but people would go to that extreme because of the tremendous relief they felt for their various health conditions.
Exactly.
So being able to go in and fix the glitch, not just cover it up or stay away from it, has been a godsend because it truly allows people to come back and to full and total health and eating.
And not being afraid when they are going to eat.
Exactly.
I was afraid. Every time I started eating, I was afraid because something was going to happen and I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and it isn't just, there's bad food that's bad for everybody.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Too much sugar,
processed food.
Sugar, too much salt, too much fried foods. Everybody should minimize that. But this type of hypersensitivity to a food doesn't distinguish between junk food or organic.
I remember the first time I saw you, I told you, yeah, but I understand what you're saying because, of course, I came to you. It was a leap of faith, right? Somebody referred me to you, a colleague, and it was like, I don't get it. I don't understand anything, but I'm so desperate that I'm going to try anything. So let's go and see. And I remembered saying to you, yeah, but I eat organic. Everything I eat is organic. I don't eat this, I don't eat that, I don't blah, 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 blah. And you were trying to explain me that it doesn't matter. I didn't get it. until, I don't know, until a few treatments, until we did a few treatments. Then I was starting like, oh my God, is this real? It couldn't be, nobody will believe me. When I was talking to people about it, people look at me like this, like, what is she talking about?
When I lecture doctors,
is she talking about a witch doctor? What is she talking about?
Goes right over their head. So
now I love telling people, I'm looking at their faces, I'm smiling because I'm saying like, well, you're having a lot of allergies, a lot of hypersensitivity, a lot of issues, but you're looking at me like I'm the crazy one. So it's okay, fine. What can I do? So now I feel proud of being able to tell people without fear, and proud of having that leap of faith that changed my life.
You know, if you were on the top floor of a building that was on fire and you were exiting, knocking on doors, trying to help everybody you could on your way out, if somebody comes out and says, I don't see any fire, I don't smell any smoke, you going to stand there and argue with them, or are you going to help the ones that want to be helped?
Exactly. It's okay. You just stay there. I see the fire and I see the smoke. But it's very interesting how many lives you have changed in 48 years.
Oh.
Lord.
It's been...
I become friends of some
so
patients
exciting,
because we see them all the time.
Of course.
But it's exciting for you and it's tiring. I know it's a tiring job. Because let me explain this to people that are listening and seeing this podcast. He is so good and so graceful that he allows patients to come with the bag of foods and things that they feel it's harming them, so he can test it. And I was the one, he came with 20 things to every appointment to try them all. Toothpaste, anything that I was touching, everything that it was in my house, like a drawer from a desk, something that was, I knew it was giving me allergy, or I was sneezing, or giving me a headache, or anything new. I just bring it on, and it looks ridiculous, but it's not. It's the most miraculous thing ever.
Well, that's the bottom line. And,
Yeah.
You can... Most people aren't aware, first of all, that anything going on with them has to do with the fact that they're eating something, or it can be anything you eat, drink, rub on your skin, or inhale.
Or smell, right?
Yeah. And so most people don't realize that that's what's causing so many of the issues that they have. I'm not saying it's the cause of everything, certainly, but the vast majority of the chronic issues that people deal with day in, day out, this is a primary factor. And it's just been amazing. I'm still amazed every day.
With what you do.
with what I'm able to do, what the changes that take place, the experience that patients have. My kids growing up would say, Dad, we can't go anywhere. And somebody comes up and says, your dad saved my life. But
that's the way it is.
But it changes people's lives for the better.
It definitely. And so people can understand a little bit better. For example, you go the first time, you make some tests, you determine the allergies, which for me it was pretty much everything. And then you started with the most simple thing. I think it was the egg, right?
Egg, yeah, we find that if you're reactive to egg, foods that are in everything and affect you in so many ways. Egg, for instance, is the very best source of protein. It's the
I love eggs.
only complete protein. when your body reacts to it in this manner, it not only affects when you eat egg, but it throws your protein metabolism off across the board, which affects every cell of the body. So it's the same way with dairy, the second one that we treat. It throws calcium metabolism off across the board. And when you start looking at how protein metabolism, the different effects it can have on the body, if that's not regulated properly, and calcium metabolism, you can go right down the line. Sugar metabolism, most people are reactive to sugar because it's in everything.
Exactly.
And people kind of like it.
Mm-hmm.
But
like me.
Nah. So reprogramming the body.
That's what you do. Once you decide, okay, today we're gonna clear, like you use the word, we're gonna clear you from the egg. Then after you do the procedure, if you want to explain it or not, but after you do it, it's 25 hours without touching. Not only eating, without touching the product or the food or whatever you're clearing the patient of.
Yeah, that's true. There are 12 major acupuncture vessels, and it takes a couple of hours for the body to process through each of the 12. 12 times 2 is 24, extra hour to play it safe. So while we're energetically reprogramming the body, it's important that you don't come in contact with what you are being treated for. If you do, that can blow the process, and the patient comes back in, and we have to treat the same one again.
I haven't failed one. And I have done, I don't know how many. I can't count them.
Well,
one day you need to tell me how many we've done.
You know, I've had patients that leave my office and immediately meet friends for dinner and get halfway through dinner before it dawns on them, I'm eating exactly what I shouldn't. They get to be treated again. But let me just briefly touch on the fact that there's, and I'm simplifying this, but there's two energy fields that control the body. The nervous system, your brain, brainstem, spinal cord. Between each vertebral segment, you have nerve trunks emitting with bundles of nerves that innervate all the muscles and organs of the body. The other energy field are the acupuncture meridians, which the Chinese started working with some 3,000 years ago, and is a major part of the health system in most countries of the world. It's catching on here, but it's relatively unknown to most. But by non-invasively, through pressure point work along the spine, through stimulation, not needles on certain acupuncture points, you get the two systems reprogramming to whatever it is that we have the patient in contact with that they've tested positive for. I go through the treatment, takes a couple of minutes, and they stay in contact with it for a few minutes more. Then they go stay completely away from it for 25 hours. When they come back, first thing we do is test to make sure that everything went well. And usually it does. And then, boom, we go ahead and treat the next one. And once treated properly, and I've been an instructor in this for over 20 years, once you treat it properly, it should never come back to haunt you.
That's the most amazing part of it. That's why you change life. It's not something temporary. It's something forever. And I remember one thing that your wife told me the first day I came to the office too. I was in hives, my face. I have itchiness everywhere, my body, and I was with creams here and creams there. And it was like an anxious feeling. And she told me, what people don't understand is that having allergies is the same thing that being in pain. And it clicked immediately. It was like, exactly. That's the best way to express it, because you feel horrible and it comes from the inside, and maybe it's showing on the outside, but it's coming from the inside, and there's nothing you can do about it. And you can drink whatever you want, and maybe the symptoms will go away for a few hours, but it will come back because you will keep eating and you will keep touching things and you will keep smelling things. And what are you going to do? Stay in a capsule? So this is the most amazing thing I came across in my life. I told you this and colonics.
Oh.
And colonics.
Exactly.
The colonics came before, and they helped me to keep the toxic load in my body low, right? And that's why I keep the allergies, not that bad. But there was a time which I didn't have the colonics available for me all the time, and that's when it came. It did haunt me. Those allergies, they were horrible, and that's the moment I came to you. I found you, or you found me in the spiritual world. Let's put it that way.
Well, no question, your colonic hydrotherapy is an excellent procedure, and you're dealing with the end result, so to speak, of poor digestion, absorption, utilization, which is critical. Because if you're constipated, you become more toxic.
Exactly.
So the work that I do is to get you digesting, absorbing, metabolizing, but very importantly,
you need to release it.
It has to.
If not, it's going back again.
Exactly.
Back to every organ of your body.
Exactly.
So I just want to say, to finalize this podcast, because we should do like 10 more to keep talking about your experiences and lots of things that you have learned over the years. But thank you for taking the time. I know you don't do this much. So thank you for taking the time. And you retired and you came back from retirement, and I'm so happy to have you back.
Well, I love what I do, and I sure missed it, so.
Can you give your phone number?
I'm back, 954-486-4000, Alternative Medicine Center.
That's perfect. And we are in Florida, but if somebody maybe reaches your office because they are in another state, maybe you can guide them to a place near them if there's someone doing it, right?
I've done that more times than I could count.
I can imagine. Same thing with me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to the people that are listening. Gut feeling.
Thank you, Laura.
And today we want to thank our sponsor, South Broward Accounting, the CPA Jorge Ruiz, who is the owner. He has a master in taxation. Don't hesitate to call him. He's an expert in taxes. His phone number is 954-318-7460. Your one-stop solution for all your accounting needs.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
when I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
There's one way to move your life forward. We're going to talk about that today. Welcome, everybody, especially if you're looking to advance in your career, your personal life, dealing with some changes, and that is with somebody who is a life coach. But many times we look at that and say, why do I need a life coach? Think of it this way. Let's say you want to navigate life. You want to move it forward, but it's just not happening. It's almost like learning how to fly a plane. You have an instructor sitting right next to you. A life coach would do that. I've got one sitting right next to me, and she's a certified life coach from the Brave Thinking Institute. She's a certified functional medicine health coach and has a big energy work background as well as a medical background. And her name is Martha Smythe, and she's with us again. Martha, welcome. How you doing?
Good. It's fun to be here.
Yeah, it's good to have you back with us. And I've actually talked to people that have considered a life coach, but they don't pull a trigger. They don't move forward. And I tell them, you'll spend money on massages, which are great. We need self-care. Very important. A day later, the effects of that kind of wear off. But why wouldn't you make the investment in somebody that's going to take your hand, make you accountable, and move your life forward? To me, it doesn't compute. What are your thoughts on that?
We started to touch into that in the first podcast about people resisting change. They know they can change. They know that there's process of transformation, but there's this fear factor. And, we're all very comfortable in the known. And the unknown is scary for a lot of people. For some people, the unknown is very exciting territory, but that's the minority.
It certainly is.
So,
it really is. Yep.
But if they were to really kind of get down and look at their fear of the unknown, they would come out onto the other side and realize that it was just like a mental block, because the fear is, they have this saying it is false evidence appearing real.
Yes.
So you think something is real, like this is so scary it could kill me, or it could totally turn my life upside down. Maybe it could end in I quit my job, or I divorced my spouse, or something. And it's that not trusting. And yet, when you examine it, if you're in a larger space of yourself, if you're becoming more of you, whatever decisions you're making from that place are for your higher good, more so than when you were back there kind of in the fear and in the safe zone. So I think that's kind of why people resist. I touched into that. It's somewhat about conditioning. It's also about not wanting to take responsibility, because hiring a life coach and working with someone is actually a very big step in self-responsibility, because you're saying, I am the change. I'm the one who's going to do the work. And what if nothing happens? What if I do it and I don't get better? You see, so there's all these different factors that just sort of emotionally trigger people without them analyzing it. It's just that they step a little closer and then they go, no. So, I've had clients, and I think most coaches have had clients and therapists, super enthusiastic in the beginning sometimes, and then as soon as they hit that wall, they back off and maybe run away for a while or forever, because it's scary. Change is scary. So, but it's not. It's from my personal point of view, it's really the best thing you can invest in. If you're investing in yourself now to become more of you and more in tune, more connected to that deeper reservoir of who you are, it's going to pay off in every single aspect of your life and in your whole life going forward. What could be better than that? But hey,
Not too much. Not too much.
I wouldn't knock the massages either.
Well, yes, but you bring up a great point, Martha, in that you're investing in yourself. It's not necessarily investing in the life coach. That's part of the investment. And again, you could invest in massages, and you're investing in yourself and your sense of well-being. But the life coach is going to last a lot longer in terms of the effects, in terms of putting you back on track for life, or putting you on track. But you bring up a great point. Fear is everything. We're all fear-based. We've been programmed from prehistoric times, fight or flight, fear, fear, fear. And part of that fear, I guess, is also wondering what it's going to be like. Should I make that investment? What if fear now? What if the life coach doesn't get it done for me? What if? You could spend your life doing that, but you're going to go nowhere with that. You're going to be frozen in time. And maybe this is not the best time you want to be frozen in.
Yeah. I don't think people quite see that they are frozen in time. So basically what's happening is they're kind of spinning their wheels, because there's always movement, and it's like that thing that I said that Mary Morrissey says, is just such a great quote. Some people live 90 years, some people live 1 year 90 times. The 1 year 90 times is just that constant repetition, sort of like you're the same old person. Your old high school friend meets you at your 60-year reunion and you're the same person.
Yep.
And that's not natural, really, when you think of it. And so it's that stuckness that we really should be wary of more than anything else. So the way I see it is, we're all either kind of getting better, so to speak, and that word is very limiting, or getting worse, but stagnation is not an easy place to hold. But if we're not moving forward in our own development and just sort of becoming more full of life and who we truly are,
yep,
then we are stuck. And there's no guarantee with a life coach, because the commitment is not to the life coach, and the life coach can't make you drink the water. It's so up to the client. But the thing is, there's this synergy and connection that happens between a life coach and a client, and that support that's there. And your coach is that person that is believing in you. So again, I'm quoting Mary, because so much of my work comes out of my training with her in the Dream Builder coaching program. When you don't believe in yourself, which is kind of a normal state of affair these days, you don't believe in yourself because you're convinced that you can't, or you're not good enough, or whatever, and you don't have that belief in yourself. Moving forward is not easy on your own. When there is someone in your life that truly believes in you, that's a support that energetically truly does hold you. And so the belief that that person has in you, knowing that you have everything that it takes to grow and to become and to move forward, has a huge influence on the client, whether they really realize it or not. They just have to stay engaged and stay connected. And there's great stories about that. I mean, can I take a minute just to exemplify that with one quick story?
I would love to. And before you do, I want to back up what you've said. And one of my favorite, call it slogans or just mantras, is everything I need is within me now. And meaning that it's all here. You just got to bring it out. You've got all the skill. Everything is there. And the other thing you said, being stuck, spending 90 years. That go again?
You live 1 year 90 times, or you live 90 years.
So somebody said to me after I left a job after 2.5 decades, and it was like, I got the job I always wanted as a kid. I literally started in my teens. And he's very insightful, very intuitive. And I'll never forget this. And this was years ago. He said, habit doesn't always equal happiness. Habit doesn't always equal happiness. So to illustrate your point, you could be stuck doing the same thing. Doesn't mean you're happy. You're just stuck doing the same thing. So I just
Oh,
want to share.
no. Many people are actually addicted to unhappiness, and it can feed into their concept that they're a victim and it's somebody else's fault, that their life is a mess and upside down, and
Oh, yeah.
they've
Oh,
been
yeah.
held back and so forth. And so that's the thing, is to drop that requires that, okay, I accept self-responsibility. And
Mm-hmm.
when you just said everything is in me, that's so true, because so much of it is just removing the blockages. It's like removing that sense of I'm not good enough, removing those beliefs that are like anti-me or anti-life, and sort of that shedding of all that stuff really allows all that's in me to shine through. The other thing is, as you deepen your connection to your greater self, and you could call it, source, or many people have many different names for it, you're literally connected to all kinds of resources and awareness and groundedness and the energy that you need. There's so much there through that connection. And so this is kind of it's a releasing of the layers, and it's also that deeper connection. And it can be subtle, but after a while, it's like you start seeing things are really happening and moving and changing. And I am so much happier. That's the joy factor.
You don't know it when you're in it. When you're doing your day, again, the daily habit, you don't know it until you shed, all that stuff around you. I just got a visual. It's kind of elementary, but it's almost as if, picture yourself as Superman, Superwoman. You have your street clothes on, your glasses, Clark Kent, but rip that off. And those are the limiting beliefs. Rip that off and look what's underneath that, a super person. I can do whatever they want to do. So yes, we digress. You were going to tell a story.
No, but that's a great analogy. And I've seen many people transform, and not just people that I've worked with, but in greater work. Like I've mentioned that, okay, so I have my clients, but I've also mentioned like Dr. Joe Dispenza, and you'll have over 1,000 people in a workshop. There's lots of testimonials, but it's like people really transforming their lives, transforming their health, their careers, just their whole approach. And we use techniques for doing that. We have something called a mind movie, and we create it and we watch it, and we're subliminally giving ourselves the message that we are that movie that we've created is actually us in our life. And that is amazing. Some of the testimonials of people how their mind movies have really come true. A lot in my mind movie came true. But anyway.
I should have watched that movie.
Should have
watched
movie. You would have to create the movie. You put the images and the words and the music, and you take pictures of what you like. One of mine was lots of nature pictures, because I wanted to live deeper in nature. And now I live in something that's like a wonder park. It could be a national park.
Well, I'm a firm believer in the visualization. Even just going to a party. Hey, there's a gathering coming up this weekend. I will visualize what it's going to be like, who's going to be there, what they might be wearing, the synergy between them. So I have a picture. It's almost like the movie plays in my mind. So I'm call it better prepared for it. What do I wear? It's based on what I'm thinking, in terms of this movie that plays. I'm just giving you a tiny, idea of that. But yeah, picture doing it for your life. What could be out there for you? And maybe that gets into manifestation, which is a whole nother topic, I guess.
Yeah, totally. And imagination is a great tool to have.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Without a doubt. All right. So I think it was a story of success that you were going to share.
It was about belief.
Okay.
So belief is a very important part of transformation. And if you lack belief in yourself, that's just a whole nother thing to have to break down before moving forward. So Mary's story really began when she was 19. And well, it began, real quick. High school, I think it was like 1970-ish, pregnant, gets kicked out of high school. She's like a perfect student, everything, but it's those times. So she gets kicked out for being pregnant, moves into an evening program with delinquents. And there's so much shame. There's all this shame. And within, had the baby, she got married, had the baby. But by the time the kid was 4 months old, she had basically terminal kidney disease. So all the emotion of the shame had moved into her kidneys, and the kidneys are the organs associated with emotion. And she was in the hospital the night before, ready to have her first kidney removed. And the prognosis was, we're going to remove this first kidney, which is very destroyed. And you have 4 months to live before the second one totally gives out. A pastor arrives in her hospital room and says, "Can I pray with you?" And Mary, she's 19 now, jumping forward, just not to belabor the story, but it's a beautiful story. The pastor ultimately explains to her a little bit about the mechanics of life, that everything is made twice. First, it's a thought, and then it's a thing. So what you think, you then create, because we're powerful creators and we just don't know it. So we create the negative, we create the positive. And basically she was saying, do you believe that you could go into surgery tomorrow and then they just close you up and say, you're okay, you don't need surgery? And she was like, no, I can't believe that. I just don't think that's possible. Well, could you believe that they take out the bad kidney, and that bad kidney takes all the badness from the second kidney, and then your kidney remaining is okay? And she was like, I'm really having a hard time believing this, but I can see that you believe it. And so that's good enough for me. And basically, there was something energetically about that pastor believing in her and her allowing it and accepting it. And Mary walked out of there and they said, your one kidney was very bad shape. And the second one is not quite as bad as we thought, but we still don't see you living for a year. And the pastor gave Mary some homework to do, which was visualization into the future, to create a future where she was around, basically. And Mary's in her 70s now. And she, that kidney healed. And it was an example of that principle of belief. Now, the preference is that you believe yourself, but actually someone can believe in you, kind of hold you in that space until you can believe. Of course, Mary learned to believe. She's a big believer. So that's what a coach can do for a client. It's that missing link when you don't believe in yourself and you're kind of out there struggling on your own and trying to do it on your own for whatever reason. Oh, I don't need anybody or whatever. That could be the missing link.
Yeah, I don't like to always give analogies and pictures, but they pop in my head. And what I have right now,
oh yeah, they're great. They're great. Share it.
Based on what you just said, think of when you were a kid or even as an adult, and let's say you're climbing a tree. You're climbing. You can't reach all the way. And then somebody bends down and you get on their back and it hoists you up to the point where you can start grabbing and then make your way up.
Yeah.
To me, that's the life coach that is supporting you, believing in you. You can't really do it alone because there'd be no way to reach that first branch. But when you get on somebody else's back, when they're hunched over and they hoisted you up, now you've got it. Then you grab the other one, then the other one, and you're making your way up. That's the feeling I have, because that coach believes in you to help you get to the first step, and they'll be there in case you fall, by the way. Be down there to catch you at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why as a coach, not everybody does this, but I have it set up so that if somebody is going through something and they need really quick check-ins, like just 5 minutes even,
sure,
here and there, through the week, because I've worked with people who were really healing from trauma, and as they were opening to things, and they just needed that, I'll do that. And I just charge my regular hourly rate for that 5 or 10 minutes. But when your coach is there and they're willing to be there for you, even when, oh, well, it's not Wednesday at 3:00. Sorry, can't communicate. I'm
You're
I'm
there.
there.
You're there. And that's, you know what? That does make you different. It's
Well,
not
just walking your talk.
well, yeah, but it's nowadays you could have a therapist, okay? Not a life coach. I'm just a therapist. And more times than not, Wednesdays between 3 and 4 p.m. And that's it. You're done until the next session, a week later, whatever it might be. But you're available if somebody needs you. Sometimes you need a pep talk. Sometimes you need some support. Sometimes things change. Life changes during the week. Maybe, a goal that you had or a small goal to reach the big goal, something derailed a little bit. But that's where you're different, where you're there and also you care. I love the fact that you also have a medical background. So you're deeper into how this works as well, where a lot of life coaches and a lot of great ones out there, but they don't have that background, which I think is beneficial. Do you find it is too when you're working with somebody?
Oh, definitely. I mean, my background is varied, but I was actually a psych nurse for a long time. So
Wow.
When I became a nurse, I ended up working in psych a lot. I was in, drug and alcohol residential rehab center. I was also a nurse in a unit for women who were depressed. I was in, oh my gosh, in Seattle, a heavy duty psych unit where people who were psychotic on the street and violent were brought in and basically strapped to their beds, and they had nothing, and then injected with a sedative. And that was short lived. That was not a job I enjoyed very much, but yeah, worked a lot with psych. And then I got into counseling as well, which is different from coaching. And I have a twin sister who's a functional psychiatrist and functional medicine psychiatrist. So she's an MD who practices functional medicine as a psychiatrist. And
so I just want to interject before we move from that point. I have a twin sister as well.
Oh,
not a
wow.
doctor, but how interesting.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you spend your whole life people saying, "What's it like to be a twin?" And you say, "Well, what's it like not to?"
Yeah, it's like, did you guys fight when you were younger? Yeah, just like a brother and sister. You take the other ones. I used to go and take my sister's turntable record player because I wanted to be a DJ. So yeah, but it's just like having a brother and sister. But there's I'd have to say a little different connection there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Energy work. How does that come into play when you are working with somebody?
Well, you know how we wear these glasses, and so it's like a lens through which we see the world. So like my husband's an anthropologist, so he really sees the world through the eyes of an anthropologist. It's like an overlay and sees things in terms of, which I love. It brings a much deeper perspective into my thing. And my energy. So I really, all those years that I was working with energy and I got into, and still am into, metaphysics and, the nature of reality and consciousness, I just see things through that lens of energy. So when you say how it helped, I mean, I no longer put anybody on the massage table and put my hands on them and do energy work. But I know 100% that this is an energetic being that I'm talking to, that I'm seeing. I know that I'm an energetic being. And why do we sometimes feel so good in groups and sometimes we feel so bad in groups? Because we're connecting with everything. So it helps me because I feel like I'm working with the true nature reality of the person. So your true joy and happiness and fulfillment is not because you've got to get A, B, C, and D right. it's really about connecting with you, going into feeling your energy and establishing this relationship with yourself and your multidimensional nature. It's a fancy term, and you don't need to know how it's structured, but it's a reality. And this opening up and shedding what's not me just allows that. And so out of that, you can know that you're going to make much better choices in the realms of A, B, C, and D. And you might find that once you do expand more into yourself, you don't have the same goals that you had in those areas, because so often those are about proving to ourselves or to others that we're okay. It's like, and it's also a compensation. If you have low self-esteem, I grew up with, I had I say, you spend the first half of your life getting all screwed up, then you spend the other half of your life working it all out.
Amen to that.
So I had mine, and I felt like I had to save the whole planet in order to be a worthy being. And that was a pretty hard call. And I've really broken things down a lot. So I just need to be me, but I don't need to save the world. But I know that I have my part that's connected to the whole, and whatever my gifts are and so forth, and I'm just going to play my part, and that's good enough. I will never feel good about myself if I hang on to the concept that I have to save the whole world in order to be worthy. I will always feel unworthy. So all of that changes too, which is great, to let go of so much of that, which is really about, some of it's about guilt and shame and proving ourselves and compensation and things like that. You just get down to where it's just real.
I wish, and I figured it out in my journey, but I wish more people or the entire population would realize that first half of your life, you had things going on that sent you in certain direction. I'm talking even when you were a kid, and how those things are connected to what's going on now or later in life. Most people don't realize it. Most people won't work on it. Even if you were to present to them, well, okay, think about how you were brought up. With all respect, think about, your family dynamics. You had some challenges there, and so did your family as a kid. Maybe that's why you're dealing with things the way you are now. But a lot of us don't want to realize that, and that's where we go wrong. But that's where somebody like you comes into play, where maybe you can peel back a couple of layers and the aha moment will come out, and somebody might say, oh, okay. Or maybe you'll pick up on their energy when you first meet them and get that, certain vibe that's going on there. But it is pretty funny when you say it, that you spent the second half of your life cleaning up the mess from the first half, but it's true.
And then you get to spend, we'll take it in thirds. Then you get to spend the last third of your life really living your
fair enough. Your best life. Your best life.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened, but we're out of time. We're actually over time. That like flew by.
Fancy that.
Yeah. What's up, Martha? What's your website?
That's what happens when you're having fun.
Yeah.
helplife.solutions. So there's no .com there. It's helplife.solutions. All one word.
As you provide solutions for people to move their life forward in many different ways, and certainly as a life coach and centered on health as well. Lots to talk about in the future. And I appreciate you being here today, and I appreciate you, and I look forward next time we get a chance to talk.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down. I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everyone. We're helping you today. We want you to reach your goals, find positivity, good stuff in your life, but you have to reframe what you say and how you say it. So today we're going to center on words we should never use. Words we should never use. And I just thought of this. Never is probably one of those words. It is, right? She is an amazing life coach that helps you move life forward with Phoenix Coaching. It is Coach Michelle G. back on the program. Hey, Michelle, how you doing?
I'm good. Staying warm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, you're up in Canada. I'm in the New York area. Yeah, we were just trading temps before we got on here. And
fairly similar. So
yeah, they were very similar. I thought it was like much colder up by you, but yeah, you know, it's winter.
We do have a wind chill, and I don't know what that is, but the wind makes it colder. Yeah.
So you were holding wind chill as the secret weapon to top me even more. That's what it was. Yeah. All right.
Exactly.
So,
that was my plan.
Yeah. It's 30 degrees by you, but yeah. Fahrenheit. Yeah, but wind chilled. All right, that's going to take it down to, like 20, 19 degrees, but it's all good. It's winter. And you know what? We know on the other side of winter, it's going to be spring. It's going to be warmer and just feel so much better. And on the other side of your words is positivity if you use the right words. Same thing with affirmations. I know some people think that's all like woo-woo, foo-foo. What you say and what you feed yourself really does happen in your life. And I'm just going to say, just personally, not about me, but I used to say certain things, even in the last 12 years. And I had an epiphany, I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago. And all those things, and they were negative things. And they all came true. Because I would say these things and I would just believe that, this is the situation. This is it. I would say it, until I figured it out. I was like, oh, well, you kept saying that and you became that. Or the situation became that because it was the same language you were using. So we're looking at words today and words that can reframe things in a more positive light.
Yeah, exactly. And I love this topic. It just makes me happy because it's such a simple thing that can drastically change your life.
It's very true. Yeah. It needs to become a habit. You need to catch yourself when you say these words. It's like, oh, no, I'm not saying that. I'm going to change that to another word. One just popped in my head. I try not to say, we have a problem. We have a problem. We have a challenge. We have a challenge, it's not like we're softening the language. It's just in a more positive light because problem is just so heavy. Why do you want to live in the heaviness there?
And I love that you said that because a lot of words that we're probably going to talk about, I don't know, but a lot of words, when you have the one you normally say and then you find another one, I always get people to be like, just sit with their body and see how they feel saying them. So in that sentence you said, I try to, and I'm like, oh, Steve, that's one of our words.
It is. It really is. Try is one you shouldn't use. So what do we replace that one with?
So try, I usually do like, I will. I'm able to.
Yeah.
Depending what it is. So like, I'll try to go for a run today. It's like, okay, I'm committed to going for a run today. So
say you're going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that why I don't use those words, okay, I do sometimes, but why I work on not using those words is because it takes away like the personal responsibility of the outcome. So like say like I'll try to go for a run today. You've already given yourself an out to not do it.
Non-committal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like if it starts to rain, you're like, oh, I don't want to go right now. If it was sunny, I would definitely go for a run or like something like that. It takes the responsibility out of it instead of being all in, being committed, saying yes, no matter what happens.
And when you look at what you're saying, when you've reframed it, it actually is much better. And I'll give an example in an email in a moment, but here's one I'm challenged by. You're going to start an email, maybe it's a little more formal. It's not, just a friend to a friend. Hey, business connected. You want to greet them in a positive way. I hope things are going great for you. Hope. I hope. It's, once again, we're not committing to something, I hope it's okay. No, change it up. I trust things are going great for you.
Yeah.
What word, trust is a good word. It's a little formal for me. So I try to find there we go. I search for a replacement for hope.
Yeah. I've caught myself using hope a lot. Like, I hope you're having a good day. What came to me when you were suggesting things is like, I believe you're having a good day. Or even just like, today's a great day to have a good day.
Right. You don't even have to personalize it. You can even say, let's say the weather's nice out. What a beautiful day. I trust you're enjoying it. Whatever it might be, just, throw it out there instead of hope. Not that hope's bad. We all should have hope.
Yeah.
We all should have hope. But again, it's almost like you're not committing to something.
Right.
Just
and
take the next step.
Just with hope, there's hope the noun and hope the verb.
Say that again.
Hope the noun and hope the verb. So like internally, you can have hope, you can have like believe, you can have that like positivity, whatever. Like I have something that is hopeful.
It's awesome.
But when you put it into a verb of like, I hope this is going to work out.
Exactly right.
It's a completely different situation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost as if you're questioning it, and you shouldn't question it. It is what it is. It is. Oops. I nailed my camera. Here's one that we should absolutely get rid of no matter what. But.
Yes.
Not good.
Yeah.
Right away, there's a block up. There's a negative when you say but. And I sent an email today regarding a website. And I have a marketing company, so we're suggesting a landing page.
Okay.
And it was, the current page of this person is way too splashy, but I wanted to reframe it in a more positive light in saying that we need to mute the image a little bit.
Okay.
Instead of saying, or the image is great, but we need to mute the image a little. So that image is great. It really is.
Yeah.
A little too busy for what we need to accomplish.
Right.
So I said, and it would be even better for this purpose to mute it slightly.
Yeah.
So,
and is a great replacement for that one.
You know where you can learn and from? Children. When children talk, there's never any but. It's always, I went to the store today and they had candy and they had ice cream and I had a great time. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. And I just love looking at kids because I feel like as adults, we have so much to learn from them because we've gotten rid of that like innocence.
Yep.
And how like, I know this is going a little off topic, but, kids, like, right? I was like, cut that one. And kids let themselves experience their emotions. And as adults, we push them down, we hide them, we believe that we can't show anything but strong. And so when you look at a toddler, they can go from crying to happy to playing to sad all in like instances because they're like, okay, I'm feeling this, I'm going to feel it. Now I've let it go, I get to move on.
Yeah. And as adults, we wallow in it.
Yeah.
And we don't let it go.
I know.
How about these now? Things that to reframe.
Yeah.
I have to go to work.
Oh, yes. It's my favorite reframe. Not necessarily about work, but the have to.
Yeah.
Yes. So
I get to go to work today.
I get to. Yeah. And I got a massage a couple weeks ago. Not to brag, but
Thank you. I'm going to make an appointment for Saturday.
you're welcome. Yeah. Anyone, go get one. Self-care. I love it.
Uh-huh.
And I was talking about, because my partner and I are doing a lot of renovations. We have been all through the pandemic. It seems never ending. And the next step, well, the biggest step is to put in a sump pump. So I was telling my massage therapist about this, and I was like, we get to put in a sump pump. And she's like, I really like that you said get to. And I was like, well, we don't have to, but if we want our apartment to stop flooding, we get to put this in.
Even on that level, what if you couldn't? What if, it was ancient sacred burial ground and
Right.
you weren't able to put a sump pump in?
Yeah.
It's just all hypothetical.
Yeah.
Then what? So it's
Find
a
something else
positive,
to do.
right?
Yeah.
It's a positive thing. We get to put in a sump pump.
Yeah.
It's or this one, and this is a classic one, and some people will be like, come on, but I can't believe this happened to me. No, this happened for me.
Yeah, it's not two, but four.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you think of it that way, there's a lesson in everything that happens.
Yeah.
It's and I know it's hard to look at the positive in things, but there is a positive there. There is,
absolutely.
Learn and move on, learn and live.
Yeah, exactly. And I love it because everything is happening for you, whether it's telling you don't keep going down this pathway because it's not meant for you, or as you said, there's a lesson in it. So it gets to build you into more of who you are, whatever it is. And I know those situations aren't always easy to be like, well, it happened for me. Like, it can still hurt, it can still be painful, anything like that. And at the same time, you don't get to be victim to it either.
Yeah.
And saying it happened, not necessarily saying it happened for me, but instead of saying it happened to me, you kind of get to release the power it has over you too.
It's not easy. And it's not that we're saying to minimize what happened. And it's not a way to just, sunshine, roses, lollipops, and butterflies. Hey, that was great.
Yeah.
That was the worst thing that ever happened in my life. But
yeah.
But on the flip side of that, there is some positivity in it. And I firmly believe things do happen for a reason. There's things, you might not see it right away. There's a plan somewhere. I don't know, universe made that plan, whatever it might be. If you're open, and we've talked about this, if you're open to the signs, not to go into detail, but it was a half hour ago, I just got a weird sign from the universe and dealing with something with an attorney. And I said, do you realize, what just happened there? And I gave him facts. I deal in facts. That. And he's like, I can't believe that. This universe stuff is wild. I'm like, I can't make that up. But it was all presented that way. Again, I deal in facts. I'm a skeptic just like anybody else. But when these things happen, then it's, I don't know what the message was in this situation, but this thing presented itself and it was, wow, how ironic coincidence. Maybe not. It was a date that came up that was very pinnacle. And it was weird, actually. I was actually laughing at it, but I don't know what it is. 1 in 365 chance of this particular date presenting itself in this whole situation. You can go with that, or you can look at it. What are the chances of that happening at that time?
Yeah, exactly.
I lean much further on that side because it just doesn't happen.
Right. And you can look at it as it's a good thing, or you can look at it as a bad thing. Every single circumstance situation has both sides. It depends what you choose to look at. So like you said, you can look at it and choose to be like, oh, well, that's neat that happened. Or you can look at it as if like, oh, that was the worst timing possible.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Or, that was just a coincidence. And,
that doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean what does it mean sometimes? I don't know.
Right.
Maybe down the road you figure it out. Or it's just kind of a weird kind of thing.
Exactly.
What are some other words? I'm trying to think now.
So one that came up to me. So I think we've talked about this before, and just the power of the words I am. But like I have come across a lot of people who say, well, that's just who I am. And something that I've been able to reframe for myself is up until now, that's who I've been. And because when I feel people say, well, that's who I am, they're committed to not changing. They're committed to be like, well, this is an excuse as to why I'm showing up this way. Like, this is who I've been. But we can choose a different path at any single moment. So up until now, I've been shy. Up until now, I haven't been confident. Up until now, whatever. Even if it's just habits or goals, like up until now, I haven't succeeded in following a workout plan. But right now, you're a different person than you have ever been before.
Mm-hmm. And now is also a powerful word too, because
Yeah.
it's in the present.
Exactly.
And it's funny, I always remember when you said I am, back in the day, the group, the Black Eyed Peas, you know, with Fergie,
Yeah.
Will I Am is one of the guys in the group.
Right.
And he went solo too. And every time I used to hear that, I'm like, hey, he's kind of pompous. Yeah, but now I get it. You know, I am is a powerful statement where, you know, what are you? Add words to that. You know, ask anybody right now, what are you? I am strong. I am resilient. I am going to overcome that situation. I am going to win.
Yeah.
And I am.
Exactly. Yeah. It has its power to it. And kind of on another flip side of the I am statement, talking about things that can be temporary in a way. So like a lot of people like, I am depressed. I am overweight. I am fat. Instead of I have fat, I'm experiencing depression. I'm experiencing anxiety. Because in that way, when you say I'm experiencing or I have, it's something that means it doesn't necessarily have to last forever. Instead of I am depressed, I am anxious, it's like, well, that's who I am. Instead of not giving yourself any other way to look at it.
That is powerful because the I am statement is a definitive one. That's it. And if you're experiencing something, doesn't mean you're going to experience it forever or for a long period of time. And not to minimize it, but if you say I'm experiencing depression, you know, if you look at it on a smaller scale, hey, I just had a heavy meal and I'm experiencing some bloating. You know, it's not going to be there forever. It was just after that situation.
Exactly.
And if you say, you know, I am bloated, you know, okay, for the moment you are, but that doesn't mean it's going to last forever. But it's also psychologically even proven where you say I am, it's like you're creating the statement of your life. And why would you want to commit to, you know, anxiety?
Yeah, things that don't make you feel good.
No.
Yeah.
But using the I am or I'm is you're committed. You're locking it in. Why do you want to? I mean, you know, I'm going through some depression right now. I'm going through some anxiety, whatever it might be.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's when you start thinking, the thing is remembering, and I have friends that they'll speak to me and they'll catch their butts. They'll say butt. Oh yeah, I mean, and I think it's cool. Like it's just on their, you know, on their radar that, you know, they thought of it.
And it is practice, of course. And if you have a partner or a friend that you see all the time, you can always ask them, be like, hey, if you catch me saying this, can you let me know? Because we don't always catch it. It's just how we have been speaking.
You caught me in the beginning.
Yeah.
It was like, because you're so used to doing it. We're so used to doing it. Any others that you can think of, words that we should find alternatives for? I don't want to say never use.
Yeah, because we will use it. It will come up. And as soon as we say never do this, then there's a judgment attached to it. But something that comes up for me, like the word hard, like, oh, it's going to be hard, or this is hard. One of my clients was talking about his training and how he knows it's going to be hard. It's going to be like, it's going to push him to his limits. He said a few other things, but like, as soon as you're like, well, this is going to be hard, like, think of how that feels in your body. Like, even me just saying this example, I'm like, oh, that doesn't feel good. But we can change it to challenging, or this is going to be a great growth experience, or what if it's not going to be hard? Like, I always love questioning it. I'd be like, oh, it's going to be hard, but is it? Like, Does it have to be? We don't know.
No, it's
But
right away. I get the visual when you say that word.
Yeah.
It's like hitting the button on the power window, and now you put the window up, and now you can't even get outside. You can't put your hand out the window or anything. It's already going up, and that's you've already locked it in. Why do you want to do that?
Exactly.
It might not, benching, 350, whatever for somebody might not be hard.
Right.
You know,
it might not be, and it might be challenging, and that's okay. Because in that moment, like new things are going to be something. It might not be hard, but new things are going to challenge us. And being challenged is not necessarily a negative thing.
No, you got to look at it as a positive because I picture myself on a bench and let's say whatever it is, I'll just use that as an example.
Yeah.
Attempting to lift a weight that I've never lifted before.
Exactly.
And even if I only did one, it was like, that actually felt pretty good. I'm doing the visual. Wow, pull that one off. Try to do the second one. A little bit of a challenge there. Maybe tomorrow, or give me a minute. Give me 30 seconds. Let's go back into it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And life, well, we can say life is hard sometimes.
It presents us with obstacles and challenges. Absolutely. And those are great opportunities to either learn something about yourself, to improve and grow your resilience. It's a great opportunity for growth, for proving yourself wrong even. So if you're like, I've done this before and in the past it was hard, and you're like, okay, have I learned? Have I grown from it? Can I do it now?
Right.
Yeah.
How about the clients, some of the clients you work with, some fairly elite athletes?
Yeah.
And what do they struggle with in terms of their mindset? I always love to get into somebody's head.
Yeah, a lot of it is internal pressure of having to perform, of making sure that everything's perfect. And as well as because there is a lot of pressure on athletes from non-athletes like us watching professional sports, or from coaches or from scouts or whatever it is. And I find that a lot of athletes is like, well, I need to be perfect to do this. I need to be the top athlete. When in reality, don't necessarily have to be. And it's like, I find I've spoken to retired athletes too, and they're like, I took myself out of the game because I couldn't keep at this level of pressure. But then they acknowledged that it was coming from themselves, that they lost the joy of what they were doing, the joy of their sport, and themselves in it, because they felt like they had to be a certain way.
Yeah, that's a shame when you work so hard to get to a certain point and then you don't progress because this got in the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And like a client the other week, like we talked about his wording, and I was like, hey, did you recognize this is how you describe your training? He's like, oh no. I'm like, does that feel good? Does that make you want to get out of bed and train? He's like, not really. I'm like, okay, how do we get to reframe that makes it feel good for you? And then the next day he had a training session, and he's like, it was like a huge shift already. He's like, it was one of the better training sessions I've had recently. And like, just a simple like change of words and how you look at it made a big impact, because now it's like, I get to be challenged, I get to grow, instead of, oh, I have to work, it will be hard, it will be tiring, all that kind of stuff.
Do you ever do this, or do you suggest it with some of those clients? A visualization? Because I think right, like if I didn't go to the gym today, been a couple of days, but when I think of going, and sometimes it's not, not super fun because you're tired, or you just gotta do it. But I think of the flip side. I think of the times where it was really good. And I was on some cables doing triceps, and I got into my zone listening to music. And like nobody was around. And it was just like, man, that felt good. And I can even think of some of the songs that I was listening to. And I was like, yeah, I want to go back to that. That was a good time. Or the feeling that you have once chemicals are released in your body after a workout. It's just like the feeling of accomplishment, the feeling of, attaining a certain level, and not like I'm a gym rat or anything like that, but it's just a certain feeling that you have. You find that works?
Absolutely. Yeah, I find visualization is a very powerful tool, no matter who you are, whatever you're doing, but visualization is very powerful because it gets you already in the end goal.
Yep.
And basically working backwards. So just sitting with, so like with athletes going into a competition, like get them to sit and just be like, okay, walking into the stadium, arena, wherever it is, the venue, imagine yourself walking down the hallway, walking to the room. What are you saying to yourself? Are you listening to music? What's the environment like? How are you interacting with your fellow athletes, with your coaches, when you're getting dressed for it? What do you put on first? And like really going step by step so that they have already imagined exactly how they want it to go. And not saying that it will go exactly that way, but more times than not, it tends to go in that direction.
Absolutely. I visualize everything.
Yeah.
Maybe obsessively sometimes. I don't even know I'm doing it. I don't even go to a party until I visualize it.
Okay.
What's it gonna be like? Do I really want to go? Who's gonna be there?
So
what are they gonna be wearing? What's that gonna be?
Kind of a flip side to that one though, because I've overthought myself out of like conversations and situations because I'm like, well, now I don't need to say this because I know exactly how it's going.
I know what you're saying, and it's not to psych myself out of going. It's to visualize what it's going to be like. So I have an expectation of what it's going to be like. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm definitely going.
I just want to make that distinction because like,
yeah, you're right.
There's times that like I'll visualize a conversation that I get to have.
Yeah.
And I can go through the whole thing, create the whole conversation, get my answer, and then I'm like, okay, I don't have to have this conversation because it's going to end like this anyway.
Yeah.
When in reality, I have no idea, and my brain usually goes to worst case scenarios anyway.
Of course, we're all wired that way. It's supposed to, but the visualization is just, you're better prepared for it. Let's say you have a big meeting. I'm going to a meeting.
Exactly.
I went to one last night. What should I wear? It is casual. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. I could wear that. All right. Who's going to be there? If they ask this question, how should I respond? And it's not like, it's more of just like preparation, really.
Yeah, exactly. And really getting into the feelings of it too. Like, how am I going to be feeling? Because it's easy to get nervous. And it's like, okay, is that what I want to feel? No, how do I want to feel? And I love it because you can do that about like, well, what if it doesn't go the way I want it to? So you can always visualize a plan of like, well, if we didn't win that game, am I going to throw a tantrum? No. I'm going to then look at what didn't work and go from there and grow and go forward in empowerment, figure out a different way to get it done instead of beating myself up about it.
And final thought on what you just said is like super powerful, Michelle, in doing the visualization, visualize the positive stuff.
Yeah.
Instead of, I'm going to be anxious. I'm going to be embarrassed. What am I going to say? Should I be even wearing this? I don't know. No, focus on the positive things and it will be that way. It'll go that way.
Yeah,
I know it sounds cheesy, but it works that way. That's just how it is.
Yeah, exactly. And focus on building yourself up, like empower yourself through this thought. So like, how do I want it to go? Not how do I not want it to go?
Because you're steering the ship. You're driving your own car. Exactly. So if you start thinking, I'm going to, go to, an event, whatever, party, meeting, if you're driving in a certain direction, you're thinking you're going to drive in that direction, you don't even know it. You're going to start making a turn and you're going to go down that direction. And that could be the road of negativity or anxiety. Yeah. So turn the car the other way. Why wouldn't you want to go? I'm going to take the scenic route. It's going to be fun. I want to go through the city today.
Exactly.
Gonna...
And kind of like bring it back quickly to our word switching out and whatnot is I find a lot of people get very caught up in, well, this is what I don't want to do, and this is who I don't want to be, instead of taking it and flipping it into, well, this is where I get to go. This is who I'm going to be. And as soon as it's just like, well, I don't want to do this, you're going to focus on that instead of where do you want to go and working towards that.
And that's I guess we call it the baseline for manifestation.
Yeah.
Think of the way you want it to be, not the way you know. We're just about out of time and we get to do this again.
Yes, we do.
Sorry, reframe that. Your website, phoenixcoaching.org.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And you're available to help anybody just kind of get through, positive mindsets. Really, that's what we're talking about today. And it's centered on your language.
Yeah.
And those words. Michelle, always great talking with you.
You as well, Steve.
Yeah,
thanks so much.
Absolutely. And up there in Canada, stay warm.
Thank you. You too.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. All right.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world.